This guy's name is Julian, a madman, a lunatic, a monster disguised as a human. Known as the Devil of the Northern Front. Above all, he suffers from a personality disorder, always smiling no matter the situation. Bearing such terrible nicknames means he has countless enemies. But so what? As soon as they show even a slight weakness, he will tear them apart mercilessly to death. So far you might think this is our main character, but it's not. This guy here is the real protagonist. His name is Li Shihu, a young man who spent over 11 years and nearly 38 million just to see the ending of an online game. But the outcome was only that the hero Shihoo loved got slashed by the narrow-eyed villain and sent off to heaven. Out of bitterness, this young man immediately verbally fought directly with the game publisher. The result was not only failing to recover the money spent, but Shihu got sucked into the game, becoming the narrow-eyed villain he hated. Now let's start the episode. In the dusty wind along with the dim evening light, two human figures flickered amidst the scene. A blood-stained silver sword, scattered with bloody marks, dragged along the ground. He lightly swung the sword, standing tall before the kneeling knight. So even the man once called a hero by others fell into this situation. He scowled darkly, holding a cloth to wipe the blood off the sword. If you had considered your own safety inside that magnificent mansion, such a tragedy wouldn't have happened. He sneered scornfully, the fallen star Hayden Reich. Reich's face grew darker, twitching in pain. How could you do this to me? The gleaming sword reflected Julian's evil face. When I still supported you as a hero, you should have treated me better. Reich pleaded desperately, can you really kill me, your master, so mercilessly? Julian remained ice-cold-faced at Reich's begging, but he couldn't help widening his mouth uncontrollably. Julian raised the sword high into the air, laughing with delight. That was nothing difficult at all. With a quick slash, Reich's head immediately fell off, blood splattering everywhere. The young man wearing glasses clutched his head and shouted no. He pressed his eyes close to the computer screen, unable to accept that it should end this way. He was still stunned in his mind, unable to believe he died so pointlessly. He hurriedly moved the mouse on the computer. The DLC to defeat the Demon Lord starting right now was opening for pre-order. This shouldn't have happened. Reich was the hero of the Northern Frontline. You led everyone even in the most desperate situations. A genius at demon hunting, and a legendary figure embodying nobility. Most importantly, he is the protagonist of this game. He gritted his teeth in anger. How could the main character die like that? And at the hands of the villain who betrayed his own master, Julian. The more he talked, the angrier he got, slamming his hand on the table. Damn the software company Fromwell. I had such high hopes for the sequel, and yet they betray me like this. The king starts now. The pre-order wave is in full swing. Top player Li Shihu, total amount 38 million. Defeating the Demon King starts right now. You have been registered on Fromwell for 5 years. Total playtime over the past 5 years is 100,000 hours. How much money and time have I poured into these guys? Shihu skimmed through each comment on the computer. It seems Julian is the main character this season. How did a squinty-eyed guy like him become the main character this season? But squinty eyes are pretty cool. You can't tell what he's thinking. That makes him captivating. Well, a ruthless villain is actually quite charming too. Shihu was helpless. I really have no words. He skillfully tapped his fingers on the keyboard. Cool my ass, he's just a traitor. Shihu's comment appeared. I don't understand how a squinty-eyed guy like that becomes the main character. Cancel the pre-order. After finishing the comment, he moved the mouse over to the cancel pre-order button. Shihu's hand paused for a few beats, but finally clicked the left mouse button to confirm the cancellation. The screen displayed, you have canceled your pre-order. Shihu happily said goodbye to the pile of game souvenirs. We had some good times together, but let's never meet again. He decisively lay down on the bed, yelling loudly, goodbye to that damn game. What a total scam. Tears welled up in Shihu's eyes with regret. But no other game had such beautiful graphics and such a vast world. It had soothed his tired heart, which had grown numb from reality after starting his first job. He wearily sat up from the bed, a small resting place that he had. Shihu slowly grasped the flower pot and now. He fervently hugged and kissed the flower pot. You're all I have left. Whenever I'm upset, taking care of you makes me feel much better. Shihoo squinted and sprayed the watering can on the plant. Now I understand why old people like growing orchids. Don't turn out like that stupid game. Grow up well, okay? Suddenly a sound startled him. Shihu quietly turned his head to check. What is that? A message appeared on the computer screen. Hello, this is the software company Fromwell, developer of the game Destroy the Demon King, starting right now. You are Shihu, who has played our game for the past 5 years, right? Shihu grumbled and clicked his tongue. A message from Fromwell. Is this some kind of automated reply? He quickly wrote a reply message. Yes, it's me. We noticed that you canceled the pre-order for the Demon King Eradication DLC starting right now. We suppose you were not satisfied with how the storyline unfolded. Looking at the computer screen, Shihu's face froze blank for quite a while. His face drooped unhappily. What is this? Could it be that they don't want to refund me? Shihu stared intently at the screen. What did they just say? The message on the computer screen gradually appeared and suddenly became clear. Please click on the link below. Unconsciously, Shihu accidentally clicked on the link. Then suddenly the computer screen lit up brightly, making Shihu's eyes dazzle. A violent gust suddenly sucked Shihoo tightly. His glasses instinctively fell off. Shihu's head was also dragged into the computer screen. His face twisted with difficulty as he tried to hold back from being sucked in. I have to turn this off immediately. Then he strained to press the power button on the computer. But damn it, the computer refused to shut down. It's not working. The young man's desperate scream echoed out toward the apartment complex outside. The computer screen suddenly flashed off immediately. Ji's body lost direction and fell down. What is happening? His subconscious dreamily thought. Am I falling? But where am I falling to? The scenery in his eyes suddenly appeared. A wasteland. Ji's body glowed with a strange golden light. He weakly struggled to rise, observing around him to see where he was. Wait, this is where Reich and Julian last fought. Just as Shihu realized it, a large scorpion blocked his view. It swung its massive claw, startling him into stepping back. This is the phantom scorpion that appears in the Demon King extermination starting right now. Strangely, a system panel appeared before Shihu's eyes. Character traits, outstanding swordsmanship, extraordinary instincts. You can instinctively detect demons' weak points. He was so surprised he gaped, a game status window. He leapt up, stood, and ran off fast. Now he had to run immediately. Each leg of the scorpion shook the ground. It struggled to move, cracking the earth into hundreds of pieces. If that hit me, I'd be shredded. The massive claw swiftly swooped near Shihu. He clenched his teeth as if unwilling to accept it. Damn, am I about to die? But when the scorpion touched his finger, it trembled. What's this? Doesn't it hurt? Unwilling to lose, the scorpion attacked again with both claws. Shihu skillfully stooped to dodge the strike. Whatever. He gritted his teeth and tensed up, then threw a strong punch at the monster's face. Shihu took a deep breath, then looked at the scorpion ahead. Did it work? He tiptoed up, then wondered what just happened. Shihu stared blankly at his hands, then ran away, his pants falling down. Has my body always been this light? Your eyes suddenly froze. Shihu suddenly recalled everything from the beginning. Could it be? No way, Lee Shihu. How come he didn't change the story himself? Is this entering the character? You gave it your all, running frantically, hopping to escape the bloodthirsty scorpion. The demonic scorpion suddenly let out a terrifying roar, forcing Shihu to lift his head. He grabbed the sword handle at his side, silently telling himself he still didn't understand what was happening. Shihu's legs came to a complete stop. He no longer fled. He confidently faced the scorpion. But fortunately, the character he had entered was right. The character he had spent thousands of hours playing. Shihu's eyes lit up, a fire of power blazing within. He drew his sword and swung a mighty beam of light at the monster. The source of power, seeming to cut through the very air, quickly flew toward the scorpion. That power immediately struck the scorpion's head. Splitting it into two pieces, it collapsed in a pool of red blood. Shihu was astonished, standing there speechless. Wow. He wiped the sweat from his chin and puffed his breath out. Did I really kill it, just as expected from Reich's power? Excitedly looking at his hand, he thought, with this, I can change the storyline and prevent Julian from killing me. The system panel appeared. The swordsmanship foundation you learned includes the common attack skill, Moon Slash. Shihoo pondered, looking at the system panel, thinking, Moon Slash, but this is not Reich's skill. His throat suddenly tightened. Wait. Shihu quickly took off his hood, then grabbed the sword. He carefully examined his reflection through the silver sword. Shihu's red pupils suddenly contracted in surprise. He suddenly froze, not knowing what to do next. The system appeared again. The character's appearance: silver hair, narrow eyes, expressionless face. Notification sounds kept popping up. Outstanding swordsman, perfect mana control. Extraordinary instincts. Julian Criffart Prasin. Shihu's mind felt like it was falling into a pit. He clutched his head and shouted, "Is this Julian?" The system sounded again. Formal speech. Julian Criffart Prasin. Character tendency: narrow eyes, formal speech, expressionless face, two-faced, extraordinary instinct traits, color of denial, outstanding swordsman, vessel of the demon lord, perfect mana control. The blue sky reflected light onto the vast white mansion. Golden light shone on Julian's face in the mirror, a hypocrite, a potential traitor. Julian Criffart Prasin really suits a fox-eyed character, clearly malicious. Who would have guessed he'd become him? Julian used his hand to pry his eyelids open, and his eyes were about this big. He was drenched in sweat and anxious, still unable to believe it. Julian sighed wearily, shaking his head. Do I really have to live as Julian again? I've already lived under Julian's identity for a week. I tried to find a way to return to reality, so take me back. I shook the document search window. Thinking back on those things only made me want to get angry. Julian sighed in exhaustion. Everything was a complete failure. Nevertheless, the system displayed Julian Criffart Prasin's character traits. Formal speech, always speaking in a dignified manner in every word. He looked at himself in the mirror and complained. Even talking to himself with such formality was annoying. Still, Julian unintentionally raised his hand to cover a mocking smile. I actually look pretty good. Now I see why he's famous. He casually posed in front of the mirror, his body proportions 8 heads tall, maybe even 9. Meanwhile, incoherent footsteps echoed through the mansion. His face tightened, gray and dull like the bottom of an aluminum pot. Just thinking about that wicked face made him tremble with fear. I don't want to go anywhere, don't want to see him. It felt like gradually walking down into a grave. The door to the room suddenly opened. Hera pressed her lips to greet. Heron pressed his lips to greet. Sir Julian, Sir Heron has arrived. Julian glanced with bloodshot eyes at him, silently thinking, Heron, a direct descendant of the Criffart Prassen family, why would he come here? Seeing this, Heron stammered in fear. Sir Julian, his mind was racing wildly, too terrifying. Heron froze, inquiring about his well-being. Julian replied coldly, thanks to you I am still very well. Heron forced a smile, then that's fortunate. I never expected Julian, the champion, to faint. I wonder if I'm just worrying too much. Heron's intermittent laughter made the atmosphere even more suffocating. Ha ha. Both Julian and Heron tried to laugh, looking at each other's faces, then sharing the same thought. What is he trying to do? On the surface, Julian still smiled brightly, but inside, he was suffering from a throbbing headache. Yet it wasn't just any random person visiting, but Heron himself. What exactly have you done all this time? Herand forced a grin, cursing inwardly. Julian, you disgusting bastard, seeing me visit in person and still looking so comfortable, you're definitely not simple. Maybe it's time to shake him up a bit. Heron recounted gleefully, Julian, I heard a rumor. Julian tilted his head in wonder. What rumor? The rumor is that you have lost your memory. Those words hit Julian like a bolt of lightning. Lost memory. He closed his eyes to ponder. So that's why people whisper to each other and speak softly whenever they see me. It's because of that. No wonder I look suspicious. Heron's eyes darkened gloomily. He had hit the bullseye. Heron feigned innocence to reassure. Oh, it's just a rumor, so don't worry. Suddenly, Julian growled in a terrifying tone, making Heron's heart skip a beat. Julian flashed a sinister smile filled with murderous intent. You actually believe in that rumor? Oh my god, that face is terrifying. Herand nearly pissed his pants. Shaking and denying, no way I would. He anxiously thought to himself he hadn't been pushed back even a little. I could never figure out what he meant by that smile and those eyes. Perhaps Julian already knew I had come here under the orders of the Council of Elders. Very well, Heron smiled, covering his mouth with his hand and chuckling lightly. Don't pay too much attention to the rumors spreading among the maids. Anyway, the reason I came here is because, although I know you are injured, the Council of Elders has instructions, so I came to relay them. The Council of Elders mentioned must be the council formed by the nobles. They always consider bloodline the utmost important factor. The old direct line elders cannot sit idly by when a member from a branch of the clan is scheming to seize power. Julian is a member of a branch, but he considers himself the royal dog's dog because of his outstanding swordsmanship and magical abilities. He is seen as a thorn in the side by this organization, to the point that they want to eliminate him immediately. A message from them, I should be careful then. What is the message? It is to participate in the candidate entrance exam for the Blink under the guise of an instructor. Hearing this, Julian also thought carefully. These people are called the Blink. They secretly carry out missions from the palace and often operate as royal guards. They are an exclusive royal organization, where people with astonishing martial prowess converge. Julian is also a member of the Blink. Those who mean harm to me are choosing me. Suspicious. Should I follow the request or not? Heron sneered, smirking as if he had calculated everything. Usually, Julian would notice this was a trap set by the Council of Elders and avoid it. So how can I convince Julian? But then Julian laughed heartily. Fine, I will go there as the supervisor. Julian's acceptance made Herand go pale. He still couldn't believe his ears. But what about your injuries? Julian raised his hand and ripped off the bandage on his forehead. Actually it just healed. This time Herand was panic-stricken and couldn't believe his own eyes. Herand was drenched in sweat, secretly thinking he had lost his mind. Is it just that simple? Julian squinted, still not understanding what was happening. I have no idea, so I'll just flatter a bit. Heron spun on his heels and warned, okay then, get ready and let's go out. If I stay any longer, who knows what he might do. Better keep my distance for now. Just as Heron was about to sneak away, Julian's dark, deep voice rang out. Wait a minute. Heron's eyes began to dart wildly with fear. Is he not going to let me leave? Heron's face turned pale as he turned to stop him. Julian, wait. Before he could finish, suddenly a flower pot came flying at him. Oh no. Julian held out the flower pot before Herand with an extremely friendly face. I just wanted to give you an orchid, that's all. It will help relieve your mood. Heron, stunned, stepped out of the door holding the orchid pot in his hands. His legs trembled uncontrollably. Heron's legs lost control and collapsed. Heron's eyes glazed over, his throat feeling constricted. I forgot that his nickname was the Smiling Executioner. A sigh echoed through Julian's room. He was absorbed in admiring the pots of orchids on the table. He'd already taken care of one pot. Julian had a headache recalling the things he had said unconsciously. At some point, this room had turned into an orchid field. He had mumbled incoherently while unconscious, saying he needed orchids quickly. Now how was he going to deal with them all? Julian reached out. After all, he was waiting for me. I needed to finish preparing and get going. I took the sword, thinking that if it were Julian, he wouldn't be foolish enough to go out without it, and considered what I should wear when going out. Julian burst open the wardrobe door and shouted loudly, "What is this? What is this sparkling pile of clothes? Has he gone mad?" Regarding his style, he struggled to pick an outfit. I really hate this. Then Julian gracefully slipped the white shirt on, but I had to act perfectly like Julian. Julian's door suddenly swung open, making Herand jump. Herand, I'm ready. Julian smiled mischievously, adjusting his wrist, causing Heron's expression to darken. Let's go. I'm really looking forward to the oral exam. Where is the test taking place? The old carriage creaked as it rolled through the deep green forest. As mentioned earlier, Herand was sitting opposite Julian, calmly explaining that the entrance exam for the blindfolded test would take place at the VIEL Academy's training grounds. Julian nodded thoughtfully, thinking to himself that the VIEL Academy wasn't an important area in the game, but he did remember it. Julian asked playfully, curious about what kind of place it was. Heron looked at Julian puzzled, saying, "Didn't you already know the academy? After all, you came from VIEL Academy." Julian clasped his hands and bowed his head, thinking, wow, I hadn't even thought about it until now. It's been so long. He raised his hand to divert the topic. I'm sure it's changed by now. Heron nodded. Oh, is that so? Julian breathed a sigh of relief inside. Phew, coming from the academy, huh? I hope no one still remembers Julian back then at VIEL Academy. There are many things I want to forget too. The carriage suddenly stopped, and the driver carefully announced, Sir Julian, Sir Heron. We have arrived at VIEL Academy. Julian excitedly looked around at the academy, which looked really big in real life. I had only seen it in the game. Heron followed behind, squinting and asking, HMPH, what did you say? Julian perked up and gave a strange smile. Nothing at all. Julian rubbed his hands, craving in his heart that no matter how great the game's graphics were, they could never compare to reality. Heron carefully observed the executioner standing next to him, thinking the guy must be crazy. What scheme was he plotting with that expression? Julian anxiously looked up at Heron, thinking that he wasn't too scared after all. He felt a little bad about this situation. Julian raised his hand to request from his comrade. Herand startled and hastily replied, yes. You may leave now. I'm very glad you accompanied me this far. No, since we're already here, I also want to see how the test turns out. Julian's red pupils reflexively dilated as he glanced over. HMPH, I thought he wanted to escape immediately. And what was that worrying aura I sensed earlier? Julian was lost in thought. Mana no, could it be that some kind of magic power or energy within him is now erupting? Heron anxiously looked at Julian. Why is he looking at me like that? Julian frowned, calculating emotions. Could it be fear? He quickly pressed his hand on the nearby system panel. Unique poisonous negative emotion trait detected. You feel negative emotions directed straight at you. You can deduce the emotion based on the negative aura's color. Julian started to understand and subconsciously pressed the system panel. That's it. Heron, standing beside, remained highly alert. Why are you pointing at me? Come to think of it, Julian has always been very skilled at judging other people's emotions. He is especially adept at exploiting people's feelings, particularly fear. He can win a battle by leveraging his opponent's fear without throwing a single punch. He also uses his opponent's anger to drive them mad and cause mistakes during a fight. I'm sure it's all because of this trait. The reason Heron hasn't left is because of fear, so he's here with me. Perhaps it's because the Elder Council ordered him to keep an eye on me. The Council of Elders seem to have regarded me as a thorn in their side. It's understandable. Julian is extremely notorious. I'm sure they want to deal with him quickly to avoid trouble. Now there's a rumor that he has amnesia. This is the best time for the Council of Elders to move against me. Of course, I can't just let it be. I need to act. I need to survive and return to the real world. But suddenly, his train of thought was interrupted by the collision with a stranger. He bent down and immediately apologized. I'm sorry. Before he could finish speaking, Julian leaned in close with his devilish face and flashed a wide smile at the corner of his mouth. The young man was terrified and fell down, as if he had just seen a ghost. Lord Julian. Julian unconsciously frowned. Oh. The fearful whispers from the crowd continued one after another. Julian, the sly fox, why is the royal mad dog here? He's done for, how dare he say that? Herand hurriedly intervened. Julian, please stay calm. He's still young. Julian's face began to crease. He thought to himself that he hadn't done anything yet. He clenched his hands tightly. In fact, that was the case. Julian silently groaned inside. I also hate Julian. All the fearful emotions below were erupting towards him. Some people were scared, while others were extremely angry. Julian bit his lip, blaming himself. Why can't you behave better with everyone? I'm not good at dealing with crowds, but I need to calm everyone down. A girl stepped forward to block Julian's way, welcoming Lord Julian. That girl confidently looked up at Julian, showing no fear at all. Her graceful and subtle beauty stunned Julian. Eilendonatin. One of the first characters to appear in defeating the Demon King starts now. an instructor at Veal Academy. Someone connected to the magic tower of the Adrathan Empire. She is a genius mage, able to control the metal element of the 5 elements. A 5th-rank archmage at only 24 years old. Julian was absorbed in thoughts about her. She had always been a good teacher. Please let me know if you need help, although I'm not sure I can be of assistance. No, she had already given a lot of useful advice during the academy part. But why is Eileen welcoming Julian? Julian cracked his neck to ease the stiffness from too much thinking. Do they know each other? Oh, well, this at least eases the atmosphere a lot. But something is wrong. Julian frowned. Wait, I see her negative aura. Not good. Fear, anger. No, it is hatred. But why does she hate me? What the hell did I do to her? Eileen is a senior mage. I shouldn't have done anything to make her think I'm strange. She could cause a lot of uncontrollable trouble. I need to find a way to calm things down. Must think of a solution quickly. Thinking means acting. Julian immediately put on a scornful, mocking face. You half-blood of the Donatien family, who gave you the right to speak to me. Eileen's complexion immediately darkened, her face contorted in discomfort. The atmosphere between the two of them grew increasingly stifling and hard to describe. Julian appeared cheerful on the outside, but inside a storm was raging. Wow, now she has nothing to say. The thing is, I can guess a lot because I've played the game. The tension isn't easing at all, it's actually increasing. Julian had no choice but to place his hand on his sword, threatening. You're a mixed blood, are you deaf as well? But in his heart he thought, I'll probably have to keep playing the villain. Julian wickedly raised his shiny silver sword into the air. Do you know what sound a person makes when they die? Julian gradually stepped toward them, cunningly guessing, scared already, aren't you? Now I can finally calm her down. Before he could think any longer, Eileen used magic to ask, did you just draw your sword? A golden light enveloped her body and she spoke sternly, I cannot accept this. Even if it is you, Julian of shut eyes, you shouldn't behave like this towards students and professors. This is an act of violence against the entire VIEL Academy. I cannot forgive you. This action shocked Julian, his face drenched in sweat. She said seriously, prepare yourself, I won't be an easy opponent to deal with. Seeing she was serious, this fake villainous brother was confused. Wait, I only planned to scare everyone a little to look like the villain and then retreat. Eileen quickly ran forward, gathering the power of lightning. He lunged straight at Julian, but he blocked it with his sword, then flung him to the ground, shattering the earth. Seeing that, he couldn't help but wonder, well, are we really fighting? Seeing Eileen's angry face, he thought she wouldn't dare look away. Then she turned back to inform the students, and the trainees immediately left the area. Those trainees who saw that terrifying aura, their faces all twisted. The only sound was shouting, run. The students ran while wondering what the hell was happening. I should have left when Julian told me to. When she turned her head, she heard Julian's laughter. He seized the opportunity to attack. Unfortunately, she quickly erected a protective barrier. While attacking him, she said, I shouldn't turn my back. Julian closed in on the girl's face, continuing while fighting. The professor only managed to let out a shout. A greater power was unleashed, forcing him to retreat backward. Unexpectedly, the real attacks were truly terrifying. He felt as if he saw her flushed face, struggling to breathe. He guessed she was channeling her emotions into each strike. Meanwhile, Eileen was restless, thinking she hadn't intended to deliver a killing blow, yet he dodged the entire series. That's Julian for you. She recalled once thinking he was the ideal model of a nobleman. Then a book appeared in her mind's eye, associating with the image of Julian chatting. But if that were the case, the girls standing nearby truly admired him. One of them wondered if Julian was really just a descendant of a collateral branch. He was even more attractive than the mainstream nobles. At that time, Eileen Donation, a new student at the Veal Academy, also had feelings for him. Looking at that demeanor, she secretly admired Julian. He was really cool. He was confident, generous, and friendly with everyone. Not only did he have many connections, but he was also regarded as a rising star of the empire thanks to his swordsmanship. Her mind kept picturing Julian gently touching his sword. Eileen slammed shut the book when she saw him. Her eyes revealed that she had feelings for him. When looking at him, she once hoped that being born from a collateral branch would no longer hold her back. But then her thoughts gradually changed. Yes, that damn Julian had once been someone she admired. She had sincerely believed that he could change society's prejudice against those from collateral branches. At that moment, Julian turned to look at her. She gave him a love letter, begging him to accept it. Eileen recalled that back then she couldn't distinguish between respect and love, her hands trembling as she handed the love letter to the young man. But then she confessed and was rejected. Right now, she couldn't control her emotions and gathered an enormous amount of power. Julian was startled to see this, but with his years of combat experience, he managed to dodge it. Eileen's face flushed red, her body trembling with anger. She almost caught a glimpse of that face and he wondered, why is she so red? Is she really that angry? Her face turned deep red, frustrated, definitely hit where it hurts, which somewhat eased my anger. Julian twitched his lips, thinking maybe it was time to end this matter. He quickly blinked behind Eileen's back without her noticing. At this speed, she was amazed. Then he struck the back of her head with the sword's handle. the atmosphere became slightly less awkward. He said nervously, "Why don't you stop playing around here?" She pouted angrily and replied, "What do you think you're doing? Are you looking down on me?" And he still smiled, "Oh my." Although she was somewhat less angry, she still asked why he didn't use the moonlight sword when he saw an opening. A series of questions were raised. "If you wanted, you could have killed me already. I can sense your magic power is strong enough, so why not?" A teasing voice sounded, "Do you want to know the reason?" At this moment, Miss Eileen's face looked like a tomato, her mind racing with many thoughts. Could it be that he finally acknowledged her feelings after all this time? She replied, "Yes." He raised his thumb, saying it was Heron's first time here, so he didn't know where the testing center was. Heron scratched the back of his head awkwardly, smiling. "And everyone else was too afraid to show me the way." Hearing this, the rigid script didn't go as I expected. Julian looked pleadingly. "Do you understand now? If you do, please guide me, you traitor." Herand awkwardly reminded from the side, "Can't you speak more politely?" Eileen stood there, hair disheveled and stammering. Was it just because of that? The two confidently went ahead while she stood still like a stone. Julian walked while thinking again, a sword of moonlight and stars. She was probably referring to Julian's sword. Usually when a sword is enveloped in a Kai field, it appears as light surrounding the blade. However, Julian's sword is a bit more special. The blade itself turns a pale blue, as if holding the moonlight within it, along with the image of Julian's cruel face gripping that sword. Julian used that sword to slay countless demons. After witnessing this firsthand, people named it the Moonlight Sword out of both respect and fear. Because of this, the sword is Julian's identity, the source of his power. So how could I possibly? His face paled, silently thinking that maybe he could figure out how to use it. Because he was just an ordinary human, Eileen starting to doubt was a bad sign. This left him unable to think clearly. When confused, he had to make sure she wouldn't find out, which was when his face turned frightening. The two behind gasped sharply. What was he plotting this time? He turned back with a friendly expression. Is something wrong? Making the two people unsure of what to do, stammering, "Nothing at all. This way." The guide said this is the training ground. He confidently opened the door and stepped inside, not forgetting to blame Eileen. Hopping everyone was fine. "Sorry for being a little late. Professor Eileen got lost on the way here." Upon hearing that, she grimaced and clenched her teeth, showing discomfort. Then he introduced himself. "I am Julian Prassen, and I will be responsible for organizing today's entrance exam to Shut Eyes. I am sure all of you here have heard my name before." While he was boasting, Heron was looking around for someone. His eyes continuously scanned. "Where is he?" A handsome young man with green eyes and hair appeared. "There he is, the second son of the Torso family. I knew he would come." The Torso family is very famous for having a close relationship with the Prassen house for a long time. Usually associated with Shut Eyes, an organization under the royal family, is a huge honor, but it also means fierce competition. The entrance test is a one-on-one battle between the judge and the candidate. And if during that process, Julian manages to defeat the second son of the Torso family, the Council of Elders will definitely use that as an excuse to undermine me. Heron anxiously looked towards Julian, but he always smiled, thinking silently that this is where his bad reputation ends. He asked everyone again, "It seems like all of you here want to join Shut Eyes, right?" A group of people were somewhat fearful, but still answered, "Yes, sir." Julian clenched his teeth, his tone full of mockery. "They're all a bunch of shabby cowards." He judged them all. "Your eyes are as innocent as children raised in silk and velvet. With those sword-shaped accessories you wear, I can't help but laugh. Shut Eyes, the place you all long to join, is the bloodiest in the entire empire." Julian stretched out his hand and continued, "And as a senior, I will let you taste what that's like." Now the entrance exam for Shut Eyes officially begins. He drew his sword and declared the passing criteria. Holding the sword in hand, clearly, "Kill me." Those people were all confused and scared. After Julian finished declaring, his body trembled, his mouth couldn't curl any higher. "Oh no, now I realize the entrance exam is a one-on-one duel." Heron whispered, "Julian, even though it's just the entrance exam, don't go easy on them." But inside he screamed, "Do you want me to duel with them?" Remembering the match earlier with Eileen, I only knew how to run away. If now I really have to participate in an official duel. He thought of the scene of not being able to fight against a rookie. Others would express disappointment. Is he really that weak? He doesn't even use the moonlight sword. Isn't that just an unfounded rumor? Thinking about his own anguished face when fencing with someone, then recalling the pessimistic remark, or maybe he really had lost his memory. Surely that would be what people start to suspect. Looking back at the trainees here, he stepped back a little. What worried him more was not even mentioning that if he behaved too suspiciously, someone might attack him and it would be exposed that he was not the original owner. He gripped his sword tightly and schemed. If that's the case, then while reaching out with his hand, he planned. The best option was to unsettle them right from the start. He shouted, "Hey everyone, what's going on? What's the matter?" He tried to put on a serious face, The exam will only end if I die or if no candidates remain. The candidates below hesitated somewhat, trembling, afraid to look up. Not a single sound was heard since he spoke. Suddenly a hand went up. I give up. This surprised the other candidates. But then they also raised their hands to surrender. Me too, I also withdraw. Standing amid a crowd who only knew how to give up, cries rose, me too, making the Torso clan's second son begin to get flustered. Then he grit his teeth and also raised his hand in surrender. I give up. Harand and Eileen were both surprised by this scene. Are you kidding? So many candidates crowded into the competition, yet they all asked to give up. Julian covered his mouth and laughed. His cloak fluttered in the wind. Then he turned his back and left, declaring the exam ended because no candidates remained. On the surface, he smiled confidently. But inside, I was so happy I could cry. I did it, truly Julian. His terrifying nature always helps me in situations like this. He didn't forget to glance at Eileen behind him, thinking silently, so Eileen, does fear for me outweigh your hatred? But seeing her appearance, a relaxed face, suddenly strangely gentle, he turned around and only saw a flushed face that made him wonder, I can't feel anything at all. Julian hit his head as he thought, the negative color skill isn't working. There's no way a skill just suddenly stops working. If that happens, it's bad news. Eileen pressed her lips together. His recent actions stirred up memories from the past. He reminded me of Julian from the past, the one who made opponents retreat by threatening rather than actually fighting. The system notification appeared. The negative color skill can only sense negative emotions. Herand ran after him and said, Julian, stop. Heron ran up to his front and praised, you did well. Julian frowned, suddenly patted Herand Quota's shoulder. Herand was scared and confused. When Julian placed his hand on Herand Quota's shoulder, a dark negative color appeared in him. Julian just replied, it's nothing. You're the one who worked hard, feeling secretly happy, so the negative color skill still works. Suddenly Lazarus rushed out like a god, good evening, sir. And he wondered, this young man. With an apparently emotional face, wonderful. Julian didn't know who he was. He immediately introduced himself. Yes, my name is Lazareth, in charge of administrative work for Shut Eyes. It's an honor to meet you. This young man asks a lot of questions, so the rumor that you have amnesia is false. You completed the exam without having to compete against any other candidate. He thought silently that this guy is quite talkative, always boasting. Lazareth added, and I also heard that the second son of the Torso family participated in the competition, yet you still did not go easy on them. Truly Julian. This shocked Herand. He pointed at Lazarus angrily and scolded, how dare you? The man implied that the second son of the Torso family failed. Lazarus awkwardly responded, sir, I did not mean that. Heron seemed angry. By what right do you act arrogantly when you haven't finished training yet? You say that yet you still know well the relationship between the Torso family and Krifart Prasen. Julian interrupted Heron, I think you are misunderstanding something. The young man barely said, you are, then Julian continued, or maybe the Torso family themselves are misunderstanding something. Then he put on an evil face and said, Shut Eyes does not accept nobles. Both of them looked confused. Julian continued, since it is directly managed by the royal family, only commoners or nobles who have fallen from grace can join. Heron pointed at him and asked in confusion, aren't you a noble? Julian is from a long line, but I belong to a minor branch of the Krifart Prasen family, half-blood of the Krifart Prasen lineage. Therefore, I am a grown dog of the royal family, not of the Krifart Prasen. The second son of the Torso family still took the exam, knowing full well he would be eliminated in the second round. Julian put out his hand behind him and voiced his thoughts. Perhaps the Torso family wants to teach their child by giving him real experience. Or he just can't understand that calculation. There is some kind of conspiracy related to this entrance exam. When he said this, Heron's body trembled, secretly thinking, damn it, you already know. He clenched his fists, you know that this exam is a trap set by the Elder Council, and that I am one of them. But then Julian denied it. However, there's no way that's true. It's probably just a simple misunderstanding. Heron now dared not raise his face to look at him. Julian implied a threat, otherwise it would indeed be a pity. Julian returned to his castle. The servants received him. My lord, you have returned. As he entered, people greeted him. Welcome back, my lord. Two servants behind also greeted, welcome home, my lord. The maid inquired, will you have dinner? Julian answered, no need. He suddenly remembered something, turned around abruptly and reminded, oh, and don't let anyone enter my office under any circumstances. After saying that, he turned away. The maid obeyed, yes, my lord. When he stepped into the empty office, he laid the sword down. He sat on the chair, wiping sweat from his forehead, sighing in exhaustion. Then thought again about the situation at that time. From Heron's reaction earlier, it seemed the elder president had truly arranged something in this exam. Today, I was lucky to discover it, but I don't know how long this luck will last. He was confused about what to do. Sooner or later, the elder president would find out Julian's weakness. No, my weakness. and then I might be kicked out of the family. He looked at the sword on the table, and then thought about the fact that he couldn't use the moonlight sword, which made him worried. Being able to use the moonlight sword, in other words, recalling that when Julian was ruthless, he had enough strength to overpower others. If so, he grabbed the sword, covering it with that blue light. Perhaps it was worth trying. His pupils glowed bright red, looking extremely terrifying. He wondered if he should give it a try. He smiled slyly, surrounded by a very strong aura, activating the moonlight sword. He opened one eye and looked at the sword in his hand, which was still emanating inner power. The sword was spotless and shiny, the blade unusually sharp. The sword's surface glossy enough to reflect his face. He slightly frowned, just as he thought it wasn't easy to activate. Clenching the sword tightly in his hand, he remembered the ability Julian possessed, a genius swordsman, allowing him to wield the sword effortlessly. He gently transmitted internal energy into the sword, his face serious. The very moment he held the sword path, or more precisely, the trajectory the sword had to follow, became clear before his eyes. After analyzing, the system displayed the sword's capability chart. While channeling internal energy, he reminded himself, but that was still not enough. Then he recalled the renowned faces in this empire. Countless people were skilled in swordsmanship, not inferior, even superior to Julian. Just counting those famous figures alone, there were dozens, even hundreds. But the difference between them and Julian was clear, a dominant gap in their skill controlling chi or mana. That was exactly why Julian could survive despite having an extreme way of thinking. Thinking this, looking at the sword in his hand, he suddenly grew gloomy. But could he do it right now? If mana flows backward, his vital organs could be destroyed. Controlling mana was an extremely dangerous task. He broke out in a cold sweat, then regained his calm and focused on the sword in his hand. No, sooner or later he would have to prove himself. His face became serious, his eyes sharp like a blade. If the concept of mana in the game and in this world were the same, then as someone who had played that game hundreds of times, he already knew what to do. He raised the sword, trying to channel mana into it. His heart began to beat faster. He had to control the flow of mana. Mana accumulated in his heart, guiding it to the meridians, the organs that operated mana within his body. At this moment, he was struggling with great difficulty to control the amount of mana being transmitted into his body. Among the 38 meridians of demonic energy, 6 are main meridians called Great Meridians, and among them, the Great Meridian in the head area is the direct connection between the heart and the pure mana. His face had turned pale, yet he kept enduring. If only he could activate that area. Then he opened his eyes. His body was flooded with mana, filling him with uncontainable joy. His aura began to fluctuate. Holding the sword in his hand, he felt happy and self-satisfied. Now I need to transfer the mana within my body to another area. He continued to pour all his energy into the sword, his face tense as he tried to withstand the pain. The resistance was stronger than he had thought, but Julian was capable of this. The blade immediately glowed success. Seeing the glowing sword in his hand, he forced a smile. I think that's it. But then the system started to display, the moonlight sword is not yet complete. He held the sword and looked at it in his hand. It had materialized but was still very weak. Then a gem appeared on the blade. What is this? A fragment of a crescent moon. He joyfully held the sword. At least the moonlight had begun to show. On the first day at the training ground, he diligently practiced with his new sword. As soon as the sword slash was unleashed, 3 wooden figures behind were immediately beheaded. He turned his back to those wooden figures. The wood chips fell to the ground. He exhaled happily, thinking, at least I've reached the level of a knight. Standing in the training ground, looking at the chaotic pile just finished, he thought now all that was left was to perfect the moonlight sword. He began to think more thoroughly. I need someone who truly understands me. No, someone who truly understands Julian, someone whom Julian would seek out for advice. At that moment, a maid stepped forward and called out, Sir Julian. She bowed carefully, very politely, and said a guest had come to see him. He was surprised, wondering inside, a guest. Julian had such good friends. Then a handsome young man raised his hand to salute carefully. Sir Julian, greetings. Seeing the visitor, he froze, not knowing what to do. He spoke softly, Lazreth. This made the young man very happy. You still remember my name. Then he panicked. It's not because of my behavior yesterday, is it? Julian didn't know what to say, only thinking silently about how could he forget such a talkative person. In front of Julian, he didn't know whether to call him brave or foolish. Then he asked about the main issue. No, what brings you here? Hearing this, Lazarus stood at attention. Then he showed a shy expression. I received orders from the commander to verify the results of yesterday's entrance exam to the Veil Academy with you. Hearing this, he doubted, haven't you already checked the results yesterday? The young man scratched his head. Receiving the results from the judges and personally bringing them back to report was part of the procedure. Truly a useless procedure. Shut eyes really works inefficiently. Then he turned his back but left a few words behind. So the report is like this, no one passed the entrance exam. Understood, I will report to the commander immediately. Julian remained silent, saying nothing. As Lazarus was about to leave, he was called back. Wait. Lazarus turned back. Yes, he said with a face full of bottomless, sinister scheming. You said you intended to report back to the commander, right? That is correct. Then let me handle it myself. Hearing that, Lazarus was extremely startled. Sorry, sir. Sir Julian will handle it himself. Julian patted his shoulder reassuringly. That's right. Come with me to the carriage. I'll give you a ride. Hearing this, Lazareth Quote's face grew even paler. What? He trembled, clasped his hands pleadingly. Sir Julian, have I done something wrong? After speaking, he made up a reason himself. Surely it was because of yesterday. Julian sighed helplessly, silently thinking he was only pretending to be kind because he figured the boy would feel inconvenienced going back alone. Julian, you should really try to be a bit kinder. After all, now that it's come to this, I still should seek out someone to ask for advice. Thinking of the figure of Commander Shut Eyes, the Commander of Shut Eyes must know Julian very well. He was still immersed in his thoughts, and I will also take this opportunity to ensure that the Criffart Prasen family never dares to get involved in anything related to Shut Eyes. The scene shifts to a luxurious white castle shimmering with gold. Someone pushed the door open and said in panic, Commander, there's a big problem. A voice asked, what's all the noise about? If this isn't a serious matter this time, then that person panicked. Sir himself has come. Who is it? Julian Cryphartprasson. He came here personally to meet you. The hand that was writing stopped. Then that person looked up and asked. He came by himself. A deep purple gaze appeared so that Julian was the one. On the continent of Rosenda, there exist 3 great powers recognized by the entire continent. If one had to choose the strongest nation among the 3 forces, without a doubt, it would be the Adratan Empire. When sealing the demon god Barbados, the Adraton Empire took advantage of the weakness of other countries to unify the continent by force. They merged smaller nations and rose to become a powerful empire. The clearest evidence is the immense scale of the royal palace, the heart of the empire. Even Julian, a proud man, had to feel overwhelmed when he saw this royal palace. Contrasting with the magnificent scene of the royal palace was Lazarus's fearful face as he had to accompany Julian, who was known as the executioner. Since leaving the mansion until now, Julian always wore a faint smile with narrowed eyes, as if wearing a mask. It was that unchanging expression that made Lazarus shiver. An unusual premonition spread through every gesture, especially when Julian suddenly decided to personally go to the royal palace. While he had always previously entrusted the task of reporting to his servant, Julian strode arrogantly past the crowd. When people saw him, whispers and murmurs began to rise around. Someone suddenly said, what's going on? Julian himself actually appeared here. Someone wondered aloud, I heard he was injured and lost his memory, but looking at him, he doesn't seem injured at all. Someone nearby leaned close and whispered, that's probably just a silly rumor. The reactions of those around when seeing Julian were very clear. Besides caution, there was fear and even clumsy attempts to hide looks of hatred. Despite the gossip, Julian still walked on calmly, seemingly indifferent to what others said about him. A bizarre smile remained on his face. Lazarus felt uneasy inside. Julian, a supreme icon in the hierarchy of power, a figure who, despite being of a minor lineage, makes the nobility tremble, but looking at myself, an ordinary born who has been stuck as an apprentice for half a year like him. Though walking beside a prominent figure like Julian is a great honor, it simultaneously makes him feel timid and fearful. Just then, Julian suddenly spoke, pulling Lazarus out of his train of thought. The imperial palace scenery is always magnificent indeed. Lazarus was startled, quickly responded, yes, sir. Julian continued, it seems our destination is the second gate, the Gyeongui Gate. As for the first gate, the Gyeongchun Gate, it is the entrance open to all imperial subjects. Lazarus replied respectfully, yes, that's correct. He glanced at Julian, who was stating the obvious that everyone already knew. Unlike him, who had only been allowed into the palace for the past 6 months, Julian must have frequented this place as often as his own home. So why mention something everyone clearly knows? Lazarus guessed. Could it be that this is a test for me? Yesterday, in the introductory exam, Julian failed all the candidates. Not because they were weak. Among them were people even more capable than Lazarus, who had been suspended as an apprentice for 6 months. No one passing proved Julian's standards were extremely strict. Seeing that indifferent expression with my poor skills as a trainee, Lazarus thought that if he didn't guide carefully, he might even be expelled. But he completely misunderstood. Julian's words carried no challenge at all. The real reason was that in the game, the palace looked much smaller. Now he didn't even know where Shut Eye's building was located anymore. Julian was simply asking for direction. Passing through the first gate, Gyeongchun Gate, next came Gyeongui Gate. The scene that unfolded before their eyes was buildings shimmering with starlight, glowing spontaneously in broad daylight, creating a beauty that even scenic wonder seemed insufficient to describe. Julian was moved not by a usual artistic appreciation, but because he was finally able to witness firsthand what he had previously only seen through a game screen. He said with satisfaction, we've arrived. Lazarus cupped his hands in a praying gesture. Then, my lord Julian, I have passed the test, haven't I? Julian responded in confusion, what are you talking about? Lazareth, with a foolish face and dazed eyes, said, "Weren't you testing me just now?" Julian closed his eyes and clenched his jaw tightly, filled with anger. He said helplessly, "Why would I need to test you?" Lazareth was overjoyed, thinking that he had been accepted into Shut Eyes, while Julian still didn't understand what Lazarus was talking about. Lazarus happily bowed deeply, thanking him repeatedly. "Since you say so, I will take my leave now." Having said that, he bolted away as fast as his legs could carry him. While Julian was confused, not yet understanding what had just happened, a soldier stepped forward. His hands solemnly clasped behind his back. "Sir Julian, Sir Ordwin is requesting your presence." Hearing the secretary's announcement, Julian walked straight to the command office. It is an organization that serves exclusively the royal family. The members of Shut Eyes basically maintain equal standing relationships. However, there is a single person above all others as the leader, the firstborn son of the Balladeer family. That person is Ordwin Balladeer, the commander whom he was about to meet. Standing in front of the command office door, Julian knocked twice. "May I come in?" A cold voice echoed from inside, "Come in." After receiving permission, he adjusted his attire and pushed the door open. The first thing that caught his eye was a woman sitting in a chair. The woman with silver hair greeted him calmly. "Julian, hello, it's been a long time. I heard you were injured. Are you all right?" He hesitated slightly, unsure how to respond. To be honest, is this really the captain of Shut Eyes? He wasn't very interested in this organization, but this person was so small and furthermore, a woman. More accurately, she was more like a little girl. Lost in thought, she suddenly pointed her finger at Julian's face and shouted, "You're still as small as ever, is that what you mean to say?" Julian quickly waved his hand to explain, "No way, I would never say that about you." She then asked, "How is the wound? Report to me." Hearing the question, Julian clenched both hands tightly, pondering how to answer correctly. This person cannot be underestimated. I can't predict what might happen if I say something wrong. Julian pressed his lips tightly, sweat dripping heavily down his face. He thought, one wrong move and my true identity could be exposed. Better speak properly. Ordwin Balladeer is Julian's superior. Even if it's Julian himself with his commander, he would surely remain polite. Thinking this, Julian quickly bowed his head respectfully and replied, "Thank you for your concern, sir. Although the wound is not slight, it's still not enough to hinder my loyalty to the royal family." He responded more politely than usual, skillfully adding some honorifics. This should be enough to show the respect due to a superior. The captain remained silent without answering, making Julian feel a bit intimidated. Damn, it seems I handled this wrong. A moment later, she raised her hand to her chin, let out a slight grunt, then narrowed her eyes at Julian. That was definitely a look full of suspicion. Her hand slammed hard on the table, standing up, and stepped in front of Julian. "That's strange, do you always speak this way?" She held a sword, pressing the hilt tightly against Julian's chin, then questioned him. "There's something. Feels very unfamiliar." Julian noticed Ordwin's indifferent attitude, his eyes slightly narrowed, a cold gaze revealing his discomfort. "She's suspicious of me," he thought silently, sensing denial in every glance from her. Inside Julian, a smoldering fire of anger flared up, though outwardly he maintained a frighteningly calm demeanor. He cursed silently, wondering how Julian had treated his superiors all this time. To dispel suspicion, Julian suddenly reached out strongly to grasp the knife in Ordwin's hand. He leaned close to her face, wearing a sinister smile, his voice low and challenging. "Is there a problem?" But inwardly he calculated to just move forward boldly. "This villain role, I will play it thoroughly." Julian's bold action made Ordwin slightly frown, her eyes flashing with alertness. "Dare to touch my sword." Her hand quickly jerked the sword back. Without a word, Ordwin turned and walked away, her cold voice ringing out, "You rarely stop by the Shut Eyes headquarters. When you do come, you just silently watch and then leave, don't you?" She stopped, sat down on a chair, her sharp eyes staring straight at Julian. "Is that so? Then why have you suddenly become so diligent, Julian?" Hearing that, Julian gently stroked his chin, appearing calm as if nothing could shake him, but inside he was tangled in confusion. Thinking that even he, Julian, believed that at Shut Eyes people could distinguish personal from official matters. "It seems I have overrated you, Ordwin." Not letting his turmoil show, Julian approached Ordwin's desk, his voice steady. "Because of the injury, I have taken quite a long leave. This time I have come to report on that matter." Ordwin Balladeer nodded slightly, her eyes still full of suspicion. "Is that so?" Julian replied with a faint smile, "Is there a problem?" But in his heart he silently thought, very typical Julian, just need to ditch this unpleasant expression and push forward. He propped one hand on the table, leaned close to Ordwin, lowering his voice provocatively. "Even whether I come here or not, you want to control that too." Seeing his indifferent attitude, Ordwin rested her chin on her hand, her eyes sparkling with sarcastic amusement. She teased him aloud, "I heard your mind wasn't normal because of the injury, but it seems you're healthy now." But inside she thought, just returned and already daring to defy a superior, this guy is really bold. Even though Julian received a satisfying answer, his expression didn't soften. He He slightly frowned, veins bulging on his forehead, silently angry, thinking, what he says is true, but it still feels awkward. Dare to say that directly to my face, Ordwin, you're no ordinary person. Putting aside the chaotic thoughts, Ordwin grabbed the report on the table, her voice cold. Then report, in the recruitment test, did anyone qualify? Julian folded his hands behind his back and answered curtly, no one. Hearing that, Ordwin wasn't too surprised, just slightly raised an eyebrow. That was somewhat expected. You're Hayden Reich's disciple. Ordinary people probably don't catch your eye. She paused, her gaze sharpening. But I ask, is there anyone strong enough to serve as a temporary apprentice? Julian remained calm. There's no one either. Ordwin's hand froze, her gaze darkened. She nearly shouted, what, not a single person recruited? Julian forced a smile, his voice gentle yet full of sarcasm. It was indeed like that. Ordwin squinted, his tone full of suspicion. Why is it like this? Julian didn't know how to explain and simply remained silent. Seeing that he didn't respond, Ordwin grew even angrier. Slamming his hand hard on the table and standing up suddenly, why are you acting like this? This is really abnormal. You must have something wrong in your head. I've suspected it from the beginning. She pointed directly at Julian, her tone icy. Currently, Shut Eyes is short on people. Even if it's just one person, we need to supplement. Julian maintained a calm expression and replied, just because we're short of people doesn't mean recruiting useless ones is beneficial. None of the candidates this time are suitable for Shut Eyes. Ordwin almost lost control, shouting, still, just recruit and try, maybe we'll find someone useful. Julian shook his head firmly, saying, it's just a waste of time, they aren't even capable enough to be apprentices. But in his heart, he secretly thought that he had already eliminated them from the competition from the start. Seeing Julian's resolute attitude, Ordwin folded his arms and said coldly, at this rate, there's no point in talking anymore. Get out of my sight immediately. But Julian was not angry. Instead, he gave a meaningful smile and said, before you leave, I have a suggestion. Ordwin glanced at him, his eyes flaring with anger, wondering what else he intended to say. Julian thought to himself, he's truly scary, but I have to fully play this villain role. He took an envelope from his coat and placed it on Ordwin's table. During the competition, I discovered some problems in the member recruitment test and have compiled them here. Ordwin glanced at the envelope with suspicion, opened it, and picked up the paper inside to read. A problem, huh? Julian nodded calmly. Yes, I noticed the candidates lack vigilance towards Shut Eyes. Ordwin nodded slightly, thinking to himself that as long as it wasn't some worthless fools, it would be fine. She spoke up, before the exam, they need to clearly understand what kind of place they are about to join, right? Julian continued, when registering. If an incident occurs, Shut Eyes will not take responsibility. Hearing this, the corner of her mouth twitched slightly as she sneered. Sounds like you intend to assault someone with murderous intent, don't you, Julian? Julian nodded slightly, smiling in a strange way that made Ordwin even more suspicious. She tapped her fingers on the report, thinking to herself that this attitude was truly odd. Julian, the person behind the high rank just below me, has never interfered with internal regulations like this before. After a moment of thought, Ordwin rested her chin on her hand and asked, could it be that you're not recruiting anyone for that reason, afraid the candidates might get hurt, then you'd have to take responsibility? Julian smiled confidently. Yes, moreover, talents who pass a flawed test are useless. We are an agency under the royal family. We cannot allow anyone to tarnish that noble reputation. Seeing Julian begin to lecture, Ordwin immediately raised her hand to stop him. Got it, got it. Whenever it involves the royal family, you always get so talkative. She sighed and continued, for now, I will submit this proposal to the council, but I can't guarantee it will be approved. Julian clasped his hands behind his back, smiling politely. Thank you, Captain Ordwin. He turned his back and walked away, but after just a few steps, Ordwin suddenly called out, wait. Julian stopped, turned his head to look at her, and there was a letter from the royal secretary's office sent to your workspace. Go check it. Ordwin said calmly, but her eyes remained sharp. Julian nodded and gave a faint smile. Understood, Captain. After Julian left, Ordwin sat silently in the room. Holding the report, she muttered, if something goes wrong, Shut Eyes won't take responsibility. Meaning even if someone dies during the inspection, the royal family will still provide protection, right? She frowned, thinking to herself that the nature of the test hadn't changed. From the start, only nobles in decline or politically neutral commoners were allowed to participate in Shut Eyes. They have no influence and are easily ignored when it comes to discontent. Julian certainly understood this well. So what is the real purpose of this proposal? Suddenly, a thought flashed through Ordwin's mind. He realized the Elder Council and the Torso clan were scheming during the inspection. This proposal is a message. We know what you've done, and if it happens again, we won't let it slide. She chuckled, muttering, daring Julian to challenge the Elder Council like this. Ordwin called out loudly, "Is anyone out there?" A servant immediately stepped in and raised his hand in salute. "You called for me, Captain." She handed the report Julian gave her to the servant. "Deliver this to the Parliamentary Council." The servant accepted it and replied, "Yes, understood." Once alone, Ordwin sighed, her gaze thoughtful. After just one severe injury, Julian changed as if he were a different person. From being the royal family's loyal dog, he now started to break free from his chains, having his own ego. A flood of questions swirled in her mind. What was he plotting? She muttered, feeling exhausted. From now on, she must pay closer attention to him. Along the stone-paved path leading to the office in his secret headquarters, Julian strolled leisurely, pride swelling inside as he finally set foot in his own office at Shut Eyes, a mysterious organization that never stayed fixed in one place. Normally, Shut Eyes never assigned private offices to any member. They were like ghosts, always on the move, constantly changing. So if such a secretive organization reserved a room exclusively for someone, it had to be so luxurious as to astonish. Julian smiled softly, imagining the splendor awaiting behind the intricately carved wooden door. He reached out and gently pushed the door open, stepping inside. Immediately, an overwhelming scene of luxury struck his eyes. Gorgeous outfits embroidered with shimmering gold thread hung neatly on a glossy black ebony rack. Bizarre decorative items, from golden animal head statues to a crystal chandelier sparkling with an eerie purple light, making the room look like a strange museum of ostentation. Julian glanced around the room, silently lamenting all luxury, but none of it had anything to do with work. He shook his head, comparing this room with his own house, which was already luxurious, yet still far from the excessive ostentation here. This guy is definitely crazy. Julian muttered to himself about being in this body. Every item was expensive but hideously ugly. His taste was truly a disaster. Stepping deeper inside, Julian furrowed his brow slightly. The room was overflowing with stuff, from shimmering silk rolls to marble statues piled up carelessly. Carelessly, he stumbled over something, probably an antique porcelain vase that rolled across the floor. Damn it, Julian cursed silently. What kind of mess is this again? If you don't take care of things, why buy them? Always leaving stuff scattered everywhere. He sighed, realizing that he, or rather Julian in this body, seemed to suffer from an uncontrollable shopping addiction. Suddenly, feeling someone standing outside the door, Julian looked up. "Come in," he said calmly but with authority. The door quietly opened and Lazarus, a young apprentice, entered with a respectful demeanor. He raised his hand in greeting, speaking clearly, "Greetings, sir. I have come to deliver royal correspondence." Having finished speaking, Lazarus stepped forward, holding a letter sealed with red wax in both hands, respectfully handing it to Julian. Julian took the letter, glancing briefly at the glittering royal seal. This must be the letter the captain mentioned, he thought silently. Lazarus stood by, ready to ask permission to leave. "If there is nothing else, sir, may I be excused?" But before he could finish speaking, Julian interrupted, his tone somewhat mischievous. "Wait a moment." He pointed at the messy pile in front of them, stone statues, gold-framed paintings, and a few other strange pieces of furniture. "Take my carriage, load all of this onto it, and take it away. It probably is that heavy." Lazareth froze, his eyes wide as he looked at the scattered mess. "All of this? Are you serious?" He swallowed hard, his expression clearly showing confusion. Julian nodded, a faint smile on his lips. "Exactly." Looking at the chaos before him, Lazarus frowned slightly, pressing his lips together as if holding back a sigh. "He's giving me busy work again," he thought to himself, inwardly resolving that he probably wouldn't last long in this intern position. Ha. Nonetheless, maintaining a professional attitude, Lazarus quickly replied, "Understood, I'll move them right away." He set about the task, trying to appear cheerful, but Julian immediately noticed the reluctant look in his eyes. He was making that strange face again. Julian chuckled to himself, watching Lazarus struggle with a heavy carved wooden bed. Suddenly, Lazarus let out a grunt. His foot caught on something, probably a wooden box inlaid with jade, and his whole body wobbled as he fell forward to the floor, creating a loud crashing noise. Fortunately, the mirror remained intact. Julian watched the scene, unable to hold back his laughter, teasingly saying, "Oh dear, you really are a handful, Lazarus." Lazareth hurriedly stood up, still clutching a sword, perhaps ready to accept punishment. I'm sorry, I can't believe I fell," he stammered, his face pale with fear. But Julian just waved his hand calmly and said, "It's okay, I was going to throw them away anyway, so there's no need to make a big deal out of it, Lazarus." Julian noticed the trainee's terrified expression and thought to himself that he must be really scared. He decided to joke a little and leaned close to Lazareth, whispering playfully, "If you die here, cleaning up will be a real hassle. Come on, continue moving the items." Hearing this half-joking remark, Lazarus turned pale and stammered, yes, sir." Observing Lazarus's panicked attitude, Julian smiled inwardly. Being inside Julian's body, it was understandable why people were afraid. He decided to let Lazarus continue the work while he sat down on a red velvet-upholstered chair and opened the letter to read. Outside the letter was a bright red wax seal bearing the royal insignia. just like in the game he once played. Inside, elegant handwritten lines clearly read, "Sent to Julian of the Criffart family, officer of Shut Eyes." Julian skimmed through it and breathed a sigh of relief, thankful that he could read the language of this empire. In summary, the letter requested that he return to work if he had recovered. "Is that all?" Julian muttered, lightly rubbing his chin as if wanting to exploit himself. It's just phrased more tactfully. Even so, he did not feel disheartened. This was an opportunity to gain real combat experience, especially since he still hadn't found any clue about the legendary Moonlight Sword. Focusing on reading the rest, Julian thought to himself, this time the mission is to restore a resonant stone. Just like in the game, after the demon Lord Barbados was defeated, his remnants created demons, parasitic creatures, or self-formed beings, specialized in attacking humanity. The Resonant Stone, a legacy of ancient mages, is the only tool to control them. He frowned, wondering how they managed to craft mana stones. "I'm not a mage, so probably this mission is to protect the mage who is restoring the stone. Even knowing this mission carries risks, facing demons is no joke, but I have no reason to refuse. If completed well, the rumors and suspicions about me lately will subside," he silently vowed. "It's just that I don't know who the mage I have to protect this time is. Handling the Resonant Stone requires a skilled mage. Hopefully that person is trustworthy." Scene shifts to the Adratan Palace of the Empire. In the lush courtyard of the Adratan Palace, a clear voice rings out, tinged with discontent. "Why do I still have to write dissertations even though I'm already a professor? Always having to prove her own ability, such is the life of a mage." That was Eileen Donashan, the Empire's youngest professor, strolling leisurely. As she walked, she used magic to levitate several spellbooks around her, creating a mesmerizing dance of light. Suddenly, a hand gently touched her shoulder, making her start and turn around. An almost high-pitched voice. In front of her stood Diana, her longtime close friend, wearing a bright smile. "What brings you to the palace?" Diana replied immediately. "Eileen, it's been too long. Are you well? It's harder to meet you than to reach the skis, youngest professor." Flattered, Eileen scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. "Haha, no need to exaggerate," Diana continued excitedly. "Are you free? I'm planning to go to a tea party. Let's go together." Eileen sighed quietly, her delicate brows knitting together. "I wish I could, but I still have to write my thesis." Diana nodded teasingly, still as diligent as ever. "Ah, you look like you did back when you were a student. Nothing's changed." Seeing Eileen's unhappy expression, Diana asked immediately, "What's wrong?" Then she pointed towards the distance, where a luxurious carriage was stopping. "That's Viscount Julian's carriage, isn't it?" Eileen turned her head, her gaze passing over the carriage bearing the Prasen crest, symbol of the Criffart family's branch house. "It's definitely his carriage," she thought silently, a complex feeling rising inside her. Diana leaned in close and whispered, "I heard he was close to death, but now he's back. What a stubborn guy." Eileen nodded, her voice irritated. "That's right." Diana whispered again, her voice mischievous. "Hey, don't tell me you still have feelings for him." Eileen blushed and waved her hands hurriedly. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Diana laughed loudly. "Haha, little Eileen used to be so adorable. Back then you even called Julian out to the royal peach tree by the hill behind Veal Academy to confess, didn't you? Rumor has it that confessing under that tree never leads to rejection." Reminded of the past, Eileen shyly shouted, "Come on, let's check the thesis together, secret lover." Diana glanced toward Julian's carriage and casually said, "I thought you were busy, Professor." Eileen forced a smile. Suddenly I remembered I'm free too. "Haha," Diana kept teasing, "you don't have to be so shy. Back then who didn't like Senior Julian, but surely you were the one who liked him the most." She patted Eileen's shoulder, her voice softening. "Thank you for reminding me of the old days." Eileen thought to herself, her heart heavy. Diana was right. Julian back then was completely different from now. Since returning from the Northern Front and joining Shut Eyes, he had become a different person. Diana pulled Eileen back to reality. "Why not go say hi to him?" Eileen gave a wry smile, her tone tinged with bitterness. "Liking the past doesn't mean I still like him. Moreover, I don't intend to see him again anytime soon." Diana was curious why that. Eileen snapped her fingers, producing a dazzling halo of light. "I won't be staying at the palace for a while." Diana's eyes widened as she looked at the sparkling letter in Eileen's hand. "Oh my god, that's a royal letter, right?" Eileen nodded yes. "They assigned me the task of restoring a resonant stone." When Julian's magnificent carriage rolled forward, the kingdom's guards began whispering, their curious eyes fixed on the procession. A large soldier with a voice as deep as stone spoke up. "With a whole team of knights escorting them, this must be a very important figure." Another more agile-looking soldier nodded in agreement, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "That's right, even the prestigious Green Lion Cavalry is accompanying them." Rumor has it that Lord Julian Cryphartprason of Shut Eyes will personally participate in this mission. Upon hearing the name Shut Eyes, the first soldier startled, his voice trembling with a hint of panic. "What? But isn't he?" The man beside him hastily interrupted with a confident expression. "Yeah, he has amnesia due to severe injuries, but that's probably just a rumor spread by jealous folks. Surviving such a deadly situation, how could he be ordinary?" The other soldier frowned skeptically. Ah, I was starting to doubt it too. People like him smile as if they are stabbed without bleeding. What kind of injury could be that serious? Julian sat on his horse, composed yet sharp, silently listening to the conversations. A mysterious smile briefly flashing on his lips. Inwardly, he thought that choosing to join this mission was the right decision. Public opinion was leaning in his favor. Everything was going in the right direction. Suddenly, from afar, two figures approached with strong momentum. A tall man with shimmering blonde hair spoke in a resonant voice. "Sir Julian, thank you for coming. I am Fern, a member of the Blue Lion Knights." The person beside him, with a calmer demeanor, continued, "And I am Heinrich, honored to meet you." After the introductions, Julian nodded slightly, his eyes sharp yet his tone gentle. "You and the Blue Lion team have worked hard. Would you escort the mages safely to Jullin?" Finishing his words, Julian smiled enigmatically, causing both Fern and Heinrich to momentarily feel unsettled. He thought to himself, who knows what might happen? If a giant demon suddenly appeared, would I be afraid? Fern and Heinrich replied in unison, leave it to us." Fern then looked at Julian with a probing gaze. "Sir Julian, would you like to ride in a carriage to Jullin for comfort?" Heinrich immediately jumped in. "Exactly, leave the escorting to the Blue Lion team. You just need to relax." Julian raised an eyebrow slightly, the smile on his lips unchanged, but inner waves stirred. This offer sounded considerate, but it didn't seem entirely out of kindness toward me. The Blue Lion team is an elite unit of the Empire, mostly composed of high-ranking nobles. Unlike Shut Eyes, where people like me are just a fringe branch, they don't want someone like me to surpass the genuine nobles, do they? He stroking his chin lightly, eyes glinting with cunning. Usually in novels, anyone who transmigrates lives brilliant and glorious lives. But I, a villain trapped in this chaotic mess. Sitting on horseback is truly more comfortable compared to the battle of words. Finally, Julian spoke up, his tone calm but full of authority. "Then it's decided." Fern and Heinrich sighed in relief and exchanged relieved looks. Heinrich nodded. "Understood, I will inform Lord Eileen when she arrives." Hearing the name Eileen, Julian's expression suddenly darkened. He repeated in a low voice, "Who?" From afar, a graceful figure approached. Her long hair flowing in the wind, she waved and spoke with a clear, bell-like voice. "The weather is beautiful today, isn't it? I am Eileen Donashan, responsible for resonant stone repairs today." Eileen eyes swept over Julian, and when their eyes met, the atmosphere seemed to freeze. Her face slightly furrowed. Julian then stammered awkwardly, "My lord, about the carriage ride, can we perhaps let that go?" Fern was surprised and wide-eyed. "Huh." Eileen stood there, her expression turning displeased. She thought silently, why is Julian here? Wait, isn't he usually trying to avoid me? Julian scratched his head nervously from the other side, filled with unease. She really is an enigma. It feels impossible to guess what she's thinking. It's really uncomfortable. The two Blue Lion Knights gaped, thinking, what's going on? Why the sudden change of mind? Is he asserting his authority? Fern gritted her teeth, a rising sense of discomfort welling up inside. Could it be that Julian has guessed our plan and wants to stay to supervise the mission to reaffirm his position? Just as predicted, he is the type of person who survives in a chaotic royal palace without relying on anyone. But after all, he is only a branch. That's too arrogant. Julian was leisurely riding his horse when he suddenly felt sharp, cold stares like knives piercing his back. He thought silently, nobody told me that the mage who needed escorting was Eileen. It feels like being trapped. Turning to Eileen, she gently lifted the carriage curtain, her sharp eyes fixed on Julian. Inside, she growled, I'm not comfortable either. Given the situation, the mission must be completed as quickly as possible, neatly and decisively. Don't let us run into Julian again. The escort team immediately accelerated, crossing winding roads to reach Jullin. After a long journey, they finally set foot at their destination. Julian was still on horseback, glancing around, thinking, so this is where the resonant stones are placed. Smaller than I thought, traveling all the way from the capital here, and no one gave a proper welcome. Suddenly, a servant hurriedly passed by carrying a bulky box. He glanced at the group and said hastily, are you the people who came from the capital? Julian nodded yes. The servant smiled warmly, welcoming them. Thank you all for making the journey here. I will lead you to the place where the resonant stones are kept right away. At an ancient clock tower in Jullin, countless resonant stones floated in the air, emitting an enchanting light. Around, the mana-resonant stone containers and mana conduction barrels were neatly arranged. Someone shouted, the resonant stone barrels go this way, the mana conduction barrels are on the other side. After observing the situation, Eileen confidently pointed and said, let me handle this, I am very sensitive to mana. The servant nodded respectfully. Mage, do you want to inspect the area that needs repair? Eileen nodded lightly. Yes, sorry to trouble you. After a while of moving, they went deeper into the clock tower where the damaged resonant stone was placed. Seeing its poor condition, Eileen sighed, oh my. This amount of damage can't be fixed with just repairs. I think a large part needs to be replaced. The servant was surprised. Replace it. Eileen smiled, her voice gentle yet full of confidence. Yes, during the replacement, the barrier will temporarily disappear, but don't worry, it won't take long. Upon hearing this, the servant's face brightened. We thank you, mage. Eileen touched the stone, silently thinking that all preparations were complete. Now all that was left was to inform Julian that the barrier would temporarily lose its effect. But I really don't want to see his face at all. Oh well, let's just treat this as work, Eileen. After all, you are a mage. She stepped outside and walked toward Julian, who was standing pensively. Eileen took a deep breath and spoke. Lord Julian, I have something to tell you. Before she could finish, Julian swiftly glanced away like the wind, as if avoiding something terrifying. Eileen was stunned, her face darkening. She thought to herself, what's going on? Is he avoiding me? Surely I'm not imagining things. Could it be that he knows I have feelings for him? No, that can't be. Frustrated, Eileen hurriedly chased after him, shouting, Lord Julian, I'm talking about something important. She quickened her pace and grabbed Julian's cloak, her voice angry. Hey, why do you keep avoiding me? Julian turned around, forcing a smile. Avoiding you when? It's just that you keep trailing after me. Eileen clenched her teeth in anger and shouted, what? She thought to herself, what's wrong with this guy, acting as if I'm the one pestering him. Just then, Julian's gaze suddenly changed, becoming cold and sharp. Before them, a few eerie figures emerged from the void, their malevolent aura spreading. Eileen screamed, demons. Julian was startled. Demons. Eileen angrily struck Julian on the head. I already told you the barrier has temporarily lost its power, so demons can appear. If you hadn't been avoiding me, I would have explained this clearly. Suddenly, a pitiful scream echoed. Heinrich was caught off guard by a demon's blow and was thrown forcefully against the wall behind Julian, groaning in pain. Julian turned around, his sharp eyes fixed on the demon. The deadly aura emanating from it sent chills down his spine. A thought flashed through his mind. This is a second-tier demon, more dangerous than I thought. Looking at the hideous demon before him, Julian thought, his heart pounding. This is neither a hornless devil nor a stationary demon. A two-horned demon, truly an unexpected variable beyond prediction. The appearance of the monster made Eileen panic and run over, her voice trembling. What the hell is happening? Julian immediately shouted, his tone sharp and cold. Stop, it's very dangerous. Looking at the fierce two-horned demon before her, she trembled slightly, her eyes wide with terror. A second-level demon? Why is there such a powerful demon here? The spells I know can't be used for combat now, and the resonant stone can't be activated yet. The second-level demon roared, its eerie scream tearing through the space, signaling the small demons around it to attack. Receiving the order, the small demons rushed forward like moths to a flame, aiming straight at Eileen group. A demon leapt at her, sharp claws glinting in the darkness. At that very moment, Julian dashed forward like lightning, standing in front of Eileen. The sword in his hand swung up, delivering a powerful slash that split the demon in two, making it collapse to the ground. He turned back, his sharp gaze fixed on Eileen. Get a grip, you're already panicking over this. How embarrassing, I'll handle this side. And you do your job. Eileen blinked in confusion, repeating my job. Julian pointed toward the resonance stone, his voice deep but commanding. Fix the resonance stone immediately. My mission is to protect you. Then he gave a teasing smile. Or have you been so scared that you forgot what you need to do? Hearing this, Eileen face flushed red, both embarrassed and angry. She turned her back and walked away, not forgetting to shout loudly, I'll finish fixing it in 7 minutes. Be careful, Julian. She added awkwardly, her voice gradually fading. Don't get hurt, I don't have magic to heal. Julian nodded slightly, a confident smile on his lips. Rest assured, I'm not easily hurt. Then he turned back to face the two-horned demon growling ahead. His hand gripping the sword hilt tightly. Julian thought to himself that he sounded tough. But in reality, he was scared to death. He hadn't expected that his very first real battle would be against a two-horned demon. Too many eyes were watching. If he ran away, the rumor would spread everywhere. And he would immediately be suspected. If I really am Julian. Suddenly from afar came the sound of rapid footsteps. Fern led the Green Lion Knight squad, shouting loudly, Wait, the Green Lion Knights will eliminate this demon. The whole team immediately charged forward, swords and shields sparkling under the dim light. After a series of well-coordinated attacks, they stepped back, leaving the demon growling in fury behind. Fern wiped sweat from his brow, thinking to himself that as long as they coordinate well, this two-horned demon is nothing. He turned to Julian with a mocking smile. Ha ha, afraid of the two-horned demon? That doesn't seem like you at all, Julian. Hearing the provocation, Julian just gave a faint smile, thinking to himself that it was true. But just then Fern's expression changed, his voice trembling. Could it be that you're laughing? Julian looked up, his eyes burning like flames, his face cold but exuding overwhelming aura. Inside, he roared, right now I am Julian. In this life-or-death situation, if I truly am Julian. Before he could think further, the demon snapped its fingers. A mysterious blue flame summoned around Julian. He stood there, still lost in thought. If it were Julian, he would surely be smiling, enjoying this moment. Suddenly, a system notification sounded in his mind. the innate swordsman talent activated. Julian rushed forward as fast as a whirlwind, swinging the sword repeatedly, striking straight at the demon. Each slash was precise, leaving deep wounds on the monster's body. Fern witnessed the astonishing scene and exclaimed, "Was it just one strike that caused such devastating damage? Unbelievable." Julian smiled, thinking silently, "Good, it's working." He kept moving continuously, changing positions, launching relentless attacks. The more he fought, the more excited his expression became, as if he was immersing himself in the battle. But then the demon's eyes suddenly glowed red, staring straight at Julian. When that gaze met his, Julian froze, heart pounding. Damn it. The monster swung its arm, delivering a powerful blow, sending Julian flying far away. He slammed hard onto the ground, blood spurting from his mouth, pain spreading throughout his body. Julian clutched his wounds, thinking silently, the pain is so intense that he can't even breathe. Even a worm struggles when stepped on, let alone me. Before he could gather himself, the demon roared, swinging its sword in a terrifying strike that sent earth and stones flying everywhere. Dust obscured the vision. A guard shouted, his voice trembling, unable to believe it. Even Sir Julian was hit. Fern stood beside him with a triumphant smile, thinking to himself, how could someone like him fight a two-horned demon? Now it's my turn to command. But at that moment, another soldier yelled loudly, look. The shout caught Fern's attention. He turned his head, and through the thick smoke, a figure gradually appeared. Julian gripped his sword tightly, emitting a brilliant light as he stood tall and firm. A stunned soldier exclaimed, that blue light is the moonlight sword. Julian's eyes burned red like fire as he stared straight at the demon. An announcement from the system sounded, moonlight sword activation incomplete. He grasped the sword's hilt tightly, his aura exploding, ready for the next strike like an unyielding war god on the line between life and death. Julian felt the rushing power from the sword, murmuring inwardly, although it's only a quarter of the original strength, this much is enough to gain an advantage, right? Immediately, he raised the sword high and swung a sharp slash at the charging monster. Suddenly, his expression became crazed with excitement. The monster's eyes flashed, showing signs of resistance, but Julian still forcefully delivered another strike. He muttered, the movements are still clumsy, but the attack is extremely sharp. However, I've seen it all because I am Julian. He activated a special skill, thorough understanding. Facing the monster's continuous attacks, Julian remained unshaken, only gently smiling. With his flexible body, he easily dodged the attacks just now. Deep in his eyes, the symbol of thorough skill flashed. Thanks to that, Julian avoided all the attacks, causing the guards outside to clench their fists and shout loudly. How did he dodge them all? Fern frowned and murmured, is that Julian? Scene shifts elsewhere. The cracks on the resonating stone are gradually being repaired. Eileen looked at the summoning magic circles before her and said, understood. Clench your fist. Look down and shout loudly. The barrier has been restored. Hearing that, the monster roared angrily. What? Damn it, I was careless. Its fiery red eyes immediately widened. But at that moment, Julian had already rushed forward. With terrifying speed, he closed in on the monster, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Seeing this aura, Fern could only gape in astonishment, and the guards were no exception. Immediately after, Julian unleashed a sweet sword stroke, cleaving the monster in two. After finishing off the monster, he gently sheathed his sword and walked away calmly. Passing by the guards who were whispering and gossiping, he murmured, so it really works. Feeling the fearful gazes from those around him, he thought silently, this atmosphere makes sense. After all, Julian is a villain. It's natural for people to fear this overwhelming power. From afar, a voice called out, Lord Julian. He stopped, wondering, yes, what is it? A soldier hurried over, grasped his hand tightly and said, thank you, sir, we thought we were all going to die. Immediately after, the soldiers around shouted in unison, truly befitting Lord Julian. Hearing this, Julian muttered inwardly, unexpectedly true. Fern praised him, well done, my Lord Julian. Seeing Fern's fearful eyes contrasting with his own calm face, Julian spoke up. Fern, could you report the situation back to me? I'm not very familiar with these matters. Fern nodded slightly. Yes, my lord. Watching Julian's back as he left, Fern muttered, completely different, truly distinct. Compared to those nobles, he was on a whole other level. Defeating a two-horned demon and still remaining calm as if nothing happened. He wasn't like a mere human. Immediately after, Julian approached a cool blue pond. He plopped down onto the ground and sighed deeply. Wiping sweat from his forehead out of fear, he muttered, my life just now really hung by a thread. Inside him, he clearly felt hatred, fear, and despair when facing the demon. The battle was far more brutal than I had imagined. The sensation of slashing through a demon. Could it be that Julian always treats situations like this as everyday occurrences? Looking down at the clear pond, he saw his reflection and muttered, when the body changes, the mind slowly follows. He lightly tapped his head, wondering just how great the power of life truly is. Immediately, he summoned the system. The system panel appeared, displaying detailed special skills. A unique rank combining Li Shihoo test knowledge with Julian's experience. This skill grants superior observation ability, easily detecting the target's weaknesses, sensing the opponent's emotions more clearly, and dealing additional damage to enemies who are fearful. Looking at the system table, Julian muttered that the combined sources of power had created a skill that can see through weaknesses. With this skill, I can also dispel the doubts of everyone around me. The problem now is that the Moonlight Sword is still incomplete. He drew the sword from its sheath, observed it attentively, and muttered, I still have to carve a groove to channel energy into it. To activate the Moonlight Sword, I have to concentrate a large amount of mana all at once. Both the power and stability cannot yet compare to the completed version. It needs to be more stable. He took out a cloth and polished the sword until it was as shiny as a mirror. Seeing his reflection on the blade, he muttered that he just came up with quite a good idea. Cut to the meeting of the Noble Elder Council. The elders were sitting in the room when the door suddenly swung open. A young man in blue walked in. The meeting chair seated in the center spoke. Sit down. Heron nodded slightly. Yes, he sat down with his body trembling from fear. The leader asked, Are you saying Julian has discovered our plan? Hearing this, Heron shuddered violently, pressed his lips tightly, and was speechless. After a moment of silence, Heron stammered, Yes. It seems so. Even as he spoke, his body still trembled with fear. Oren replied coldly, I have always known your incompetence would sooner or later bring disaster. If it weren't for your bloodline from the Hyun family then. Seeing this, Heron immediately stood up, bowed his head in salute, and said, I apologize, Lord Oren. Upon hearing this, the other elders began to murmur among themselves. One spoke up, recently, Shut Eyes has been acting very strangely. They just submitted a proposal to the Royal Library. Another elder continued, the content of the proposal states that from now on, when Shut Eyes holds examinations, the instructors will no longer be held accountable. Someone else added, even if there are casualties, they will be declared innocent under the Empire's name. Hearing this, Oren slightly furrowed his brow. Suddenly, a man clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table, shouting loudly, Isn't this exactly Julian's intent? The other elders immediately nodded in agreement. That's right, that royal dog, who does he think he's warning? Another person spoke up, but Lord Oren, perhaps this is an opportunity for us. Oren wondered aloud, an opportunity. He turned to ask Lord Aiden, What do you mean? Aiden answered with a smug smile. Up until now, Julian has always acted under the Empire's orders. But now he has started to think and act according to his own will, meaning he has become a variable. This could even be more useful than sending him to the northern frontline. We can find ways to better exploit him. So for now, let's just observe him first. Hearing these words, another elder immediately pointed at Aiden and shouted, meaning that the bastard can do whatever he wants. Aiden smiled and replied, That's indeed the case. Everyone just wait a little longer. The scene shifts to Julian's residence, where he was lost in thought. This mission only lasted a few days, but perhaps because he had used too much mana, he felt exhausted. However, looking at the orchids in front of him, his mood became noticeably happier. He muttered that despite everything, being able to admire a room decorated exactly to his taste brought an unusual peace to his heart. Orchids, even with Julian's strange body, still brought tranquility. He smiled, thinking to himself that he gained more than expected from this mission. Not only enough to completely erase the long-standing bad rumors, but even. At this point, he opened a reward box from the recent mission. Looking at the sparkling, colorful crystals, he muttered. Perhaps he had found a way to perfect the Moonlight Sword. These gemstones gave him an idea. He recalled after seeing the resonant stone. He thought of a hypothesis. In the world of the current Demon King, everything can contain mana, especially gemstones produced by the Empire with the highest mana conduction and capacity. That is why resonant stones are refined so well. Holding a gemstone in his hand, he muttered, based on the principle of transmitting energy into the resonant stone. He thought of a way to use gemstones as a medium between his body and the sword. If I can find the right gem to channel mana, of course, it must resonate well with my mana, so I have to find that one unique gemstone no matter what. After a while of testing, but still unable to find the suitable stone, he sighed, thinking too much. Is it time to eat already? He spoke up, Butler, come in. Lazarus entered from outside, giving a military-style salute and respectfully said, Sir Julian, summoned by order, I am here. Seeing Lazarus, Julian muttered inwardly, Lazarus again, this guy shows up once more. Lazarus continued, the commander requests you come directly to the Royal Library to report on the mission. Julian wondered directly. Lazarus nodded, yes, that is correct. Julian stood up from his chair and said, then please help return these gemstones to the vault. He muttered inwardly, looks like finishing the Moonlight Sword will have to wait. The Royal Library, they care about my condition enough to summon me, huh? Suspicion about my memory loss has not yet been completely lifted. As he was about to open the door and leave, Lazarus called after him, Sir Julian. Julian turned around. Is there something else? Lazarus presented the damaged stones and asked, what should be done with these broken stones? Julian promptly replied, just throw them away. Lazarus nodded slightly, yes, sir. But inwardly he lamented, my God, such precious materials being thrown away is truly wasteful. After some traveling, Julian arrived at the Royal Library. As he walked, he glanced around, thinking to himself that this place was vastly different from the Shut Eyes headquarters. It was astonishingly luxurious. Approaching a butler, he spoke up, I am Julian from Shut Eyes. I've come to see Seddon of the library. The butler replied immediately, Lord Seddon is currently in a meeting with a foreign guest. Please wait in the lounge. Julian nodded, all right. As he proceeded to the lounge, he muttered to himself, someone arrived before me, surely a person of higher status than Julian in this empire. Opening the door and stepping inside, he was amazed by the splendid and lavish scene. He thought to himself, so this is the game's lounge, I've never seen this place before. Truly magnificent. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a sword lying on a long chair. He wondered why a sword would be placed here like this. On impulse, he picked it up. Examining it for a moment, he muttered, it does not fit this elegant room at all. Though rough, just by looking, one can tell its owner possesses exceptional skill. The blade's body is powerful, reflecting an indomitable spirit. The inscriptions don't even mention. Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Step away from that sword immediately, you traitor. Hearing the voice, Julian thought to himself, without turning around, I already know who that is. The person continued, that sword is a gift from my master. Before Julian appeared a noble young lady from the esteemed knightly Rondable family of the Empire. She was one of Heidenreich's most outstanding prodigies. In the game, she was killed by Julian himself. She is Lynn Rondable, Heidenreich's unique lion disciple. He muttered to himself, perhaps she would be the key to escaping this game world. Lynn Rondable, a noble young lady from the prestigious knightly Rondable family of the Empire, and at the same time, one of Heidenreich's most outstanding disciples. She possesses exceptional talent enough to one day surpass even Julian. Not only talented, Lynn also stood out with her magnificent beauty. Among players, Lynn's wedding dress always topped the polls for popularity. Though now he was Julian, no longer Shihu Li, he still couldn't help but admire her. At this moment, Lynn slightly frowned and spoke, what do you intend to do with my master's sword? A system panel appeared, displaying negative emotions in hateful colors. Seeing Lynn, Julian smiled and explained, I just want to admire it. He muttered inside, maybe I should tease her a bit to extract more information. He spoke teasingly, I didn't expect someone like you to leave a sword lying around so carelessly. Lynn took the sword calmly and replied, ha ha, don't you realize this is my master's sword, not some adventurer's sword to be carried recklessly across the imperial palace like you. Receiving the exact answer he wanted, Julian thought to himself, she has gone in. Just as I predicted, Lynn is an extremely diligent and upright person. Taking advantage of the opportunity, he suddenly asked, the guest who arrived before me must be the Holy Master Heidenreich, right? Lynn frowned, replying coldly, what does that have to do with you? Julian smiled wryly, I'm just curious, after all, he was once my master. He continued to think, clearly she has negative feelings towards Julian, but I want to see how negative they really are. Hearing this, Lynn tightened her grip on her sword and angrily shouted, what did you just say? How dare you mention my master like that? The system immediately sent a notification, indicating a negative, angry tone. Seeing this reaction, Julian frowned slightly, muttering, just as expected, I can feel intense anger. I deliberately teased her, but now I want to apologize on Julian's behalf. Suddenly, someone opened the door and stepped into the waiting room. Speaking up, Miss Lynn, please come to the secretary's office. Lynn immediately turned and said, then goodbye, Julian. After a few steps, she turned back, pointed her finger at him, and declared, I hope we never meet again. The butler suddenly spoke up, they also called for you, Mr. Julian. Hearing this, Lynn blushed deeply with embarrassment, wishing she could find a hole to crawl into. Sensing her embarrassment, Julian murmured, just act cool as Julian, maybe I'll soon meet that master. He said cheerfully, don't be so cold to me, Lynn, after all, we once had the same master. Lynn turned angrily and replied, but not anymore. Never mention my master again. Having said that, she turned away and left. Julian was lost in thought, preparing to meet his favorite character in the form of the one who betrayed that person. This feeling was both glad and worried, hard to describe. At the Empire's secretary office, the butler spoke up, greetings, Miss Lynn, Lord Julian. We heard that Lord Julian defeated the two-horned demon by himself. Julian smiled and replied, haha, that was just enough to warm me up. Lynn immediately interrupted, asking, may I ask, where is my master? Julian thought silently, I'm curious about that too. The butler answered, Lord Heidenreich left after assigning the task to you. Lynn was furious. What? The butler continued, and I think you should cooperate with Lord Julian. Lynn immediately objected us. Why should I go with this traitor? The butler explained, Lord Heidenreich requested someone be assigned to accompany you because this mission could be dangerous and Lord Julian is here. Julian could only cry silently. Heidenreich, what are you doing? Lynn beside him trembled with anger at having to work with him. The butler continued, investigate the slum area in the capital. Julian murmured, the slums, why should we care about such a destitute place? The butler explained that based on several sources, demons have appeared in that area. The people from the slums do not want the royal family to intervene directly. That is why the two of you are suitable for this mission. You have connections to the royal family but are not actually royal because you belong to Shut Eyes and the Night Academy. Julian thought silently, the slums, remnants of nations conquered by the Empire through force, where people from various countries rejected by the Empire have gathered. They dislike the royal family, so they turn to Shut Eyes, an organization considered neutral. This makes perfect sense. He continued thinking, if Lin dominates me in this mission, she will easily achieve the title of Sword Saint. Going with Lin is not beneficial for me, but as the royal family's hound, I cannot refuse. He stroked his chin and smiled. I understand. I accept this mission. Lin shouted angrily, what? I refuse. Julian muttered, oh God, if only I could refuse too. The butler added, Miss Lin, your master personally requested that you accept this mission. Lin trembled slightly in anger. Julian turned and smiled. Are you planning to go against his wishes? Lin frowned, pondered for a moment, then said, I understand. Looking at her, Julian muttered, a knight bearing the title of Heidenreich's disciple. In this mission, she will definitely oversee this traitor. But the problem is that right now I don't have the strength to oppose her. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to the gem on Lin's necklace. A strange feeling arose. Julian shouted loudly, wait. He pointed at the stone, asking, what kind of gemstone is this? Lin replied shyly, it's moonstone. The moment she finished speaking, the stone emitted a fierce energy, seemingly reacting to Julian's mana. Seeing him approach, Lin turned and asked, what are you doing? Julian laughed heartily, just admiring how beautiful it is. Lin muttered, why did it suddenly light up like that? Julian thought to himself, for just a moment it tried to resonate with my mana and absorb it. The answer is right before my eyes. I need to test this stone. After leaving the royal library, Julian immediately went to a gemstone store. The shopkeeper greeted him, saying, Lord Julian, long time no see, what do you need? Julian took off his cloak to reveal his identity and said, I'm looking for a stone that suits my mana. Do you have any moonstone? The shopkeeper scratched his head, embarrassed. Moonstone. Our store doesn't have any, and I'm sure other stores don't either. Besides collectors, no one demands it. It's very difficult to mine, so we don't stock it. Receiving the unexpected answer, Julian muttered, this is bad. I need to complete the Moonlight Sword before carrying out the mission with Lin. He became angry. Do you mean I can't get it? Seeing Julian's anger, the shopkeeper mumbled, oh no, I accidentally talked to Lord Julian like a regular customer. He replied, trembling, no, we can find it, but it's just not available right now. Julian kept a frightening expression. If that's the case, then find it. I really need them. The shopkeeper stammered, okay, I will search the entire empire. Julian thought silently, oh my God, Lin will surely notice that my Moonlight Sword is still incomplete. I need moonstones as a precaution. But the mission day has arrived and I still haven't found any. Maybe I haven't threatened enough. After a while of waiting, Julian approached Lin. She muttered, is your important matter at the jewelry store? Julian laughed heartily. One day you'll realize the beauty of gemstones, Lin. She turned around and said, whatever, now follow me. Seeing Lin heading the wrong way, Julian reminded her, hey Lin, you're going the wrong way. She looked back, what? Julian explained, the slum is a dense maze of buildings and illegally constructed alleys. You can't blindly follow maps or signs. He began to demonstrate his bookish knowledge about the game. Lin held the map irritably. I'd rather follow signs than follow you. Julian smiled but thought to himself that she was right, yet. The eastern slum felt like a deadly wall for a newcomer. Even the developers admitted it was a difficult map. Lin held the map and declared she would not fall into his trap. She was sure that a traitor like him would try to deceive her, the current disciple of the Sword Saint. She continued, I'm different from you, Julian. I will become the new Sword Saint. Hearing these words, Julian could only smile wryly, scratching his head and muttering, she misunderstood me. This mission won't be easy. When the path started to get complicated, Lin spoke up, do you really want to take this route? That warning sign isn't just for decoration. She glanced at Julian and asked, first of all, Mr. Julian, have you ever been to this slum area before? Julian smiled and replied, what do you think? Silently he muttered to himself, Li Shihu has been here but Julian hasn't, what should I say? Seeing him dodging the question, Lin muttered, how are you answering like that? She gently asked again, then how do you intend to find the way? Julian raised a finger and happily answered, by ability. Perhaps so. Lin turned and continued walking, laughing heartily, ha ha, it's nothing yet and already trying to find the way. Julian still cheerfully followed, saying, oh my, isn't it the Empire's order that we act together? Then he lowered his voice, or is Heidenreich more important than the Empire's orders? Hearing this, Lin suddenly stopped in her tracks. She frowned, her facial muscles twitching, teeth clenched as she shouted, don't mention my master's name with that mouth of yours. If you still have an ounce of decency. Julian muttered inside, oops, I triggered her emotions. Lin clenched her fists tightly, thinking to herself that she knew Julian better than herself. Countless times people have compared her to him behind her back. If it were him, he probably would have done it already. If it were him, that would be natural. If it were him. But I am the top disciple of the Sword Saint. I will prove the difference through this mission. After a while of moving, Lin's complexion suddenly turned pale. She muttered, it can't be. Julian, standing nearby, noticed that something was off but still cheerfully asked if something was wrong. Lin shyly replied, no, nothing at all. Inside, she scratched her head, thinking silently, well, this time it's really serious. Just like that traitor said, the path was completely disrupted. They continued walking until they reached a house numbered 1A. Lin wondered, what is this? Oh no, we're back where we started. Julian laughed loudly from behind. Haha, we're really going back. Suddenly, a man approached from afar and said, "Hey girl, you're walking in circles. Looks like it's your first time here." Lin asked, "Do you know the layout of this area?" The man nodded, "Of course I do. I can show you the way if you want. But it's not for free. Buy me a drink and that's it. How about that?" Lin nodded. "All right, that's no problem." The man introduced himself. "My name is Baden, and you?" Lin replied, "I'm Lin Rondable." He muttered upon hearing the name, "Oh, so you're from the Rondable clan. Great, this time I've caught a big one." He turned to Julian, thinking to himself, but something's off. Just as Julian was about to introduce himself, Baden suddenly turned his back and smiled. "Ah, no need to care about the boy's name, just follow me." Julian wasn't annoyed, he just lightly stroked his chin and muttered, "Baden, huh? I feel like I've heard that name somewhere before but can't quite recall. Probably a minor character, not very important in the main plot." Three people approached a tavern. As they stepped inside, Baden shouted loudly, "Innkeeper, where are you? Bring me and these two here a drink each." Julian thought to himself, was he planning to drink before asking for directions? The innkeeper asked, "Where are you all from?" Lin replied, "From the royal capital." The innkeeper raised his hand, pointing at Lin, "Then it's 30 nars each." Lin wondered, 30 nars. Baden stepped closer teasingly, "Don't you have the money? The price in this slum is a bit steep, miss." Lin calmly replied, "Not at all, 30 nars is too easy." "Really only 30 nars?" Looking at the shining gold pouch in front of her, Baden muttered, "Typical noble daughter. This might be a golden opportunity." He turned to whisper to the innkeeper, "Put a strong special drink into the cups for those two. When those imperial dogs get drunk, I'll rob them clean." The innkeeper nodded and secretly poured some powder into the cups of the two. Baden cheerfully brought out the drink, saying, "Here, drink up. This is the best liquor in the slums." Lin held the glass, preparing to finish it all. Suddenly, Julian snatched it away, saying, "Wait, what have you done to this drink?" Baden stood up abruptly, shouting, "What are you talking about?" Julian put the glass in front of him. "Then you drink first." Baden questioned, "What?" Julian's face darkened as he said, "Let me feed it to you." Lin stood up, shouting, "Stop, Julian." Hearing that name, both Baden and the bartender were startled. The innkeeper turned to Baden, "Hey, did you just drag that imperial dog Julian here? What do we do now?" Sweat poured down Baden's face. He replied, "It's fine. Always had people stationed inside this tavern. Just a few of the strongest monsters from the slum would suffice. And I'm no pushover either." He secretly drew the sword hidden on him, ready to attack. Julian shattered the glass of wine and said coldly, "I already gave you a chance and you still wouldn't speak up. Are you planning to attack us?" As soon as he finished speaking, a punk charged forward, swinging his sword to attack. Julian calmly squeezed his neck tightly, while another man tried to strike from behind. But with his top-tier reflexes, Julian spun around, delivered a punch straight to the face that sent him flying into the corner of the tavern. After handling the two, Julian still calmly looked at them. Only then did she draw her sword for defense, panicked, wondering what the hell was happening. Seeing the two strong individuals, Baden's gang muttered, completely overwhelmed by a single person. Julian's gaze turned icy as he said, "I don't know what tricks he's playing, but I don't want this slum to become more chaotic." He tightened a shard of broken glass against Baden's neck, making him tremble uncontrollably. Julian glanced around the tavern and realized all the customers were Baden's henchmen. He said coldly, "Baden, just now you tried to stop me. Tell your men to retreat quickly, or else they won't be able to hold back this murderous intent. Let them see that this is how they'll end up, like this shattered glass." Baden trembled, unable to speak. Julian calmly continued, "Speak." A punk from behind shouted, "Sir Baden." Baden turned around and yelled, "Didn't you hear what Mr. Julian said? Retreat immediately." The henchmen immediately ran toward the door. Julian slammed his hand on the table and said, "You're really stubborn. If you answer a few of my questions, I guarantee you'll surrender safely." Baden was startled and stammered, "Surrender." Julian stood up, his voice full of pressure. "Between death and surrender, I'd advise you to choose surrender." "What do you intend to do?" Baden, with no way out, trembled as he replied, I surrender." Baden looked up at Julian, his eyes blazing red as a mocking smile flickered. Behind them, the female swordsman's cold voice rang out as her sharp blade pressed against Julian's back. "That's right, I advise you to surrender instead of dying." Baden trembled as he raised his hands in surrender under the threat. "Baden, what is your choice?" Julian asked. Lowering his head in defeat, Baden muttered, "I surrender, I will do it." The two stepped out of the tavern. Julian went ahead, saying, "He was suspicious from the moment he offered to guide us, but who would have thought it would lead to a gang in the slums?" He held a piece of paper, flashing a bright smile. "I thought he was just a petty thug, but it turns out he's quite decent. I got some useful information." Lin trailed behind, bowing her head in self-blame. "It's my fault for not realizing sooner." Julian remained optimistic, agreeing with her confession. "Of course, Lady Lin, someone like you has probably never encountered that type of person before." Lin lowered her head further, her lips pressed tight. "Oh no, is she losing confidence?" After a brief silence, she asked, "How did you know?" Julian turned around. "Know what? Baden slipped poison into the drink," she emphasized. Julian smiled and replied, "Is that what you're curious about?" The female swordsman insisted, "Tell me." Julian looked at Lin, her hands tightly clasped, her expression serious. He thought inwardly, she's willing to learn, even from someone she hates, putting progress above temporary shame. That's truly Lin Rondable. Seeing her trembling not out of fear but because of something else, he hesitated a little to explain that it would be better if she weren't so hostile toward me. Julian raised his hand, a blue light surrounding it. I sensed the hostility in the glass of wine. In fact, I had felt it even before we entered the tavern thanks to my mana detection ability. Lin repeated in surprise, mana detection ability, like a system notification flashing in her mind. Julian continued, everything from objects and creatures to situations has natural mana, and it strongly reacts to other mana. He turned around, pale blue mana sparkling around him. Before entering, I had already used mana. He recalled how Baden, while leading them to the tavern, emitted a strange, hostile mana aura. It was to detect aggressive mana. Lin rubbed her chin, imagining it like radar waves falling right. Julian smiled helplessly. Let's say so. He smiled. Mana radiates from the body. This is a skill that mages often use, but thanks to my abundant mana, I can easily detect it. Lin tilted her head, frowning. I have another question. She recalled the previous conversation. He didn't ask Baden about demons, but about living conditions in the slums. Julian smiled in acknowledgement. That's right. Lin was confused. Didn't we come here to investigate demons? Julian kept smiling as if nothing was wrong, making Lin even more perplexed. Usually yes, he said before revealing the question. What do you know about demonization? The female swordsman hesitated and answered, the remnants of the demon king Barbados possessing all creatures that are not human. She visualizes a fierce demon with long horns transforming the victim. Isn't that what demonization means? Julian softly replied, usually yes, but the geography of this slum is unusual. The capital near the slum is surrounded by resonating stones. No demon can enter. Nearby there is no forest, so no animals, only humans. Lin turned pale upon realizing this. Her body stiffened and trembled. So you mean only humans remain as hosts? Julian smiled, thinking silently, just like in the game. He nodded lightly. Yes, I believe the people here are undergoing demonization. Lin held her forehead and shook her head in disbelief. I was foolish to believe you even a little. Julian confidently raised 3 fingers. 3 houses? He laughed. That's the house numbers that will come to the pharmacy to get fever medicine this week. They say high fever is a sign of demonization, right? If I'm wrong, I'll do anything you want, Miss Lynne. Lin remained uneasy, thinking to herself, what should I do? Should I trust this cheeky statement or not? As dusk fell, the sky turned fiery red. A few blackbirds flew swiftly by, crying out alarms. Lin smiled brightly, exhaling softly. Only one house remained. Julian walked behind, praising. She looked satisfied. She glanced at him, gesturing excitedly. What he said about humans being demonized if we haven't seen it yet. Isn't that a good thing? Julian nodded in agreement. I think so too. They reached the last house. Julian thought this was the last, hoping it was true. He knocked on the door several times, then stopped. No one was home. An old man with bloodshot eyes peeked out, asking wearily, someone there? Julian leaned over to observe. What is this? Not yet demonized. But he smiled warmly. How are you today, sir? He thought this sneaking around meant he was hiding something. Julian sniffed the air, thinking he had encountered this scent before during missions involving resonant stones. He rubbed his chin and made a bold guess. The smell of demon blood. Lin spoke up, greeting them. We are from the court. The old man froze. Julian added, I am Julian of Shut Eyes. The old man's eyes widened in surprise. Shut Eyes Julian. His attitude shifted suddenly, shouting, get lost, stay away from my house. As the door slammed shut, Julian pushed forcefully. The door burst open. The old man fell flat onto the floor. Brushing his hands, Julian looked down. Thank you for your cooperation. Lin worriedly pleaded. Julian, at least explain what is happening. Julian ignored Lin's words and stepped forward, sarcastically. You're too kind, Miss Lin. The female swordsman grew more confused. What do you mean? Julian's red eyes flashed, a gloomy smile. One day, that kindness will wear you out. Without further words, Julian approached a door tightly locked with iron chains, ignoring Lin's protests. We are here to investigate, not to chase. Do you think the Empire will accept this forcible action? He replied coldly, the Empire only cares about results. Miss Lin's eyes widened in surprise. What? Julian held up a piece of paper and looked at the steaming bowl of soup on the table. Dinner, sir. According to housing data, he lives with his son, but this is a ration for 3 people. The old man pointed nervously. I have guests. Julian stirred the soup. Smirking, this soup is unusually red, so you didn't just come here to buy fever medicine. He smiled and pointed at the bowl. You put sleeping medicine in the soup to drug your customers and turn them into a meal, right? Then pointed at the locked door behind him. To let the demon behind that door out, right? Lin gasped in shock while the old man trembled, unable to speak. Suddenly he lunged toward the door, shouting, run, my son. He fumbled with the keys, trying to unlock it. The door sprang open, releasing a thick red mist. Hurry, run. The old man screamed in horror, looking at the sharp claws raised high. "Is that my son?" He stammered before a painful scream echoed throughout the house. The demon roared terrifyingly, its blazing red eyes flashing with a strange menace. Lynne gritted her teeth and held her sword tightly, ready to fight, a true demon possessing a human host. She charged forward determined, "I must take it down first." The demon's red eyes narrowed, and with a swipe of its claws, it easily threw Lynne flying. She slid across the floor, shards scattering everywhere. Julian glanced at her trembling hands on the sword. That sword. This might be Lynne before awakening in the story. He recalled the conversation after leaving the tavern. That's why she asked about Mana. At this rate, Miss Lynne is in danger. Julian smiled softly, stepped forward toward her. Lynne shouted, "I don't need help." He took off his cloak, grasping the sword glowing blue, ready to fight. "No need for help, this is part of my mission." He turned to Lynne with a smile, "And I can't let the beloved disciple of the Holy Sword get hurt." His red eyes flashed, thinking silently that it's better to avoid unnecessary rumors. "The problem is that the Moonlight Sword is incomplete. I don't want Lynne to suspect without reason." The demon grew impatient, snarled, and rushed forward. "I will take it down on a completely different level," Julian vowed. System activated. His gaze locked onto the target. A notification flashed, X-ray vision feature activated. Julian squinted as blue light from the system flickered, scanning the demon's body quickly to find weaknesses. In an instant, every detail of the beast appeared like a map in his mind. With decisive movements, he launched a series of sharp slashes, the blade whistling through the air, aiming straight at the newly discovered weak spots. Spinning gently, Julian glanced at the demon, thinking silently, cornered, but just as he was about to finish it off, the demon roared, the wounds on its body closed rapidly, as if never attacked. Lynne charged in, the sword in her hand blazing, confronting the demon head-on. Julian watched her struggle, sweat beading on her forehead, her hands gripping the sword, trembling slightly. He cursed under his breath, "Damn it, it is healed." Tension rising, he shouted loudly, his voice echoing in the cramped room, "Miss Lynne, create an opening, I will counterattack." Lynne clenched her teeth, facing the overwhelming power of the demon. Her face was pale, her eyes shining with determination mixed with worry. Suddenly, her gaze flicked over the unusually red bowl of soup on the table, an idea flashing like lightning. Gripping the hot ceramic bowl tightly, she thought this had to work. With all her strength, she hurled the bowl of soup forcefully at the demon's face. The bowl shattered, the red liquid splattering everywhere. The beast staggered, roaring in pain, clutching its face and shaking its head, trying to regain focus. Lynne closed her eyes and took a deep breath, concentrating all her energy. "Good, it's distracted," she muttered. The sword in her hand burst into a dazzling white light like a blazing flame in the darkness. "Focus, it has to count." But at that moment, the demon's giant arms swung out, lightning fast, grabbing her. Lynne was lifted off the ground, a tremendous force making her cough up blood. Her lips trembling, "Damn, it has traced my scent. I'm too arrogant," she thought. Her grip loosened, the sword clattered to the floor. "I can't create an opportunity. I won't have the face to meet Master in the next life." The demon opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs gleaming under the dim light. "Miss Lynne," Julian shouted urgently. She turned around, eyes wide in surprise. Julian's red eyes blazed, surrounded by the system's blue aura like a ghostly flame. "Well done," he praised. His voice was deep yet full of power. The demon seemed to sense the danger, turning its head to look around, its red eyes darting wildly. A blue electric current surrounded its gigantic body, crackling with sparks. Julian smiled triumphantly, his eyes flashing. And suddenly he lunged forward, the sword in his hand piercing through the demon's chest, the blade glowing brightly as it cut through the darkness. The demon's grip loosened, releasing Lynne to fall down. Lynne gritted her teeth, gathered her strength to deliver a strong kick to the demon's face. The force of the kick snapped its head back, causing Julian's sword to penetrate even deeper. He smiled softly, decisively withdrawing the sword, causing the demon's body to collapse onto the floor, black blood gushing from the wound and emitting a sharp, unpleasant odor. Lynne stood panting, eyes still wide with shock. "I can't believe you pierced it without using the Moonlight Sword," she said, her voice trembling. "How?" Julian, demon blood on his lips, smiled smugly. "Let's just say it wasn't worth using the Moonlight Sword on," he replied disdainfully. Though inside he was briefly unsettled. He glanced quickly at Lynne, thinking to himself, does that expression look normal? With the mission complete, they stepped down from the carriage, the fiery red sunset glowing on the horizon. "We've arrived at the palace," Julian said with relief. They walked along the tree-lined avenue within the royal grounds, leaves rustling beneath their feet. "Anyway, we finished safely," he thought, rubbing his sore shoulder and sighing. Miss Lynne didn't suspect a thing, which was a great relief. Lynne suddenly stopped, causing Julian to halt mid-step. The mission reward belongs to him. Bowing his head, hands clenched tightly, voice choked, "I didn't contribute anything." Julian quietly observed her, his gaze sharp. For someone as proud as Miss Lynne, admitting a debt to me was rare. He turned and smiled. "Don't say that, Miss Lynne." With a cheerful tone, he added, "You really were overwhelmed by that demon." Lynne frowned, clearly displeased with herself. Julian's kind words were like a breeze passing by. She looked away firmly. "I don't like you." Julian casually shrugged, "You're too tense." Lynne clenched her hands tightly, standing upright to face him with determined eyes. My master always says the greater the power, the heavier the responsibility. Recalling how Julian swiftly defeated the demon, she couldn't help but admire his impressive victory. But she hesitated, her tone turning serious. Seeing him wield power recklessly, even against the innocent, her face darkened. Now I understand why Master expelled you. You lack restraint. Julian smiled slyly. Touching his chin, replied with some arrogance, restraint, that is the weapon of the coward. Lin clenched her fists, shouting angrily, you call my master a coward. Julian stepped closer, an invisible pressure making her instinctively step back. Lin, I am not a noble aristocrat bound by restraint, he said, his voice low as a warning. He turned away, leaving a mysterious remark, you need to realize there are people like that in this world. Lin stood still, muttering, what does that mean? Julian waved goodbye, smiling triumphantly as he walked away. Whatever you say, you did well. Thank you for sharing the mission reward, haha. Leaving behind, Lin sighed irritably, her legs heavy. He was truly hard to understand. She muttered under her breath, her eyes still troubled. Restraint was not only for nobles but for all knights. A clattering carriage stopped. A middle-aged man called out loudly, going home? Lin looked up and recognized the familiar face. Uncle Urjin warmly invited her. You look exhausted. Come on, I'll take you back to the manor. Lin nodded politely in response. Yes, thank you, uncle. The carriage rolled along the dirt road, the steady clip of horse hooves blending with the evening breeze. Inside, Urjin gently asked, the mission must have been tough. Did everything go smoothly? Lin gave a faint smile and nodded. Yes, for the most part. Thank you, Uncle Urjin. He curiously inquired further, who is the man accompanying you? Lin turned to answer. That is Julian from Shut Eyes. Urjin nodded solemnly, his gaze briefly filled with worry. I suspected as much, a stranger's face. He recalled Julian's arrogant, indifferent demeanor and shared, the Council of Elders is in turmoil because of him. I heard he is pressuring them through the royal family. Lin silently nodded, I understand. Urjin folded his arms, his tone serious. That man is putting pressure on the council. Nobles shouldn't act that way. His words made Lynne flinch slightly, like a missing puzzle piece suddenly fitting together. That's right, a branch of the family. She thought, recalling Julian's words, so that was his intention. She muttered, her eyes swirling with confusion. Ergen continued, his voice warning, stay away from him, Lynne, that person is dangerous. After all, you deserve to be a disciple of Hyden, right? Perhaps he is not as talented as we think. Lin slowly shook her head, her voice firm. That's not the case, uncle. She looked up, her eyes lighting up. Whatever he is truly talented. You may have doubts, but she clenched her hands tightly, reluctantly admitting that he is strong. The sky had darkened, the lights from the magnificent mansion cast a glow, illuminating the path. Inside the sealed room, a mysterious figure sat at the table as a low voice sounded, Julian. What exactly have you done? Ordwin's face darkened, his gaze sharp as a blade staring straight at Julian. Julian forced a smile, trying to remain calm. What do you mean? But inside he was entangled in knots. Impossible. Images flashed through his mind, an angry tavern keeper demanding compensation and slum residents whispering complaints in fear. Sweat dotted his forehead. He thought, I've gone too far, this is causing big trouble. Ordwin frowned, his gaze grew darker, like storm clouds gathering before a tempest. She sighed, holding up 2 thin sheets of paper, her voice cold. The criminal Baden, the most wanted fugitive, has surrendered himself. Her eyes flashed sharply as she looked at Julian. When questioned, he trembled and named you. The mission was merely to confirm the demon's traces. Julian exhaled quietly inside, feeling as if a weight had been lifted. It's just Baden, he thought, trying to hide a slight smile. He spread his arms innocently. Surely he realized his guilt too late. I don't know how he mentioned me. Ordwin snorted lightly, ignoring the excuses, pushing the paper toward him. Probably another one of your tricks. Check the mission bounties and report back. Julian eagerly took it, his eyes lighting up like a child receiving a gift. The mission reward money. Finally he had money, he thought, imagining the sparkling Nuz coins. For someone as poor as he was, this was a godsend opportunity. Suddenly he remembered the servant who had handed a note saying, Sir Julian, the jeweler has contacted us. He responded, really? But when he read the note, he was stunned. We don't have enough Nuz to buy a batch of moonstone. He mocked himself, shook his head in frustration. Of course, Julian didn't know what saving money meant. Holding the paper, he read intently, heart anxious. Could he cover the shortfall? His eyes widened when he saw the figure 11,000 nars. Sweat pouring out, he calculated silently. Nuz is roughly dollars, right? So about $15,000. Covering his mouth, he thought, even after Lynne quotes share, earning this from 2 missions is impressive. Ordwin shook his head slowly, his voice full of regret. Bad luck, lower than usual. Injury caused us to rest too long. Julian was stunned, mouth agape. What is this? And it's considered low. For a character in a game, his sense of money was crazy. His eyes scanned down to a small line. Maintenance and registration fees deducted. All right, I like art, but reading on, he was nearly knocked over. What's this, paying in installments again and again, what the heck? His eyes stopped at the last line, the bonus left was only 900 NARS. Deeply shocked, he gritted his teeth, sweat dripping down his chin. Only then could he truly be the one crazy about money. Anxiety arose, he thought of the Moonstone lot. We really need all the Nuz coins for them, but we don't have a single saved coin. Slowly, he looked up, his voice slightly trembling. Commander Ordwin replied dryly. What? He asked if there were any upcoming missions. Ordwin raised an eyebrow, surprised by the rare initiative. This is the first time you've been so proactive. Short on money, are you? She sighed, her tone tinged with sarcasm. Sorry, none at the moment. I'll inform you later. That's why I told you not to buy luxuries beyond your means, but you didn't listen, did you? Julian looked away, ashamed, thinking if he had bought it himself, he wouldn't be this upset. He muttered, yes. Ordwin rested his chin on his hand, smiling mockingly. Sell those luxury items to the art gallery and you could buy a whole castle. An idea sparked in Julian's mind like a light in the darkness. Without a word, he turned and left, his heart cheering. Perfect. Ordwin suddenly blurted out, huh. Julian tilted his head, grinning mischievously, declaring, I just need to sell everything. He walked away, leaving Ordwin stunned and silent. She muttered, shaking her head in exasperation, he's really lost his mind. Two figures in brown cloaks glided past the intricately carved door, torchlight on the walls casting shadows behind them. A low voice sounded, that monster defeats demons without using a moonlight sword. He's as dangerous as a wild horse. The speaker was a noble elder of the council, his gaze sharp and cold. Aiden, another elder, smiled cunningly, revealing a set of even white teeth. A servant bowed respectfully. Sir Aiden, I have come to escort you. Aiden waved his hand, his voice deep. No, I still have business to discuss with my subordinates. The heavy wooden door closed, creaking echoes ringing out. In the darkness, a figure sat at the table, his voice cold. So the elder council does not support Julian. He leaned back, a mysterious smile appearing in the dim light. Julian has taken down demons in recent missions without using the moonlight sword. The subordinate replied respectfully, yes, sir. The confirmation made him momentarily uneasy. Indeed, he was a monster. The subordinate calmly asked, should I carry out your previous order first? The man raised his hand, eyes flashing like a predator. Do it, I will recruit that monster and turn him into my strength. Meanwhile, in the Cosmos Gallery, light from crystal chandeliers shone upon the magnificent paintings. Julian wandered among the artworks, his fingers lightly gliding over the frames. I thought I'd take advantage of the heat to come here, but I'm not sure this will sell, he muttered, his eyes briefly showing worry. An appraisal staff member, pale-faced, hurried over and bowed. Welcome, Mr. Julian, he said, his voice trembling slightly. Julian smiled warmly, extending a friendly hand. Thank you for appraising this piece. The staff member named Perso carefully followed behind, his eyes curious. No trouble at all, it's an honor to serve the famous Mr. Julian. He pointed to an object covered with a white cloth. This is the piece to be appraised. Julian nodded and pulled the cloth away. A brilliant painting appeared, colors dancing under the light. Pirsasoquotes' eyes lit up, he exclaimed, leaning down to examine it through a magnifying glass. Based on the unique technique, it seemed to be the work of Cornelius Vincent. Julian tilted his body, observing with curiosity. Perso looked up, voice firm, this is a fake. Julian's eyes reddened as he stood frozen. Running his hand through his hair, he cursed silently, Julian, do you have no eye for art? He recalled the painting hanging at the villa entrance, always thinking it a masterpiece. He should have bought something else. Clearing his throat in thought, selling fakes like this will ruin your reputation. Julian, accept it. Perso's face darkened, but he continued, I've never seen a fake crafted so exquisitely. Returning to an excited tone, I want to buy it. Julian smiled awkwardly, although it was fake. Perso beamed, eyes shining, it's in excellent condition. Can I buy it for 1,000 NARS? Julian rubbed the back of his neck, pondering, he was probably just pitying me. But 100 NARS isn't enough to buy all the moonstones. He nodded, all right. Perso pointed to the paintings displayed around the room. I'll prepare the contract. Please look at the other works while you wait. Julian replied, all right. Suddenly, a gentle voice rang out, drawing his attention. Selling at that price, is it really okay? Eileen appeared, beauty-marked and luminous like moonlight, stepping forward with a mischievous smile. That painting is definitely the original, isn't it? Faced with the sudden appearance of Miss Eileen, Julian turned sharply, his gaze sharp as a blade, his deep voice filled with suspicion. What brings you here, and what do you mean by the original version? He folded his arms, eyes fixed intently on Eileen, his heart pounding lightly with a mix of curiosity and caution. He waited for an answer, not taking his eyes off her. Eileen tilted her head slightly, her gaze flicking over Pirsso, who was trembling, hands clutching the painting as if it were a lifeline. Her voice hardened, sharp and full of certainty. My cousin has several works displayed here, but let's set that aside. Suddenly, Eileen's eyes turned cold and sharp like blades, freezing directly on Perso, causing him to feel an invisible pressure weighing heavily on his shoulders as if crushing his mind. His whole body trembled violently, the painting nearly slipping from his hands, sweat beading on his forehead. Eileen stepped closer, each step light but commanding, her voice cold like a winter wind. In the Empire, no artist can wield oil paints as masterfully as this. She snatched the painting from Pirsso hands, her slender fingers tracing every line, her eyes focused and mesmerized as if lost in a mystery. Suddenly, she stopped, her finger pointing at a small corner beneath the painting. And this signature. She continued, her voice like a steel arrow piercing the air, it is definitely Coriolis's. Eileen's affirmation plunged the exhibition room into a profound silence, as if time itself had stopped. Julian stood nearby, intently observing the painting, his eyebrows slightly furrowed, eyes glinting with a contemplative light as though weighing an unrevealed secret. Meanwhile, Pirsso stood beside them, trembling all over, sweat pouring down like rain, his face pale with panic. He stammered, his voice shaking as if about to break, unable to believe it. I missed this signature. Julian turned, his gaze icy cold, his voice slow but sharp as a blade, filled with intimidation. So that means you intended to deceive me, didn't you? The pressure from his words felt like a heavy stone pressing down on Perso's chest, making his breath difficult. He staggered and collapsed to the floor, clutching his head, his voice trembling with overwhelming fear. I am truly sorry. Julian stepped forward, his hand reaching out as if to grab Perso by the throat, eyes blazing with the fury of a predator about to strike. But at that moment, Eileen quickly grasped his hand, stopping him. Julian, stop! Her voice was firm yet gentle, her eyes shining with clarity mixed with a hint of worry. When appraising, anyone can make mistakes. Humans are not perfect all the time. Hearing these words, Julian hesitated. The fire of anger within him gradually subsided, replaced by a feeling of embarrassment mixed with self-reproach. He thought quietly, damn it, I nearly lost my temper. If I had drawn my sword and struck him now in front of all these witnesses, I would be no different from a villain. He forced a smile, brushed his hand aside, his tone softer but still carrying a hint of sharpness. All right, if we exaggerate too much, we'll end up looking like the bad guy. Eileen slightly raised her eyebrow, her lips curved into a mischievous smile, eyes sparkling as if teasing. It could be even worse than that. Julian's expression shifted briefly, a flicker of embarrassment passing through, but he quickly regained his composure. He turned to Perso, his voice gentle yet exuding an irresistible authority. If this is the genuine article, the value of the painting would be different, wouldn't it? Perso remained kneeling on the ground, eyes wide with horror, mouth stammering like someone about to be judged. He hung his head bowed down to the floor, his voice shouting out in despair. I'm truly sorry. If this is the original, my gallery doesn't have enough funds to purchase it, even combined with all our assets. Hearing this, Julian burst into loud laughter, his booming voice full of delight, as if he had just found joy amidst this chaos. He stepped forward, placed his hand on Perso's shoulder, his voice turning cold like a final warning. In life, incompetence sometimes holds you back, yet still, I'm at a loss. What should be done with this painting? Tears ran down Perso's cheeks, unable to utter a word, trembling in overwhelming fear. Eileen, standing beside him, softly spoke, her voice gentle yet resolute. I will help you. Julian turned around, his eyes skeptical yet glinting with curiosity. You will help me? Eileen crossed her arms, sighed softly, nodded lightly, her face showing a hint of fatigue. Yes. I know there is only one person who would buy any painting by Coriolis without asking questions. Julian stroked his chin, pensive, his sharp gaze seeming to pierce through her thoughts, but she raised two fingers to indicate there were only two conditions. First, he must not punish the appraiser. Julian immediately nodded, breaking into a relaxed smile. Agreed. I had no intention of doing anything to him anyway. Eileen covered her mouth with a fan, her eyes momentarily shy, as if trying to hide a secret, speaking hesitantly, her gaze sparkling with sincerity. And the second thing, I need you to help me with something, only you can do this. Julian smiled without hesitation, confidence radiating from every gesture. All right then, I happen to be free. They shook hands, the agreement forged in an atmosphere tense but full of promise. Eileen's voice took on a serious tone, her eyes resolute. Don't misunderstand, I'm not helping you out of kindness. You helped me back in the Julin district and I don't want to be indebted. Julian nodded and laughed heartily, the sound clear and carefree. Then now it's my turn to repay the debt. Exactly what do you need? Eileen recounted, her voice deepening, her eyes growing distant as if sinking into a memory. There was a patrol guard at VIEL Academy. That night, the air suddenly turned chilling cold, filling him with utter terror. He saw countless eyes watching him with murderous intent, as if they wanted to devour his soul. Julian frowned, his eyes flashing with suspicion. Demons, she shook her head, her voice firm but betraying a hint of worry. Not exactly. The administration initially paid no attention, but the strange noises at midnight in the old building grew more frequent. Many guards were attacked and injured. Julian furrowed his brows, curiosity mixed with determination igniting in his eyes. If it's not a ghost, then what is it? His gaze turned cold, his voice sharp as a knife. I think it's a demon. The academy is strictly protected, but a demon slipped through a weakened barrier. Suddenly, a deep voice rang out from afar, cutting through the train of thought. So in the end, you still have to rely on someone else. That was Hardy Godfrey, a professor at Veal Academy. He stepped forward, his tone mocking, eyes sparkling with arrogance. Pleased to meet you, Julian. Eileen spun around angrily, her eyes blazing with furious fire. Didn't you see me standing here? Was it too much to just say HELLO? Hardy shrugged indifferently, his tone cold. We're not that close, so why drag such a busy man into this? Hardy sneered, his eyes flashing contempt. If you want to shake off the stigma of a secondary family line, you should try harder yourself. Eileen's eyes flickered with anger, her face flushed with indignation. You're the one who needs to try harder, Hardy Godfrey. Your last essay nearly failed. Wouldn't it be better to rewrite it than to stand here and sneer? Hardy was furious, his face twisted in pain from being hit where it hurt. What? The girl from a secondary family dares to be insolent. Eileen shouted, her voice booming like thunder. What did you say? Julian Tay tightened his sword hilt as he stepped forward, his gaze icy cold, like a storm being restrained. Eileen was startled, her heart pounding rapidly, silently wondering if he was angry because his family was insulted or because of his own hot temper. She hurried to speak, her voice trembling. Wait. But Julian had already drawn his sword, the steel blade flashing under the light, making the air seem to freeze. Eileen closed her eyes, her heart pounding fiercely as if it would burst. Hardy was also panicked, raising his hands to shield his head, his face pale. But suddenly, a small stone fell and hit Hardy's head with a dry thud. From the corner of the wall, countless pieces of broken stone fell, revealing disgusting little demon heads, their eyes glowing red like blood. Hardy shouted, his voice breaking with terror, demons hiding within the walls. Julian did not hesitate, rushing forward like a whirlwind, swinging his sword to take down each little demon, every sharp and precise strike like a deadly dance. Once finished, he turned around. His cold gaze swept over Hai, who was now kneeling on the ground, shouting loudly in panic. Save me, there's a demon on my back. Julian glanced over, spotting a small demon clinging tightly to Hardy's back, its eyes glowing red with malice. His gaze met the demon, causing it to recoil in fear, as if scorched by his very presence. Julian smiled coldly, his deep voice resonating like a verdict. Whether from the main line or a branch line, I show no mercy to demons. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes burning cold. If you want to live, you better beg a branch line member to save your life. Julian forcefully plunged the sword into the ground, the steel blade vibrating with a sharp, cold sound, killing the little demon clinging tightly to Hardy's side. Hardy's face turned pale with panic, then suddenly spoke up with a trembling voice trying to sound arrogant. You're overreacting. Eileen, standing beside him, suddenly jolted, as if she had discovered something terrifying. She pointed forward, her eyes sparkling with a mix of horror and determination, shouting, There it is. At that moment, the little demons began to gather together, their bodies swelling, emitting strange magical auras like wavy black smoke twisting in the air. Their entire forms grew larger, creating an invisible pressure that made Eileen and Hardy shake with fear, their hearts pounding wildly as if about to burst. Suddenly, they merged into a giant rat with burning red eyes glowing like embers and sharp teeth gleaming with steel. It swung its sharp claws straight toward the group, each step shaking the floor. Sensing the imminent danger, Hardy turned around, eyes wide with terror, and immediately fled, leaving a hoarse scream echoing behind. Meanwhile, Julian stood firm, his face calm like a smooth lake without ripples. He raised his sword, the steel gleaming under the dim light, his voice deep but full of deadly intent. So this is its true form. The way weaklings gather and struggle, truly contemptible. His words were like a sharp, cold blade, causing the giant rat to halt, its blazing red eyes briefly showing fear. The gigantic body trembled in waves. The demon growled, its long tongue protruding, swinging a powerful strike toward Julian. But he remained unflinching, immediately charging forward, the sword flashing like lightning. The two exchanged blows in a deadly dance, each of Julian's slashes precise and filled with force. Finally, a fatal blow landed, making the rat scream in agony, the sound echoing like it tore through the space. Watching the demon wail in despair, Julian thought silently, his gaze cold and sharp. The demon was retreating, its body shrinking. Not letting the chance slip away, he rushed in to face the demon. Clenching the sword hilt tightly, he swung a final strike, sending the rat to the other side in a blinding flash of light. Eileen and Hardy stood outside the protective barrier, watching inside with worried eyes and heavy breaths. When the giant rat was defeated, countless small imps scattered in all directions like shards of a nightmare. Eileen immediately dispelled the magical barrier, her hands trembling from tension. She turned to Julian, her eyes sparkling with admiration mixed with curiosity, and asked why he knew there were demons here. Julian smiled mysteriously, a mischievous glint in his eyes. That's a secret. But inwardly he thought he had sensed a strange corruption when reading Lord Hardy's records. Yet who here truly understood this game system? He kept his thoughts to himself, revealing no clue. Eileen turned away, her voice ringing with confidence though there was an unmistakable hint of sarcasm. But that's a matter for later. Even someone who once looked down on the main clan, now they step in on their behalf. Julian raised his eyebrows slightly, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. Looked down on them. She replied, sharp-voiced but with mischievous eyes. Oh, come on, have you forgotten what you said? You called me the mixed-blood child of Toshinang. She thought to herself, her heart stinging at the old memory. He said that to me, a person blindly chasing power, yet now he speaks up defending the Branch family. Strange, isn't it? This guy is no different from Julian back in academy, still with that half-hearted sense of chivalry. Her hand still controlled the magical stones floating in the air, their light sparkling like tiny stars. She continued, her tone dripping with sarcasm, everyone's too scared of you to speak out. But your arrogant attitude toward the Branch family is a daily occurrence to me. Julian fell into a slight silence, a trace of regret flashing in his eyes. He stroked his chin, smiling softly. I was wrong back then to say those things. Those words hit Eileen's heart like an arrow, making her gaze grow shy. She lowered her head, biting her lip tightly, thinking to herself, wait, Julian just apologized. But it didn't really feel like a proper apology. Decisively, she looked up, her voice trembling but sincere. Anyway, thank you. Julian stepped closer, his eyes curious. What was it about? She felt shy, her face flushed warmly because she had just helped me sort out the recent matter. Julian shrugged, replied softly, it's nothing. After a while of fixing it, the broken wall was completely repaired. Eileen wiped the sweat from her forehead, sighed deeply, her voice full of relief. Phew, finally it's done. Julian stood behind her, smiling and praising warmly. Well done. She turned around, eyes sparkling with excitement. Now that you have defeated the demon, let me introduce you to the buyer of the painting. At this moment, Julian was approaching a man who was admiring the painting he had brought. The man sighed, his deep voice full of emotion. Oh, seeing this artwork before dying is truly satisfying. Julian held a cup of tea, smiling confidently. What do you think? This is Coruius Quotas' final piece, The Red Vineyard. The man, Alam Chorney, vice director of the Veal Academy, nodded, his eyes shining with passion. A wheat field swept away by a storm under a gloomy black sky, blowing toward the horizon. Faced with this artistic perception, Julian furrowed his brows slightly, thinking to himself, he must be an art connoisseur. To me, they all look the same, just a pile of crumpled paper. He said nothing and continued to listen. Allomchorni went on, his voice sad and low. Behind this field are endless roads, and even we do not know where they ultimately lead. Julian pondered silently, thinking, that is a very profound interpretation. He softly spoke in a slow voice. This painting conveys a feeling of solitude because it transmits the artist's sadness to his younger brother. The younger brother had financially supported him a great deal. He sent the painting along with a letter, beginning with the words, I have poured all my sorrow and soul into this painting. Julian pondered, his eyes briefly confused. All things connected together, huh? He sipped his tea, nodded, yes, that's right. Before his words, Alam Chorney looked at him with a strange gaze, his whole being radiating a dazzling golden light. Julian thought silently, his heart beating slightly faster, the color of suspicion, huh? Was the old man suddenly doubting him? The system in his mind sent a notification, the color of suspicion, doubting. He frowned, wondering, is there something wrong with this painting? But then he immediately dismissed that thought, his gaze sharpening. No, it's not like that. Based on Miss Eileen's and the vice director's reactions, this is definitely genuine. His expression slightly narrowed, thoughts still swirling in his mind. So what exactly is he doubting? After a moment of silence, Alam Chorney suddenly spoke. Julian. The sudden call startled Julian, who quickly replied yes. He continued calmly, listen, do you really understand anything about this painting? Honestly, I feel your family approached me because they needed money. I could pay a reasonable price and buy it immediately, but I only want to deal with someone who truly understands its value. Before those words, Julian thought, so that's the reason. If that's the case, even if there's a deal, I'm afraid I won't be able to get a high price. You immediately spoke up. This painting is described as the artist's final work, right? Coruius passed away shortly after painting it, so its value must be even greater, right? Hearing this, Alam Chorney sighed softly, then smiled. How you're correct. Coruius died right at the location depicted in this painting. You really do have an artistic eye. Julian, I misunderstood you. Julian replied shyly, you flatter me too much. He continued, so shall we start discussing the price? Julian nodded, all right. Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief. He finally agreed to the deal. Alam Chorney raised 4 fingers and asked, how do you find this price? Julian muttered to himself, 400,000 nars, should I try to bargain a bit more? He stroked his chin, pondered for a moment, then said, this work marked the beginning of the golden era after the artist's death. I believe you understand its value. Hearing this, Alam Chorney's hand stiffened slightly. He pondered for a moment before saying, then I will add another 100,000 nars. Julian trembled slightly with excitement, thinking to himself 500,000 nars more than enough beyond expectation. If nars is equivalent to the dollar, this sum is about 500 million won. He couldn't help but be amazed, such an ugly painting worth as much as 500 million. Seeing Julian lost in thought, Alam Chorny called out, "Hey Julian." He startled and snapped out of his thoughts. Smiling in response, "Now you have recognized its value. Very well, let's start the deal." He thought in his heart, that person once said the gallery couldn't be bought even if they sold all their assets. Now I understand why, at this price, how many people could even afford it. Cut to the academy. Eileen pushed open the door and stepped into a room, speaking up. "Deputy Principal Alam Chorny, did you call for me?" Alam Chorny was admiring a painting. Turning around, "Ah, Miss Eileen, please have a seat." He continued, "By the way, regarding the old building, has everything been settled?" Eileen replied, "Yes, everything has been resolved satisfactorily." While speaking, he used magic to pour tea, smiling, "I was very worried, but now I am at ease." Alam Chorny nodded, "Good. Did you encounter any difficulties?" Eileen held the teacup, wearing a satisfied smile. Nothing was too difficult. He looked at the teacup, sighed, "Sorry for making you handle this troublesome matter." His expression grew serious. "What I am about to say must remain confidential between us. Professor Eileen, it is highly likely that this was caused by the Dawn Society." Eileen was surprised. The Dawn Society? Why would they target the academy? Alam Chorny shook his head. "I don't know the reason, but there is much indirect evidence. It seems they took advantage of the resonance stone's weakness to act. We decided to keep this secret to avoid panic within the academy." Upon hearing this, Eileen was deep in thought, her hand clutching the teacup tightly. She thought silently, a satanic worship group has just appeared in the Empire. That is the Dawn Society. Why would they attack the academy? Seeing Eileen worried, Alam Chorny reassured her, "Don't be too concerned, Eileen. We have strengthened security and will do everything to protect the academy." She breathed a slight sigh of relief. "Yes." He continued, "We managed to resolve this thanks to Sir Julian Wright." Eileen stammered, "Ah, Sir Julian?" She asked, "Just remembered, have you met him yet?" Alam Chorny laughed heartily. "Yes, thanks to him, I got a very precious painting." She smiled, "I want to thank him for eliminating the demon, but it seems he has already left." Alam Chorny nodded. "That's right." After receiving the money, he hurried away. Apparently to buy a bunch of gemstones, moonstones, I believe. Hearing this, Eileen trembled slightly, accidentally spitting out a sip of tea in surprise. She wiped the corner of her mouth, asked eagerly, "Moonstones, you say?" Then she stood up abruptly, turned and left. "I have urgent business to attend to." Noticing Eileen's haste, Alam Chorny sipped his tea, wondering, why is everyone so busy these days? Eileen rushed to the gemstone shop. The shopkeeper quickly spoke up, "Sorry miss, moonstones are sold out." Firmly, "No way, there must still be stock." The shopkeeper awkwardly said, "Sir Julian bought more than I anticipated." Eileen angrily slammed her hand on the table. "So when will they have more?" The shopkeeper stammered, "This time it will take much longer." Eileen-quote's face darkened. She murmured, "No, I need that stone for my upcoming thesis." Her whole world seemed to collapse inside her. She cried, screamed loudly, "Julian." Scene shifts to Julian. He smiles with satisfaction. "The man in front of me, a famous blacksmith nicknamed the Vague Flame, held the moonstone and asked, 'Do you want me to forge a sword from this gemstone?' Julian nodded yes. He took out a series of moonstones, excitedly asking if he could forge a sword resembling the silver moon. After hearing Julian's request, blacksmith Ruger Orland shouted loudly, his voice full of pride mixed with anger, "That's not a sword. That's a work of art. My pride does not allow me to create such a thing." His face flushed red, his eyes ignited with fierce fire. It was as if Julian's request was an insult to the honor of the Black Ember Forge. Facing the blunt refusal, Julian remained calm, his gaze sharp yet his voice gentle and persuasive. "I want to commission it for actual combat." Ruger Orland slammed his hand on the table, the wood echoing sharply, his voice resolute, "No, that is merely a luxury item." He pointed at the design before him, eyes blazing with contempt, "Bringing this design here? This doesn't qualify as a weapon. If you want luxury goods, go somewhere else to find them." The argument grew increasingly intense, the atmosphere in the forge thickening with tension. Ruger Orland continued, "Our other Ember Forge only produces weapons for knights. Only masterpieces like Hayden Reich's sword, the one I once admired, are worthy." Julian was undaunted, his eyes sparkling with determination. He stepped forward, his voice deep but resolute. "I want to engrave the mana rune onto this sword, Rugerorland." The blacksmith shook his head, a hint of sarcasm in his eyes. "Even so, embedding a moonstone into the heart of the blade is a foolish act. No one can fight with a sword embedded with gemstones weaker than ordinary steel." Julian gently stroked his chin, pondering, his eyes gleaming with calculation. Seeing him silent, a young female assistant from the forge stepped forward, her voice gentle but firm. "Sir Julian, sorry, but we only forge weapons worthy of bearing the Black Diamond Forge's name. Every sword is engraved with our emblem. If that sword easily shatters, the honor of the forge will crumble along with it." Hearing this, Julian fell into thought, his heart pounding lightly under the pressure. He silently said to himself, this is troublesome. I really want it forged here, because this is where Hayden Reich's sword was made. After a moment of consideration, he raised his hand, his voice steel strong. I understand now. Then I will make sure it does not break easily. Ruger Orland pointed at him, his eyes skeptical. Do you really think you can do that? Julian smiled confidently, his eyes blazing like fire. That's right, because I am Julian. If you don't believe me, test my skill. Without another word, he took out a special pouch of money and slammed it on the table. A challenging smile on his face. Forge the sword first. I pay more than the usual fee. Gazing at the glittering pouch before them, Ruger and his assistant were pensive, their eyes flickering between suspicion and curiosity. Noticing their hesitation, Julian stepped forward, his voice low but captivating. If the sword breaks during the test, I will neither take the money nor the stone. Faced with Julian's confidence, Ruger Orland frowned, thinking to himself, is this guy really that confident? After a moment of thought, he sighed and nodded. All right, if it breaks during the test, let's consider nothing happened. A few days later, the sword was completed. Ruger brought it out, his eyes shining with a mixture of pride and doubt. Here it is. The best blacksmiths worked day and night. We failed many times before finally succeeding. He looked at Julian, inquiring, do you really intend to use it as a weapon? Julian held the sword, the light from the blade reflected on his face, making his eyes sparkle. He activated the perfect sword technique, a surge of mana gushing from the blade like a storm of energy. He nodded confidently, of course. Now let's begin the test. Scene cuts to the street. A crowd gathered on the street, the murmurs rising like crashing waves. Julian glanced around, momentarily surprised, exclaiming, so many people here. His assistant looked at him, her face faintly flushed, shyly saying, well, everyone wants to watch, but if you're uncomfortable, we can ask them to leave. Julian laughed heartily, confidence radiating in every gesture. No need. Ruger Orland brought out a set of iron armor, striking it hard. His voice full of challenge, Sir Julian, this armor was specially prepared for the trial. It's not ordinary armor. Julian looked at the shining armor before him, nodded, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Indeed. Ruger continued proudly, it is 1 centimeter thick, nearly a solid block of steel. If you're going to try, you must do it thoroughly. He looked at Julian with sharp eyes. Come on, try cutting through this. Julian tightened his grip on the sword, a confident smile spreading across his lips. Ha ha, you've prepared well indeed. He summoned his strength, both his body and sword radiated a massive energy like a swirling mana storm. He shouted excitedly, of course, if the target is too easy, it wouldn't be fun. The crowd erupted into cheers. Ruger nodded, murmuring with a hint of doubt in his eyes, is this the sword from the rumors? But even with the moonlight sword activated, such a structure couldn't withstand the strike. Julian raised the sword high, light from the blade shimmered like rays of moonlight. He marveled, his heart pounding with excitement. This feeling was entirely different from before, as if the sword had found its own path. After a moment of contemplation, he swung the sword forcefully, slashing directly at the armor. A crack rang out, the armor shattered instantly, steel fragments scattering like metallic flower petals. The crowd erupted, amazed shouts echoing. Ruger exclaimed, his face pale. Impossible. The assistant covered her mouth, stammering, her eyes full of astonishment. How could he possibly? Julian smiled with satisfaction, his eyes sparkling with pride, channeling mana surging into the sword, then letting it spin endlessly. So this is the true feeling of the moonlight sword. He gripped the sword tightly, feeling the power surge through every fiber of the metal. The assistant lowered her head, her voice trembling, without needing to go all out. The armor forged by our smithy had been shattered into pieces. Julian turned to Ruger, his smile confident. So what do you want to bring out to test next? Ruger clenched his teeth, his eyes complex and speechless, as if the honor of the smithy had just been challenged by the very sword they had once despised. The source of explosive power still lingered in the sky, streams of mana sparkling like shattered moonlight in the air. Suddenly, a system panel appeared before Julian's eyes. The incomplete moonlight sword trait had evolved into the moonlight sword. He smiled, his heart pounding with excitement, eyes shining with satisfaction. Had a new trait been activated? Holding the sword in his hand, Julian observed, feeling every perfect detail. He thought silently, pride welling up. I poured considerable energy into this, yet there's not a single scratch. This is a perfect sword. I've finally succeeded. The blacksmith Ruger Orland approached from behind, his eyes still showing a hint of surprise. He covered his mouth and spoke softly, his voice trembling with respect, as if I had underestimated him. Julian sheathed his sword with a decisive motion, then turned back, a confident smile spreading across his lips. Sometimes actions persuade more than words, don't they? Ruger nodded, his gaze serious, his deep voice like a warning. But remember this well, if this sword breaks, my reputation shatters with it. Swing it with that in mind. The words caused Julian to startle slightly, his heart twitching with the weight of responsibility. He turned back with a smile, his eyes sparkling with determination. Understood, I will wield it worthily. At that moment, a man stepped over to the pile of shattered armor pieces. His gaze was contemplative and full of astonishment. He bent down to pick up a piece of steel, mumbling, this specially crafted armor from the Black Flame Forge was cut so cleanly. He looked up toward Ruger with curiosity and said, this must have been done by Julian. He turned to Lin standing nearby, his sharp eyes nodding, so he had stopped by here. Lin frowned, her eyes briefly filled with surprise. Julian had been here before. The man picked up another shard, examining it carefully, his voice thoughtful. However, I do not sense Julian's spiritual energy here. He's not bad either, a swordsman who focuses all his spiritual power on his swordsmanship. It would be amazing if we could see him cut through this armor. Hearing this, Lin sighed, her eyes distant, thinking to herself, could it be the teacher? The teacher and the coach gently shook their heads, trying to hide the growing worry in their hearts. The man turned around, his voice deep but full of meaning. Aren't you worried about Julian? Lin was startled, her face briefly flushed pink, hesitating. Well, He smiled, his eyes mischievous. That's right, the two of you just completed a mission together. How is he? Lin lowered her head, her voice soft but unable to hide her admiration. He really is very strong. The man nodded, his eyes sharper, more important. Do you feel anything strange about him? Lin was startled, her heart pounding, turning to ask again, her voice trembling strangely. What do you mean? He lowered his voice, his eyes darkening as if hiding a secret. I mean, does he resemble someone from the Dawn cult? His words were like a sharp knife stabbing straight into Lynnequota's heart. She opened her eyes wide, her voice choked with astonishment. What? Julian is a member of the Dawn cult. Scene shifts to Julian. Julian walks along the street. Two shiny swords hung at his waist, sparkling in the sunlight. He smiled, his eyes sparkling with pride, thinking to himself, I'm becoming more and more like Julian. But then the smile faded, replaced by a sigh, his eyes growing serious. But I can't forget the goal when I came here. I have to return to my real world. I can't live forever as Julian. He gently stroked his chin, deep in thought, his heart heavy, to return to his own world. This world must ultimately end. In other words, I must reach the conclusion of the game. Heidenreich must prevent the resurrection of the Demon King Barbatos. He shook his head, his eyes sparkling with determination. I cannot live forever under the name Julian. He continued thinking, his inner voice low, but where exactly are we in the storyline now? It seems this is the moment when the Dawn cult begins to emerge. They are a heretical organization that will do anything to resurrect the Demon King Barbatos, the eternal enemy of Heidenreich and Lynne. He stopped walking, his gaze darkening as he thought of Lin, especially since Lin's father was killed by the Dawn cult. I want to ally with Heidenreich's faction, but that's not an easy matter. He stroked his chin, deep in thought, just like Julian would. Should I infiltrate the Dawn cult to gather information? But how to get in? Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind, startling him. The system sent a notification, the intuition trait violation activated. Julian sensed a strange mana as if someone was watching. He glanced around cautiously, his voice low and alert. Someone. No one in sight, he muttered, his heart racing with suspicion. Could it be just an illusion? No, my trait definitely activated. He tightened his grip on the sword hilt, his eyes sharp and cold. I don't know who you are, but I have sensed your mana come out. A slow footstep echoed from the darkness. Julian squinted, a triumphant smile blossoming on his lips as he recognized the figure before him. We have met before. Two strangers appeared like silent ghosts stepping out from the night. Their eyes sparkled with danger, making the air around Julian tense like a string about to snap. Julian's heart was in turmoil. He thought to himself, I remember now. She is the witch possessing dark magic at an astonishing level, Elinor, bishop of the Dawn sect, and the one alongside her. I can roughly guess who he is too. The image of a woman without a cloak formed in his mind. Next to her was a man with a stern face. Julian recognized their identities, the eternal enemies of Heidenreich. He smiled warmly and spoke, It's been a long time, Elinor, and to you as well. Elinor seemed unperturbed. She took off her hood and cloak, her voice calm, Yet you still recognized me, even though I am dressed so discreetly. She bowed politely, Indeed, you're Julian. Julian smiled brightly and nodded in response. I also guess the reason you both came here. Elinor clapped her hands, cheerfully saying, Well, since you already know our intentions, things will proceed faster, won't they? I would greatly appreciate it if you could give us your answer immediately. Julian's smile nearly faltered. He thought to himself with a headache, The truth is I have no idea at all. I'm just pretending to speak. Normally, Julian would consider every possibility. He hesitated, saying that he wanted a bit more time to think. Elinor frowned, displeased, and said, Then that's not acceptable, Lord Julian. Startled by him, she raised her hand towards Julian, her gaze sharp. You're the one who took the initiative to approach the Dawn cult and made the proposal, right? Her words were like a dagger, causing Julian's face to pale. She continued calmly but coldly, "You were the one who said you wanted to join the Dawn cult after all." Julian coughed roughly, inwardly complaining, had he gone this far? "Damn it," Julian muttered, "cleaning up the mess you left is becoming my daily task now." He silently recalled what he knew about Aliner, the sword that once pressed against his neck. No matter which path he took, Julian would be defeated by a foe, and he had previously been defeated by Hayden Reich. He clenched his teeth, unwilling, craving demonic power and ultimately joining the Dawn cult. Returning to the present, Julian lifted his head, his eyes blood-red, a terrifying smile spreading across his face. He painfully thought of ways to deal with the two before him but replied calmly, "There's no time limit to join, right?" Around them, the architecture stood silent and deserted, the atmosphere heavy and oppressive. Eleanor spoke coldly, "That's true, but you should know that we might interpret it differently." She opened her bright pink eyes wide and proposed a hypothesis. "What if this is just an excuse to lure and capture us? What if you pretending to want to join is merely a trap?" She pointed her finger directly at Julian, her smiling face full of veiled accusation. Julian frowned slightly, panic obvious. "Damn it, they're suspicious of me, but I didn't come to investigate the Dawn cult. I truly want to join." He closed his eyes, the image of Hayden Reich appearing in his mind. "If the Empire finds out about me, I'm doomed. That path will lead to the worst outcome." It felt as if Hayden Reich's stern eyes were piercing right through him. If Hayden Reich knew I joined the Dawn cult. Julian immediately imagined the worst scenario, being split in two by Hayden Reich's sword. Even if he managed to kill Hayden Reich, it would still be a disaster. Maybe I'll never leave this game world again. His mind tangled like a skein of silk, wondering how to escape this situation. Outwardly, Julian forced a smile. "I didn't expect to be suspected to this extent." Eleanor crossed her arms and looked at him coldly. "You know too much." She asked again, "What if you want to withdraw now?" Julian calmly replied, "What if I did?" The man dressed in black had been silent all along, suddenly spoke in a deep voice, "That means we won't let you leave here safely." A terrifying surge of power erupted from him, causing the cobblestone ground beneath his feet to shatter. Julian thought as fast as lightning, a Bishop Star, member of the Dawn cult's combat squad, superior to ordinary knights. The man clenched his fist beneath his cloak, then threw the cloak away. His eyes flashed, he roared, "You'd better decide quickly, otherwise I, Pelkor, will crush you." He pointed at the large scar on his face. "Remember this scar? The scar you left on me still hurts." Julian felt distraught, thinking silently, "So it's you again, Julian. I'm getting more and more tired of the trouble you cause." He responded calmly in a provocative tone, "Sorry. I don't have the habit of remembering the faces of weaker opponents." This made Pelkor furious, veins bulging on his face. He laughed madly, "Ha ha ha." Julian tried to keep calm, the provocative smile on his face, but inside he felt uneasy. Talking to act tough only made Julian take more hits. Suddenly, Pelkor's massive figure vanished in the blink of an eye. He appeared right behind Julian. Julian only had time to turn his head and glare at him. Pelkor's fist roared, "Let's see how long you can keep calm." The system immediately notified that the innate swordsman trait was activated. In the moment, Julian drew his sword to block Pelkor's fist. His face turned pale as he thought, "Damn, I grabbed the wrong old iron sword instead of the moonlight sword." The moonlight sword was still hanging at his waist. He told himself his memory was crap. Now he just had to hold out as long as possible. Pelkor's fist unleashed tremendous power. Julian quickly counterattacked, but Pelkor leaned sideways to dodge the sword. The sword in Julian's hand began to crack like a spider web. Unable to hold out much longer, he backed away thinking this was bad, too dangerous. He had to retreat and regroup. But Pelkor realized the intention. He bared his teeth in a grin. In a flash, he lunged right in front of Julian. Arm raised, poised to strike. A punch full of power knocked Julian against the wall, stones crumbling and scattering everywhere. The pain made him cry out. Leaning against the cracked wall, head bowed, Julian heard Pelkor's harsh laughter. "So how does it feel to be defeated by a nobody, Julian?" The sword in his hand was now nothing but the hilt. Julian sighed, unwilling to accept this. A blazing red power burst forth around his body. Julian slowly stood up, growled, "I'm sick of enduring things I didn't cause." His resilience stunned even Pelkor, who stared in disbelief. "Huh, you still have the strength to move?" Eleanor noticed something unusual and hurriedly shouted, "Wait, Pelkor, something's not right. The system notified that your mood is rising to its peak." Darkness shadowed half of Julian's face. He pushed himself upright, sighed, looked up, his eyes flashing a terrifying red light, his voice low, "How troublesome." The system continued. "The unique ability of the awakened eyes has been activated." Julian's whole body seemed to blaze with furious flames. He quietly drew his sword from its sheath, the steel gleaming coldly, each step forward carrying an overwhelming aura. Pelkor saw the sword emitting a blazing red flame and thought to himself, his aura suddenly changed. What was that sword? Seeing Julian not stopping at all, Pelkor clenched his teeth and growled, "I will destroy that sword as well." But before he could say more, Julian charged forward at a terrifying speed, swinging the sword in his hand and striking countless blows on Pelkor's body. So fast that it was hard for the naked eye to follow. Pelkor's eyes widened in shock. Looking down at his trembling arm, now covered with dozens of slash marks, he mumbled in a trembling voice, "My hand." He screamed in unbearable pain. But Julian paid no attention to that pitiful scream. His eyes became mad as if caught in a rage. He continued to charge, attacking relentlessly. Pelkor, despite the pain, gritted his teeth, clenched his fist tightly, and threw a punch straight at Julian's face, shouting loudly, "How dare you!" But Julian only gave a meaningful smile, his eyes flashing coldly. The sword in his hand spun once and then slashed directly into Pelkor's chest. The powerful slash made his large body stagger and step back, emitting pitiful cries, despite facing relentless attacks. Pelkor struggled to stand firm, gritting his teeth and shouting, "Stay away from me." As he said, he continuously threw a series of punches at Julian, but Julian easily dodged. He slid past Pelkor's body and struck another slash to his ribs, causing him to tremble and collapse to one knee on the ground, crying out in pain. One hand clutching the wound tightly, eyes wide open, trembling with anger and fear. He muttered to himself, "Is this really Julian's true power? He truly is a monster." Julian remained in a heightened combat state. Looking at the blood splattered on the ground and Pelkor's stunned face, he thought to himself. A strange feeling arose, the blood, the sensation of flesh and bone being torn apart, and that pure terrified face. What is this feeling? Why do I feel so excited? The system suddenly announced that eye opening can only be used by those with fox eyes. This skill activates only when emotions reach their peak, enhancing physical strength and expanding vision. At this moment, Pelkor was down on both knees, nearly incapacitated for battle. He stammered with a trembling voice, "Stop, please stop." The system continued to announce that eye opening also makes the user extremely aggressive. As the announcement ended, Julian swung his sword, his wild gaze fixed on Pelkor, ready to deliver the finishing blow. He roared, "I don't want to." A thrust pierced straight through Pelkor's chest, causing him to cough up blood as his body nearly collapsed. Julian withdrew his sword and looked at him coldly, his voice deepening. "Your title of Iron Fist is now meaningless." He grabbed Pelkor's hair, pulled his face up. His face was full of fear as he mumbled, don't kill me." In Pelkor's eyes, Julian at that moment looked no different from a demon. But just then, a small pair of hands from afar touched his shoulder. Julian was startled. Elena came closer, grabbing the collar of his shirt with a serious tone. "Enough, Julian, don't you think so?" Her sudden appearance caused Julian's eyes, which had been glowing brightly from the eye opening, to gradually return to normal. The killing intent within him vanished. The system notified that the eye-opening effect had expired. Julian was momentarily stunned, thinking to himself, "What have I done?" Pelkor clutched his bloody chest in pain. Julian had now returned to his normal state, feeling his whole body shaking from fear. He wondered what he had done. He recalled that those with fox eyes, when activating the eye opening, would have their personality altered, with their aggressive traits heightened to an extreme degree, truly dangerous. Regaining his composure, Julian turned to Eleanor with a low voice, "You all started it first." Eleanor, holding a weapon pointed straight at his face, smiled. Pelkor really was insolent. Julian continued with cold eyes, knowing well that she wouldn't be able to do anything. Eleanor stepped closer, threatening him with one hand while the other began healing Pelkor. She went on, "I already let you beat him once." Pelkor felt the magic entering his body and thought, "Is this magic? I can't move." Eleanor whispered closely into Julian's ear, "But after witnessing this battle, I admire you even more." She smiled and made a proposal, "Why don't we cooperate?" The system notified the characteristic beauty mark is easily favored by the opposite sex. Julian pondered silently without responding immediately. Eleanor continued, "You won't lose anything at all." Julian turned and placed his hand on her shoulder, replying, "What you say is true, but I still want to think about it a little more." After speaking, he turned his back and walked away. Eleanor watched his figure as he walked away, muttering that her inherent traits still had no effect on him. She turned to Pelkor, who had now stood up despite still being in pain. "So Pelkor, is there anything different about him?" Pelkor stammered, "He is indeed stronger." Eleanor nodded, her voice low, "I knew it. The amnesia story is definitely a lie. This is personal, so don't tell the other bishops about it." Pelkor nodded, "Of course." Eleanor watched Julian's departing figure, sighed, thinking to herself that as expected, her traits had no effect on him. Back with Julian, he returned home, his body still trembling. Looking at his hand, he thought silently about the eye-opening trait that had helped him escape that place. But he couldn't rely on such an unstable trait. He rubbed his head, cursing silently. What should he do now? If he sided with the Dawn cult, Hayden would kill him, and he would never be able to return to the original world again. But if he opposed the Dawn cult, certainly one of them would kill him. A subtle smile gradually appeared on his face. Perhaps he really had to join the Dawn cult. He would gather as much information as possible, and then prevent the resurrection of the demon god. That was the only way to return to the original world. Scene transition to Gemel Monastery. Julian walked with a calm yet determined demeanor. As he stepped in, he thought to himself. The Sun Church, the largest congregation on the continent of Rosenda, a monastery affiliated with it, hung, not ordinary at all. The moment he set foot inside, the people around immediately stirred. Some whispered, "Has the holy war genius come here again?" Another group trembled, their voices full of worry. He must have come to eliminate someone this time. But Julian did not bring about any gossip. He continued walking inside with cold eyes. A bishop approached cautiously. "Lord Julian, what brings you to our monastery?" Julian turned and smiled faintly. "I have come to meet the abbot." Upon hearing that, the bishop stammered in surprise. "The abbot? Ah, yes," he thought to himself. "I wasn't informed about this." From inside, a nun stepped out, her sharp eyes fixed on Julian. "Please come this way, I will guide you," she said. Looking at her, Julian thought, "Oh, they sent someone right on time." He silently followed the nun deeper inside. Suddenly, a strange violet mana aura emanated from her. She stopped and said in a low voice, "You arrived earlier than I expected." "Honestly, I would usually refuse." Julian narrowed his eyes and immediately recognized her Eleanor. He maintained a calm smile. "Eleanor, long time no see," he thought to himself, "and she dares to disguise herself right in front of me." He continued, his voice full of implication, "To help truly, in the middle of such a large monastery, she was actually hiding the base of the Dawn sect here." After some moving around, they stopped in front of a large door. Eleanor pushed the door, her voice gentle but carrying a hint of warning. "The Archbishop is waiting for you. Sir Julian, please maintain decorum." Julian smirked, confidently replying, "I will consider it." In his heart, he thought she was much more cautious than before. The reason? Surely because the Dawn sect leader is here. As the two entered, the crowd below immediately stirred. It was Julian. Was he really here? The person sitting on the throne at the center of the grand hall spoke in a steady tone. "You are Julian, aren't you?" Julian looked up, muttering inwardly, "He's a sect leader with no dignity at all. Is this the humble farmer chosen by the holy relics?" He was Tenorin, the leader of the Dawn sect. Seeing Julian still standing, Eleanor turned and reminded him, "Julian, kneel before the Archbishop." But contrary to her attitude, Julian smiled confidently and asked in return, "And why should I do that?" Her words startled Eleanor for a moment. She quickly continued, "Didn't you already agree to join? Prove your loyalty then." Julian raised his hand, looked at his palm, and laughed loudly. "Haha, I didn't come here to kneel and beg for some trivial faith. I came to establish a cooperative relationship." In his mind, he thought it was ridiculous for Julian to suddenly join a religion, acting with such confidence as if that would be better. He continued, his voice sharp, "You all rely on my power, but I only need the power of the gods you worship." Hearing this, the bishops nearby began whispering. One spoke up, "How dare he be so insolent?" Another added, "That arrogant man only knows how to boast." Tenorin sat on the throne, raised his hand signaling, his voice low, "That's enough. For the sake of cooperation, right? Then there's no need to treat this man like that anymore." He turned to everyone, all except Julian and Eleanor, "Please leave." The crowd replied in unison, "Yes, your grace." A few muttered, "What does he intend to do?" After they left, Tenelron smiled broadly, "Haha, just as rumored, you have quite a strong spirit, Julian." He stepped forward, slapped Julian on the shoulder loudly, his voice excited, "Good, I like you even more." Then he turned around, signaling, "Follow me, I want to show you something." He led Julian into a restricted area, his voice deep, "This place is reserved only for bishops." Julian wondered, why such strictness? Tenelron nodded, "Because here lies a relic." Hearing the word relic, Julian's curiosity grew further. A relic. Tenorin continued, "Why am I showing you this place?" "Because I don't want you to leave. If I let you go, it means turning Julian into an enemy." "But Julian is an ally of the Dawn sect, isn't he?" "Haha, wouldn't that be more interesting?" Julian stroked his chin, smiling, "So you're saying that even if I am just an ally, not a believer, it's still fine, right?" Tenorin nodded. "That's right, I will appoint you as bishop so that you can wield the power of the Dawn sect more comprehensively." The sudden proposal made Eleanor turn around, her voice anxious. "Archbishop, the promotion is too sudden." But Tenorin didn't care. He extended his hand toward Julian, saying this is a deserved reward for a hero on the northern front line. Then he turned to Eleanor. "Eleanor, are you questioning me?" Eleanor lowered her head shyly. "I'm sorry." Tenelron looked back at Julian, laughing heartily. "Haha, so Julian, are you satisfied with this arrangement?" Julian smiled, "Thank you, Your Excellency, Archbishop." The group moved deeper inside. In the middle of the room, a bright red fountain was flowing. Eleanor turned to Julian with a smile. "Haha, well, since you have come all the way here, I'll show you something more." Tenorin approached the fountain under Julian's astonished gaze. He spoke up, "That golden goblet, is that a holy relic?" Tenorin nodded, "Yes, it is the great treasure that has chosen me." Julian looked at the goblet, thinking to himself, "This is a sacred relic, the origin of the demon god, an object capable of materializing the will of the demon Lord Barbados." Tenorin raised his hand high. A stream of deep red water shot straight from the goblet into his hand. Holding some black object, he turned to Julian. "It seemed like I've seen you somewhere before." Julian looked at the object in his hand and guessed it was a horn of the demon tribe. Tenelron nodded excitedly, "Precisely. Through this sacred relic, I can forge demon horns whose source of power is truly impressive. Julian thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen how to forge a demon horn, but I clearly understand the true nature of this sacred relic and the impact the horn would have if I used it. Eleanor spoke up, pulling him out of his thoughts. Julian smiled and replied, "Ah, right, very interesting, a demon horn." He stepped forward, pointed at it, and asked, "So if I use this horn, can I harness the power of the demon god?" Tenelron nodded, "Exactly." Julian continued with determination in his voice, "Then clearly I have come to the right place. This horn will certainly become a stepping stone for my dream." Tenelron's expression became excited. He shouted, "If you say so, then take it. From now on, this horn will be yours." The sudden action startled both Julian and Eleanor. Julian held the horn, his expression changed, and his eyes flashed a cold, murderous light. He thought to himself, does he intend to give me this so easily? Tenelron continued, "A great many demons must be sacrificed to create one horn, requiring lots of materials, but the power obtained is worthy of what we invest." Then he stepped forward and placed his hand on Julian's shoulder, continuing, "I wonder how powerful it will be in your hands." As he spoke, a knowing smile played at the corner of his mouth. It might even surpass the sacred sword. He kept staring at the horn, thinking that he knew very well the power this horn could bring. And even the demon with a human form was created from it. Instead of saying it borrows demonic power, it's more accurate to say it becomes a part of the demon. He didn't even want to imagine himself turning into that kind of thing anymore. His eyes narrowed slightly. Messy thoughts, so now what should I do to be able to refuse this? Eleanor stepped forward from behind and spoke up, "Your Excellency Archbishop. In my opinion, it is still too early to entrust him with this horn." Tenelron glanced at her and asked, "Too early, huh?" She sighed and replied, "Yes, he has not officially joined us yet, and the horn is the root of power in this organization. If we give it away so easily, other members surely won't look on this matter favorably." He asked again, "Oh, is that so?" Julian behind had heard the whole conversation. Then he spoke up, "For now, I will return it. This isn't the reason I decided to come here." Taking back the horn, Tenelron complimented, "So it turns out you're more thoughtful than I expected. But it seems some more persuasion is needed for Eleanor. Can I ask you for a favor?" he asked curiously. "What is it?" He continued, "But you probably already know that the main raw material for making horns can only be extracted from the hearts of demons that have at least 3 horns. It is also a vessel containing the lingering will of the demon god. Please bring them to me. Of course, that won't be easy for you." Hearing this proposal, sweat poured down his face. He asked again, "Going to hunt 3-horned demons without an order from the royal family? Even for me, that's too suspicious." Sensing his worry, he immediately reassured him, "You don't need to worry about that. We will handle it for you." Scene shifts to a few days later at a train station. Julian sat inside the train carriage, his eyes gazing outside. He thought to himself, what just happened? The Archbishop accepted me as a member of the sect and even appointed me as a bishop. Just after joining, I was ordered to hunt 3-horned demons. It seems they have someone disguised within the royal family already. This organization is no longer just a secret sect, but more like an entire nation. This time, it's truly troublesome. At this moment, Haran beside him interrupted his thoughts. "Fortunately, there's a public transportation system connecting the cities," he said with an extremely cheerful face. Hearing that, he nodded in agreement, "Yes," then thought to himself, "I almost forgot this name." Then he asked, "Aren't you also going to Berniden?" Haran was startled and replied, "Yes. That is the place where the festival of the sun god's ascendance takes place, and I will represent the Krifart family to attend. When you complete your mission, you must take time to enjoy this festival," he said in a very bashful tone despite trying to start a conversation. Seeing his attitude, he thought to himself, "For now just nod to get it over with." Halting his thoughts, he then nodded and replied, "All right, if I have time, I will drop by." His cold words accompanied by a terrifying expression made Haran turn pale with fear. This made him smirk slightly, thinking to himself, obviously he is still afraid of me. Then from inside the train car, a voice announced, "Next station Berniden, we have arrived." As soon as the train stopped, the two of them moved forward to say their goodbyes. Haran spoke up, "Then I'll go ahead now." He nodded in response, "All right, Haran." Just as he started to walk away, he turned back and added, "I'm just saying this in case. Don't pick a fight with Marquis Oronil." With this advice from him, he smiled faintly and then turned to leave. Seeing no response, Haran continued, "He used to be very close to the Highlands family that you wiped out, so he won't like you at all." Julian's expression darkened and he said coldly, "I know." Then he thought to himself, thanks to Haran, it seems I have one more thing to worry about now. But since I only came here to eliminate demons, I probably won't encounter him. As soon as I arrived at the meeting point, a cold voice spoke while looking at me, asking to please postpone the mission. This made Julian very curious, and he asked back, "Why is that?" The person continued, "Right now we are restricting access to Purun Forest. only allowing members of the Sun Church to prepare for the Ascension Festival. Then he reminded the three-horned demon is in that forest. The Ascension Festival will be disrupted. This made the other person very curious, asking back, but it still hasn't appeared yet, right? Then he threatened, do you intend to disobey the royal command? This made him pause for a moment before replying, that's why I asked you to postpone your mission. The Ascension Festival is the pride of this city. We cannot allow it to be destroyed by a demon that hasn't done anything yet. If the festival is cancelled because of an elimination mission, can you take responsibility? He kept talking straight without listening to reason. What if the demon appears during the festival, he thought to himself. The other person said the festival will be held in a week, so why not wait until after that? No matter how cold you are, I thought you would enjoy the festival. These words made him narrow his eyes slightly and look straight at him. Then from outside the door, a clear voice rang out, Dad. This voice caught Julian's attention. He quietly turned his head to look back, which caused the other person to startle briefly. Seeing his daughter step forward, he immediately called out to Tarina. Then the little girl moved toward Julian and asked curiously, Dad, who is this person? He's so handsome. Looking at the little girl below, he thought to himself, surely she is Mr. Orinal's daughter. As soon as he saw his daughter getting close to Julian, Oronil shouted loudly, stay away from him, come here quickly. These words made the little girl very scared and she ran quickly to his side. Seeing this, he thought to himself, do you really think I would lay a hand on a child? Then he seemed to realize something. He immediately used his power and discovered that both father and son were emitting an aura of fear. Along with that, at this moment Orinal's whole body was trembling intensely. Then he smiled looking at the father and son and said, well then, we will continue this conversation another day. After speaking, he turned and left, leaving the two father and son bewildered in the room. Just after stepping outside, he gently brushed his hand over his face, sighed deeply. Then from a distance, two people approached. The young man with black hair asked, is that Julian? How did it go? He looked towards them, sighed, then replied, he is very determined. I cannot postpone this mission any longer. This made the blue-haired guy beside him very curious. Is that so? The black-haired guy continued. Should we summon the Shut Eyes members from the forest? He immediately shook his head to refuse. No, just leave them there. The festival will no longer go as planned. This caused the two of them to startle slightly and shout, so that means. This place, Berniden, is where most players encounter a three-horned demon for the first time. A three-horned demon is not only powerful, he imagined the image of a very terrifying three-horned demon in his mind. He gently stroked his chin and then said, the festival could turn into a complete season of chaos. The more horns there are, the stronger the demon is, and the more special abilities it possesses. A demon with 3 or more horns is named based on its abilities. One of them is Hamelin. Hamelin is a corrosive demon that turns the place it roots into its own fortress, a maze where entrances and exits constantly swap. Or it could be a swamp that poisons anyone who steps inside. Even if one escapes the fortress, they will be struck by Hamelin's mental attacks. Only a few people have ever managed to get past it. Hamelin is probably close to completing the corrosion of an area to turn it into a maze. Lord Orinal will come looking for me soon. Julian said this while sipping a cup of tea. But just as he took a sip, a servant ran in from outside shouting loudly, Lord Julian. Lord Orinal wanted to meet you right at the mansion, which took Julian by surprise. Indeed, it was sooner than he had predicted, he thought to himself. Seeing Julian deep in thought for a moment, the servant anxiously spoke up, I'm sorry, I didn't know you were dining. He immediately shook his head to dismiss it. It's all right. I also anticipated that something urgent would happen. Returning to Orinal's position, his entire body was trembling with fear. Julian stepped in and spoke, you summoned me, Lord Orinal. At that moment he was still stammering, my daughter Tarina has not opened her eyes since last night. Even the famous healers don't know the reason. Not only Tarina, many other children in the city are also unconscious. Julian maintained a calm demeanor, thinking to himself, the matter has already begun, hasn't it? Oronil questioned, a child who has never been ill suddenly loses consciousness. Doesn't that seem very strange? This statement made Julian curious. He replied, what are you trying to say? He continued, I'm asking here, don't you know something? This strange occurrence is definitely caused by a demon. Julian pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. That's exactly right. It's probably Hamelin in the Pirun forest. It sows seeds into living bodies to turn them into its minions. It doesn't affect adults much, but for children, it is fatal. They faint before they can become minions. Sometimes it's already too late. These words startled Oronil. He stood up abruptly and grabbed Julian's shoulders. That can't be. It simply can't be. Then he made a proposal, quickly go eliminate it, forget that damn festival, save my daughter first. Amid this urgency, Julian smirked inwardly, ha ha, just the other day he was adamantly opposed. Then Julian spoke up, do you really want to save your daughter? He immediately replied, I will do everything. Those words made Julian's eyes narrow slightly. He said coldly, everything? even if it means sacrificing Berniden himself. Hearing this, Oronil suddenly paused for a few seconds. His whole body trembled once again. Then he knelt deeply on the ground and spoke, "Yes, I can endure any loss." Upon this confirmation, Julian laughed heartily with delight and nodded in response. "That's good. In that case, proceed to eliminate Hamelin." Saying this, he turned and walked toward the door, which made Oronil very pleased. He said, "Thank you, truly thank you very much." Cutting to the Purun forest area, at this moment a great many people are gathering, pouring oil all around the forest edge. They keep pouring oil onto the large tree trunks. After finishing, a man stepped forward and spoke. "Everything is ready, Sir Julian." Then he wondered aloud, "But do we really need to go this far in such a beautiful place?" Julian thought for a moment, then nodded and replied, "Of course, ignoring a clear danger would be foolish." He repeated, "Yet still, to burn down the Purun forest." Julian turned away without answering but thought inwardly, "That's right, arson. The way to fight is not to just bypass Hamelin's fortress but to wipe it out. This is the fastest and easiest strategy to defeat Hamelin in the game." Seeing Julian deep in thought, Arson hesitantly spoke up, "But Lord Oronil will be angry about this." Julian replied, "It's okay, he has already given permission. We are just purifying an area infected by demons. We are prioritizing the safety of Berniden's people over the Ascension Festival." Then he smiled and pointed forward, saying, "Then let's get started." "Set fire," his voice rang out. At this moment, each person held a torch in hand and began to burn the entire dense forest. As the flames spread, Hamelin also felt the heat of the forest. Immediately after, it let out a terrifying scream of anger. Seeing this, one of them said, "Hey, could that be the voice of a three-horned demon?" The one beside him answered, "Get ready to fight." Just as they prepared to charge, Julian immediately stretched out his hand and said, "Everyone step back. I will handle that demon myself," he said, drawing his sword and rushing forward. This surprised the two others briefly. "What?" they shouted. "Do you mean you want to face a three-horned demon alone?" Julian smiled and said, "Yes." Then he reminded them, "The rest would only get in my way." His hand tightened around the sword as he started moving deeper into the burning forest. Each step carried with it overflowing confidence. Looking at the scene ahead, he quietly covered his mouth with his hand, smiled, and spoke. It was a truly fascinating and terrifying sight. In front of him now stood the Hamelin monster, glaring at him with immense anger. Immediately after, it swung its arm and delivered a powerful strike directly where he was standing, causing the ground to shatter. At moments like this, using his agility, he quickly stepped back and taunted, "It's useless, Hamelin." At this provocation, its gaze grew even angrier. He then drew the moonlight sword, the blade in his hand enveloped in a blue aura. His lips still curled in a smile as he gripped the sword hilt tightly, and rushed swiftly towards the monster, launching a slash so close to its body that it flinched momentarily. A smile spreading at the corner of his mouth, he said, "You can no longer use your full strength because of this flame, so disappear beneath my sword." As his words ended, the monster's eyes narrowed slightly, and then several rays of light appeared, surrounding its body, which startled him. He covered his nose with his hand, thinking to himself, "Is this Hamelin's pollen?" The system sent a notification. Hamelin's pollen induces hypnosis and convulsions to attack the player's mind. As soon as the system finished, he looked at it and cursed. "Can't believe I forgot about this, damn it." But then he broke into a meaningful smile and spoke. "It's not exactly like that. Do you think I have nothing more than this?" The system continued to send a notification. "You have resisted the attack on Hamelin's mind." Seeing that the opponent could withstand this attack, the monster was startled for a moment, his entire body now enveloped in a thick aura. The system sent a notification. Julian's arrogance trait has been activated. Julian's two-faced trait has been activated. Julian's cold-faced trait has been activated. He thought to himself, "Do you think a mental strike from a lowly demon can affect me?" While Julian remained calm standing there, the monster let out a roar of anger. At this moment, the corner of his lips curved into a smile, his eyes flashing a terrifying blood-red glint. He clenched the moonlight sword tightly, looked ahead and spoke. "What is there for a madman to go even madder?" Finishing his words, he charged straight at it, then unleashed a powerful slash. This slash immediately caused a huge explosion in the middle of the forest. After that mighty slash, the monster's body was split in half, and from inside it emerged a glowing red crystal. He looked down, sighed softly, and thought to himself, "It seems it's over." Then the subordinates behind stepped forward and asked, "Sir Julian, are you all right?" He cast a cold glance at them, then immediately changed his tone to gentle and said, "I'm fine." The scene shifts back to Oronil's location. At this moment, his eyes intently gaze toward the forest ahead that is engulfed by a massive blaze, his whole body trembling with worry. Then Julian steps forward from behind and speaks, thanking him for his support in the demon extermination. The royal family will surely praise Oronil Quotes' courageous decision. Then he inquires, "Has your daughter regained consciousness yet?" He replies, "Though his body is still trembling, the girl is gradually recovering." He steps forward and offers a necklace, then smiles as he says, "Very well, please give this to the girl on my behalf." Taking the pendant in his hand, he questions, "What is this?" He answers his curiosity, "It's a necklace made from fragments of Hamelin. Upon hearing this, Oronil is startled and asks, "What?" He smiles and continues, "Your daughter was the first to be affected by Hamelin's pollen, perhaps because her magical power is stronger than other children her age. The girl has an S-rank mage aptitude, so I gift her this magical item made from Hamelin." This unexpected gesture prompts Oronil to ask, "Why are you doing this? Clearly, you do not like me." He smiles, "The more talented mages the better, right?" He denies, "No, that's not the reason. Surely you have other motives. What makes you treat me so kindly?" He replies, "It's merely a courtesy in return for your cooperation." "No more, no less," Oronil questioned politely, "Is that so?" Indeed, this made Oronil immerse himself in his thoughts. He thought, "You don't even know that I'm the one who exterminated your entire Highlands clan. Surely you want something, pretending to be kind just to take advantage of me." After finishing the task, he spoke up, "Then I shall take my leave, my lord. Once again, thank you for your cooperation in the extermination of this demon." After he left, he still stared intently at the necklace in front of him, muttering he didn't ask anything, just silently walked away. So then, could it be that everything really is like this? At this moment, he opened the door to his daughter's room and spoke. "You look healthier now." Now he approached and handed the necklace to his little daughter, smiling as he said, "This is a gift to celebrate your recovery." Seeing the necklace before her, the little girl's cheeks flushed with joy and she spoke, "This is so beautiful." He reached out to stroke his little daughter's head and asked, "Do you like it?" She nodded and answered, "Yes." This made Oronil sigh quietly inside. It seemed there was nothing dangerous. Seeing the little girl so joyful was truly surprising. "I must send a letter to the noble council about this." He continued to ponder, "We have postponed the extermination plan as requested by the chairman to stop Julian. And Terina, my daughter, almost lost her life because of that. There will be no more cooperation. Highlands, please forgive the day we chose the peace of our family over revenge against you." After finishing the task, Julian boarded the ship back to the organization. He was holding a wooden box in his hands, thinking to himself, "The heart of Hamelin, I have successfully taken his demon stone." As he thought, he slowly opened the box. Inside, something was emitting a very intense dark energy that made Julian's eyes gleam with delight. He smiled, thinking to himself, "Nothing unusual, but the aura is truly hateful." Looking at the sparkling demon stone inside, his eyes narrowed slightly, mumbling, "So what should I do next? If I hand this demon stone to the Dawn Association, perhaps I will gain some trust, but there must be a better choice than just cooperating with them." At that moment, a crew member on the ship spoke up, "This ship will stop in Londrian." As soon as the words ended, Julian looked toward the door, mumbling, "Many people are boarding. First, I must return to the capital and hide the demon stone in a safe place. Discovery would cause great trouble." At that moment, a light step approached from behind him. This person was none other than Lin. She looked across from him and said, "A seat. Ah, it's right here." Then her eyes suddenly met Julian's. This caused both of their expressions to become tense. He thought silently to himself, "Why does it have to be right now? What a trouble." He clenched his teeth and cursed inwardly. And to make matters worse, it was someone from Hayden's faction. He couldn't let himself be discovered at this moment. He glanced at her, forced a smile, and thought to himself, if the demon stone is exposed now, it would be dangerous. He hasn't even decided how to handle it yet. Just carrying spoils from demons is enough to raise suspicion. It's risky, but for now, I'll put it in my handbag. He took the bag carefully and put the box back inside. Then he turned towards her and spoke, "We really happened to meet each other, like fate." Then he leaned close and continued speaking. "It must be you, Miss Lin. Didn't expect to run into this bastard here." She put on a displeased expression and looked away, softly snorting coldly. He immediately called her bluff. He said, "You're wondering why he's here, aren't you?" Without denying, she nodded to confirm, "Yes, exactly what I meant." He smiled and replied, "I have business in Berniden, and you, Miss Lin, seem to be heading somewhere very warm." She didn't even notice her clothes sticking out of the bag. She shyly spoke up, "Never mind me." He continued, "Sorry if I made you uncomfortable." The distraction tactic just now was effective. He quietly sighed in relief. Thankfully, she paid attention to me, so she didn't notice this thing. If an upright knight saw an item related to the Demon King, who knows what would happen next. But then the girl immediately called out Julian's name, which startled him, thinking to himself, has she realized already? She looked at him with suspicious eyes and said, "The more I think about it, the stranger it seems." He questioned her, "What do you mean?" She glanced at him with doubtful eyes. "Isn't this a bit too coincidental? Hey, aren't you following me?" Hearing this, Julian sighed with relief inside, then responded warmly, "Unfortunately, this trip wasn't arranged by me. It was organized by the royal secretaries." "If that's the case, aren't you the one watching me?" This unexpected counterattack made Lin startle and stammer. "What did you just say?" He snorted coldly and continued, "There's no need to react so excessively." These words made the girl shyly turn her face away. He muttered inside, "Damn, I thought I was exposed. I must quickly hide it somewhere safe. If I had known it would be like this, I wouldn't have taken out the ruby." Suddenly, Lin gave him a cold look and asked, "That jewel box seems important to you, doesn't it?" This remark made Julian flinch in surprise. She continued, "You keep fondling it endlessly." He didn't respond immediately but thought quietly to himself, has she realized already? After finishing his thought, he stammered out, This is just an ordinary jewel box. These awkward words made the girl look at him suspiciously. Then she spoke up, living in such degradation, isn't it? I've also heard that your sword requires a gem stone. Seeing that she hadn't recognized it yet, he sighed with quiet joy inside. Then he turned back and smiled, saying, "Ha ha, isn't more jewels always better?" As he spoke, he carefully put the box into his suitcase. But suddenly the train stopped abruptly, causing him to lurch forward. He silently cursed in his heart, why must there be an emergency stop right now? The train speaker announced, "We apologize to all passengers. Due to heavy rain, the train must make an emergency stop." As the announcement ended, the box of jewels slipped from his hand, falling straight to the ground. Looking at the gemstone rolling outside, he grieved inwardly. This time it's over for me. Immediately, she bent down and picked up the gemstone in her hand, then gave him a cold look. He quickly spoke, "Please return it to me." Thinking to himself, she definitely knows it's a gemstone, so what will become of me? She stared at the jewel and continued, "It lacks any vitality. What a pity that someone so enamored with precious stones like you doesn't even know how to cherish them." As she spoke, she placed the jewel back into the box, then handed it back to him. "Here." Receiving the box, he let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking to himself, could it be that the Hayden faction still doesn't know about the gemstone? Put the box back into the suitcase. At this point, his whole body was still trembling with fear. He muttered to himself as if he had just lost 10 years of his life. Indeed, moments like these are when an expressionless face truly proves useful. At the end of the journey, he approached her and said, "This train is more comfortable than a horse carriage, but sitting too long is still a bit tiring." Suddenly saying these rambling words was not without reason. The rain that had been like a drizzle just now suddenly stopped completely, causing his heart to keep pounding. His mouth kept rambling on and on. The girl also responded casually, "Yeah, this companion is really troublesome. It's like being in hell." He stepped forward, slightly tilted his head and smiled. "Really? I'm just quite happy to have someone to talk to." He continued, thinking, I don't even know what the hell I'm saying anymore. Then, a servant came over from a distance, respectfully bowed, and said, "Miss, you have arrived. The carriage is ready to take you straight to the academy dormitory." She nodded in reply, "Thank you." He then turned to leave, thinking to himself, I have to make a quick getaway. Then he waved goodbye. "Well then, I'll take my leave first, Miss Lin." Just as he was about to leave, the girl called after him, Please wait a moment, Sir Julian." His voice gradually became tense. "What is it? Speak quickly." He continued, thinking, could it be that she already knows about the jewel? After a moment of contemplation, she spoke up, "I want to thank you for what you did in the slum area. This is not a thank you from me, but gratitude from a swordsman." Another terrifying close call comes to him. He sighs softly and then speaks, "Is that so? But we are students, followers of Hayden Reich." She shakes her head, repeatedly denying, "No, sir, you have been expelled." Then he turns and leaves, speaking. She remains cold as always. Watching his back as he leaves, she turns to the servant and says, "Let's go now." The servant nods in response, "Yes, miss." Scene shifts to the next day at Shut Eyes. Ordwin asks after him, "Do you like Berniden?" He smiles wryly and replies, "Haha, I wouldn't say I like it, of course not. Anyway, what's with this pile of paperwork?" Captain Ordwin is simultaneously tearing his hair out before 2 stacks of documents taller than a person laid out on the table. He steps forward and continues, "It's literally a mountain of paperwork. Surely that's enough to say it's popular, and you ask me if I'm happy." He thinks to himself, I sound just like Julian then, pretending to be completely crazy to see how she reacts. After a moment of contemplation, she shouts out, "Hey, do you know why this paperwork has piled up into a mountain?" He replies happily, "It's because of the captain's negligence, isn't it?" She angrily shouts back, "Absolutely not. It's all your fault, you damn bastard. Why did you set fire to the Purun forest?" Facing her anger, he immediately spoke to reassure her, calm down, calm down. After all, Shut Eyes is allowed to decide on the field based on judgment, isn't it? At this moment, she held her head in frustration and said, "Forget it. I must be really stupid to ask you that question. Most of these are warning letters from the Sun Church. Purun Forest is fundamentally important to the Sun Church, right? Fortunately, the Imperial Court will handle it properly, but my workload has doubled thanks to you." It was her complaints that he responded to indifferently. "Just consider it that way then." His somewhat indifferent remark made her shout loudly, "What?" He continued, thinking inwardly, I can't help feeling more irritated by such a sharp captain, sorry. Holding a few letters in her hands, she continued, there's also a proposal sent directly to you. It seems to be about a speech at Veal Academy." Taking the letter in hand, he muttered, "This is a new clause. I've never seen this before." She mentioned a name that made him startle, the General Monastery. Recalling the conversation with Tenorin, he said, "Even I wouldn't be foolish enough to hunt that 3-horned demon without orders from the Imperial Court. Doing so would be nothing but inviting disaster." Tenorin reassured him, "Don't worry, Julian, we will handle everything on our side." Only then did he realize, don't say handle, but when he said it. She continued, the Sun Church sees me as a thorn in their side, and you offered them a proposal. Her words gave Julian goosebumps. With her sharp insight, she immediately realized that you were hiding something, Julian. At this moment, he was gritting his teeth, thinking to himself, does she mean to send it directly to the Shut Eyes unit? The atmosphere inside was unbearably tense, as if everyone was about to be suffocated, when Lazarus burst in and shouted, startling them both. Lord Julian. The Royal Secretariat wants to know what happened in Berniden. Because it was urgent, he barged in suddenly. Who would have guessed? It seems he arrived at a bad time. Julian's expression was a little awkward, but inside he was secretly relieved. Perfect timing, Lazarus, thank you for rescuing me. Realizing he'd shown up at the wrong moment, Lazarus quickly apologized to Commander Odwin and asked if he should come back another time. But Odwin had lost interest in questioning. She sighed and wearily told him it wasn't necessary to go on, Julian, and remember to take these things with you. Julian was genuinely happy. He left quickly with a smile and cheerfully said, let's meet again next time, Commander. So Julian and Lazarus departed peacefully. Fortunately, nothing else happened. Lazarus rarely had the chance to walk beside Julian, so he took the opportunity to ask, I've heard you single-handedly killed the three-horned demon god. That rumor has spread all over the capital. Julian only smiled and modestly replied it was nothing, just a small thing. Outwardly calm, he was inwardly shaken. My God, I thought I was dead for sure. The Dawn Church sent a letter directly to us. Isn't that even more important than the three-horned demon god? Thinking that, he turned and gently told Lazarus, wait in the Secretariat for me. I'll read this letter and come to you afterward. After Lazarus left, he slowly opened the letter to see what the hell they had written inside. Contrary to Julian's precautions, the letter's contents were very ordinary. But this was really strange. If it was a letter from the Dawn Church, it couldn't be only pleasantries. And just as Julian suspected, a large, jet-black snake slowly appeared from within the letter, which surprised Julian. The snake then spoke to him, saying the Archbishop requests Bishop Julian to visit the district. It turned out they placed a sound-hiding charm on the letter. From the wording, Julian guessed it was probably written by a leaner. They must be after the demon stone from the three-horned demon god in Berniden. But hadn't only the commander and the Secretariat known exactly when he'd returned to the capital? Yet the Dawn Church had early information and contacted him precisely like this, which made Julian question things. How could the Dawn Church know the exact timing to contact him? This remained an unanswered mystery. He quickly arrived at the Dawn Church, and the people there were quite intimidated by Julian's presence. Everyone's eyes kept turning to him, and Julian could only offer an embarrassed smile. Whenever he went somewhere he didn't belong, strangers' stares piled on him, and it made him uncomfortable. Are you all right, Dawn Church? After standing there a moment, someone came out to greet him, Bishop Eleanor. As soon as he met her, he complained that so many eyes were on him, making him uncomfortable. Of course, Bishop Eleanor looked at him and laughed. Haha, you really know how to joke. You've been radiating pressure the whole time. Who would want to come near? Julian left with Bishop Eleanor shortly after. She dispelled her disguise and returned to her true form. On the way, Julian's deeds in the capital were brought up again. Bishop Eleanor was genuinely excited talking about it. Single-handedly defeating the three-horned demon god and burning the Pirun forest to ashes was truly impressive. Bishop Eleanor paused, then added, I want to hear this heroic tale from your own mouth. It sounds fascinating. Julian was of course pleased to have an admirer, but his expression changed immediately afterward. You're very good at praising others, Eleanor, but please could you refrain from sending such blatant letters next time? It's awkward for me personally. Contrary to Julian's seriousness, Eleanor felt perfectly casual. Oh come on, what's there to make you embarrassed? With that magical seal, no one can read it, right? Julian replied carefully, of course there's always a chance something goes wrong. I hope it won't happen again. Eleanor, hearing this, grew very curious. So how do you plan to keep in touch now? Do you have another plan? Julian cheerfully answered, of course I do. Julian decided from now on to meet in person to receive information. After all, he's very afraid of being exposed as connected to the Dawn Church, so safety comes first. Eleanor was naturally surprised by this, but she stayed calm and replied, haha, so you already know where I usually am, huh? Actually, she had guessed inwardly. He probably just wanted to see her reaction. How did he learn her true identity when she'd hidden it so well? So Julian left Eleanor, still worried, behind and quickly departed. Tenorin was overjoyed to see Julian appear. He shouted with delight. Finally, Bishop Julian has appeared. Do you know how much I've wanted to meet you? Alright, now show us what you brought. It's the demon stone from the three-horned demon god you single-handedly defeated, right? But of course there's no way Julian actually brought the demon stone. He smiled at him and said, I did not bring the demon stone. Tenorin, not understanding, asked again, didn't you defeat that demon god by yourself? So where is its demon stone? Julian cheerfully replied, I handed that demon stone over to the Royal Secretariat. Tenorin's expression grew angrier and angrier. He ground his voice and repeated, see. But Julian remained calm and affirmed, yes, your grace, I gave the demon stone obtained after defeating the three-horned demon god to the Royal Secretariat. The other bishops, trembling, said the archbishop is truly furious. Are you out of your mind? At that moment, a blood-red Maluk appeared in Tenorin's hand. He growled, explain quickly why you did this. Julian, though reluctant, still had to justify his actions. I once said I'd take 1 step back to take 3 steps forward. Not only Tenorin was angry, others in the church were equally upset, believing this was a betrayal that needed immediate punishment. Hearing that, Julian turned to mock them. As I predicted, your thinking is too shallow. The other bishops, angered by this, yelled at him. What? He had to explain to them, if I truly wanted to betray you, of course I wouldn't show up here again. The reason I deliberately handed the demon stone to those people was to use their intelligence network. The stone I gave them was the first officially discovered 3-horned stone. If the Empire uncovers its potential and uses, they'll proactively hunt for more stones. We only need to learn one location of a stone, and then we can find many more. Tenelron understood his point and even praised him. Not a bad idea. Others objected, saying that abandoning the demon stone for that reason was something the church could never accept. Knowing this reason might not be convincing enough, Julian cheerfully added, of course there's another reason. Since I single-handedly defeated the 3-horned demon god, all kinds of rumors have spread about being the pillar of the Shut Eyes unit, the next holy sword, and he raised one finger and shouted, here. Julian continued to explain to them, all eyes are on me, and among them are our enemies, aren't there? Some you know well, Archbishop. Don't you want to know who is plotting against us? Those in the Dawn Church recoiled at this. He's just babbling nonsense. Archbishop, drag him out quickly. Seeing them ready to attack, he prepared to respond, placing his hand on his sword and calling out loud, planning to face me. Interesting. Then come at me. At that moment, a blue power began to swirl around his blade. Tenelron, standing nearby and seeing conflict about to erupt, shouted, wait, who has intervened in this matter? At that moment, a fearless bishop lunged forward to strike Julian, but Julian blocked the blow. Julian then shoved him aside and counterattacked, rushing forward. He drove his blade into the man's belly. The bishop took the hit and spat blood on the spot. After defeating the bishop, Julian stood proudly there and smiled. He looked down at the body lying on the ground. After finishing the bishop, he calmly told them, if you want to know, I'll tell you. It was my former master, the holy swordsman Hayden Wright. That name should sound very familiar, right? Rage exploded violently. The archbishop hissed through clenched teeth, surrounded by a red aura like scorching flames. It seemed Urian's words had truly hit this man's limit. Meanwhile, Urian kept his signature fox-eyed smile. He was secretly pleased that his plan to manipulate the relationship between the Dawn Order and the Holy Swords was going even smoother than expected. The one who did this to my face, the archbishop roared with hatred. His clenched fist trembled, revealing that the scar on his face was an unforgettable pain. Seeing that bitter expression, Urian merely watched calmly from behind. He thought to himself that the mask wasn't just for show, it truly concealed a resentful secret. With a sarcastic tone, Urian continued to sow doubt. He played the innocent man worried about being investigated, making the other side trust his lies even more. The bait took. The masked man was shocked by the truth Urian revealed. He believed his cold-blooded former master would never trust anyone, not even an old disciple. A handshake was made, marking a new alliance founded on deception. Power and hatred officially bound these two together. Urian, now I understand why you joined the Dawn Order, the archbishop said, fully convinced, thinking he'd found a like-minded ally. But behind the narrowed eyes and courteous smile lay utter contempt. Urian secretly mocked how completely the other had misunderstood his true purpose. Scene change, the steady tapping of fingers on a wooden desk echoed in the quiet study. Back to his usual calm, Urian told himself that at least he'd quelled the immediate trouble. But the long game still held many challenges ahead. He knew he had to play both sides, the Dawn Order and the Empire, perfectly to bring this game to an end. But first, there was a small task to handle. Urian sensed a shadowy presence always lurking around him. It seemed someone was watching his every move without realizing they'd been exposed. At first, he intended to ignore it, but the watcher kept leaving more and more sloppy traces, like a rookie spy trying too hard. A cold smile appeared in the darkness. Urian had guessed the identity of the one secretly following him, and it was. The door burst open, cutting through Urian's thoughts. A figure appeared, bringing an atmosphere completely at odds with the tension from before. It was Lazrot, the apprentice with an ever-cheerful face. He dashed in to report a new directive from the Secretariat, entirely unaware he was about to step into a verbal trap. Urian kept up a polite, fake demeanor and told Lazrot to set the scroll on the table. Inside, he watched the boy's smallest movements. As Lazrot's hand set the directive down, Urian readied himself for the interrogation. He wanted to see how long that innocent mask would hold. Trying to slip away early, Lazrot had just turned to leave when Urian's voice stopped him. He broke into a cold sweat, sensing something was wrong waiting for him. Urian propped his chin, smiling an extremely friendly smile while his eyes remained icy. He casually noted that Lazarot looked busier than the average apprentice these days. Lazarot forced a smile and explained that serving the shut eyes was always busy, and he was grateful to be trusted with more tasks. A textbook reply, but it didn't fool Urian. At that moment, Yurian Quotas' gaze shifted sharply. He drilled into the contradiction in Lazarot Quotas' words, just an apprentice, yet assigned unusually secret and important missions. Urian began his psychological attack. He reminded Lazarot that the message arrived the very day Urian brought back the Soul Stone, a coincidence too perfect to be random. His eyes bore in, aiming to expose the boy's abnormal curiosity about the relic. Lazarot flustered, hastily claiming he was curious because the Soulstone was so important. But that slip completed Yurian Quotas' verbal trap. The young spy, unaware, had just cornered himself. Urian's smile turned more triumphant than ever. He'd set a perfect trap and now the prey had sprung it. Oh ho, his soft chuckle sounded like a death knell for the other's facade. Lazarot's pupils shrank in sheer terror. Urian had delivered a direct psychological blow. You're just an apprentice, and yet you know about the Soul Stone. Classified information someone at his level should never touch. Lazarot staggered back, cold sweat pouring down. Urian calmly dissected his fatal mistake. I only said Soul Stone in front of you for the first time, and yet, you reacted so naturally, didn't you? Urian's sharpness exposed the truth from the smallest reflex. Urian listed who could actually know about the Soul Stone: himself, the Empire, and the Dawn Order. Unless you're aligned with the Dawn Order, you shouldn't know about it. His words, razor-sharp, cut off every escape for Lazarot. And no, Lazarot stammered, desperation in his eyes. He searched for an explanation, a reason to deny it, but under Urian's penetrating gaze, every lie fell apart. Urian rose abruptly, imposing and overwhelming. He declared he'd felt something was off from the start. A chain of coincidences had led him to this conclusion. The Secretariat and the Closed Eye would entrust such important matters to a lowly apprentice. Urian drilled into the absurdity of Lazarot's position, turning previously normal facts into damning evidence. Urian stepped forward, placing a hand on Lazarot's shoulder like a vice. The apprentice's heart hammered as he faced the crushing pressure from the man before him. Urian whispered in Lazarot's ear a hypothesis that the Dawn Order was exerting pressure on the Empire from within. Tusk, you've seen through me, if it has come to this. A deathly atmosphere began to suffuse the room. Then Urian suddenly changed tone, raising both hands as if to reassure him. Don't be too afraid, I don't intend to do anything drastic. The abrupt shift left Lazarot even more confused and unsettled. Urian gave a radiant smile that sent a chill down the spine. I just want to have a conversation. To Urian, a live pawn was always worth more than a dead one. Lazarot trembled, hands clutching his chest. He realized there was no escape, and his usual clumsy demeanor began to peel away, giving rise to a different persona. Then I no longer need to hide. A dense purple magic erupted around Lazarot. He drew out a crystal, releasing the cold aura of a true predator. The apprentice's disguise was completely torn away. The crystal cast an uncanny glow in Lazarot's palm. It was the tool he'd used to perform mental magic, deceiving everyone's senses all this time. Lazarot's bearing shifted entirely from an innocent teenager to a cold-blooded agent with a razor-sharp gaze. He no longer looked afraid. Instead, he wore the calm of someone ready to face death. Lazarot exhaled a long breath, shedding the burden of the act. He regarded Urian with a wholly different attitude, a respect reserved for the man bold enough to unmask him. Yurian commented with interest on the change. Mind magic, huh? You look like a completely different person. He always respected those with real ability, even enemies. Lazarot smoothed his hair, his face grown serious. He explained that in a palace crawling with monsters like Urian, mental magic was essential for survival. He admitted Urian's caliber by calling him a true monster. Urian smiled. He found Lazarot's true nature far more interesting than the fake veneer. Bold, but I prefer the real you. He noticed Lazarot hadn't tried to kill him, which meant he was waiting for something. A cunning glint flashed in Yurian Quotas' eyes. Sharp as always, it's simple. He moved on to the real point, the true purpose of this interrogation. An offer that couldn't be refused was made. How about working under me, Lazarot? Urian didn't want to eliminate a talented spy, he wanted to own him. Lazarot froze, squinting in suspicion. He couldn't believe his ears. What are you saying? A loyal member of the Dawn Order was being courted by his very target. Urian laughed loudly, making his intent clear. Exactly what you heard. Be my spy. I mean, a double agent, a bold plan to turn the opponent's pawn into our own weapon. Lazarot staggered, his mind reeling at Urian's reckless proposition. He couldn't fathom why this man dared act so independently. Precisely, Lazarot, Urian replied coolly, fox-eyed and seeming to already hold the upper hand. A horrifying thought flashed, making Lazarot tremble. Don't tell me, you intend to betray the Dawn Order. he realized the man before him was more terrifying and unpredictable than any force he had served. Urian tapped his fingers on the table at a leisurely pace, his words dripping sarcasm. "Sounds heavy. I just want my moves to be a bit more convenient." His nonchalance in the face of the accusation made the room even tenser. Lazrot narrowed his eyes in doubt, realizing he was being drawn into a dangerous mind game. "Playing word games? You really think I'd submit to you just from that?" A professional spy like him wasn't easily cowed. Urian chuckled, riffling through a stack of documents as if holding the other man's fate. "Of course not. I'm not shameless enough to ask for help without fair compensation." Behind the pleasant smile lurked a sophisticated blackmail plot. Yura Anquotes' eyes flashed dangerously as he mentioned a name. "You've been generous donating to that orphanage, haven't you?" It was the trump card he'd painstakingly prepared to shatter Lazrot's will. Lazrot's pupils widened in utter horror. He couldn't believe his deepest secret had been so easily exposed. "That sum is impressive, especially for someone called an apprentice." Yura Anquotes' praise now sounded like a death sentence. Urian watched his praise reaction leisurely, knowing he'd struck the nerve. "Seems that place means a lot to you, doesn't it, Lazrot?" The spy's silence was the clearest answer. "If anything unfortunate happens there," Urian let the sentence hang with a cold smile. He didn't need to state the threat outright. The other's imagination would complete the brutal picture for him. Lazrot gritted his teeth, rage visible in every muscle. He felt powerless as his greatest weakness was used as leverage by a sly, fox-eyed manipulator. Sensing the tension was thick enough, Yurian suddenly laughed and waved the stack of papers in his hand. "Haha, I'm joking, don't glare at me with that scary look." His constant psychological shifting left the other completely disoriented. Urian put his hand on the table, once again emphasizing cooperation. "Just help me a little," his offer now carrying a wholly different tone, coercion wrapped in the guise of negotiation. He narrowed his purple, cunning eyes and offered a sarcastic promise. "I'll send a generous gift to that orphanage." That gift could be protection or destruction, all at Urian's discretion. Lazrot blurted in shock, "A gift?" He realized he had no choice but to become a double agent, serving the man he was supposed to be spying on. Urian laced his fingers together, his smile growing more triumphant. "Indeed, I've taken an interest in charity lately, you see. The perfect villain always hides his schemes behind noble acts." Lazrot's final look showed bitter acceptance. He had been completely subdued by Urian's wit and cruelty. The Dawn Order's game now had an invaluable double agent under the command of the fox-eyed heir. A few days after those tense events, the story continued at an old manor where dark plots quietly unfolded. Inside, Bishop Aiden, eyes sharp as a blade, interrogated his subordinate. He pressed to know whether Lazrot had retrieved what he'd been ordered to get. Lazrot respectfully presented a scroll tube, confirming his presence before Bishop Aiden with absolute obedience. He reported that this was the next route for Swordmaster Heidenreich, exactly as Bishop Aiden requested. He also mentioned a petition from the Noble Council. But Bishop Aiden paid no mind to those nobles. To him, the only thing of value was Heiden's whereabouts, and he ordered it reported immediately to the Archbishop. Lazrot bowed and obeyed, though the sweat on his brow and his anxious eyes betrayed the turmoil within. This irregularity didn't escape Bishop Aiden's old fox eyes. He noticed Lazrot's troubled expression and began to doubt the youth's loyalty. Inside, Lazrot was being torn apart. Should he tell the truth or keep hiding the secret about his sister, Chernia? Even if the Dawn Order protected him, her future lay in someone else's hands. The memory of his meeting with Urian resurfaced. The heir had promised to write a recommendation so Chernia and the other orphans could enter the prestigious Bayer Academy, a life-changing opportunity like no other. Faced with the difficult choice, Lazrot clenched his fist and bowed his head in silence. Yura Anquotes' kindness had become an invisible shackle around his mind. In the end, he chose to lie. He forced a smile and said nothing had happened, trying to dispel Bishop Aiden's suspicion. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Urian's footsteps echoed evenly on the stone. The heir walked with an easy, composed manner. The maids greeted his return with reverence. Yurian was no longer the hated noble. He had become someone people respected and feared. Urian smiled gently, saying he had just been lost in thought as the maids stepped forward to settle his cloak. A perfect exterior concealed deep inner thoughts. Yet deep inside, Li Siwu struggled. He realized the scariest thing wasn't manipulating others, but that he no longer felt guilt about doing it. He recalled the moment he realized Lazrot was a spy. Yura Anquotes' instinct had immediately found the youth's weak point to exploit without hesitation. Urian told himself that if Lazrot had been a bit calmer then, he might have seen through the truth behind his promises. He had been so worried about the orphans that he didn't notice the piece of paper Urian held had nothing to do with the orphanage. a perfectly executed psychological move. Yurian fell into thought, realizing the old Lee Siwoo would never have developed such judgment and ruthlessness. His humanity was fatting with each scheme. Just then, Angelica, the housekeeper, approached to report there was an urgent message from the main family for him today. Urian felt a mix of surprise and irritation. The main branch didn't like him, so why would they suddenly reach out now? It turned out to be an invitation to the wedding of Lady Rania Cryfart, Urian's sister, an official invite from the Cryfart house itself. Urian's first reaction was to decline. He told the housekeeper to reply that he was too busy with work to attend. Angelica was about to leave when Yurian suddenly called her back. A calculation had just occurred to him, and he changed his decision on the spot. Smiling mysteriously, he announced he would attend the wedding, having realized the Kryefart family held something of great value. However, before he left, he needed to craft a truly impressive appearance. Back with Urian, after deciding to attend the wedding, he ordered preparations for his outfit. But Angelica's answer made him pause. Angelica reminded him of the pink suit that the old Urian treasured. Seeing the housekeeper's sincere face, Siwoo almost fainted at his predecessor's horrific taste. He tried hinting at something more formal and refined, but Angelica insisted it had been his favorite formal outfit. Inside, Siwoo screamed, "Urian, you bastard, why did you leave me this mess?" Unable to endure wearing that disaster of an outfit, Urian decided he had to find a new set worthy of his status. He scanned the luxurious designs on display. Lavish ceremonial garments shone under the bright lights, but picking the right one among so many options proved far from easy. Finally, he stopped at BQE Boutique, the Empire's most upscale fashion house. The staff quickly stepped forward with warm welcomes, though they couldn't hide their confusion at Urian's visit. Urian strolled in casually, eyes sweeping over the expensive clothes. He thought to himself that with his terrible taste, he'd definitely need strong support from the staff here. He offered a friendly smile, but on the face of a true villain, that smile looked more like a threat. He wondered whether to ask them politely for help. "Can someone here help me pick an outfit?" Urian asked with his signature smile, yet his voice seemed to have the opposite effect. The shop staff were so frightened they hurriedly apologized and avoided his gaze. Urian's nasty reputation had made them assume he was here to cause trouble. Standing alone in the showroom, Urian tore at his hair. He hadn't expected buying clothes to be this difficult, especially when everyone who saw him wanted to run away. Meanwhile, in another corner of the shop, a new figure appeared, Aileen, a female professor with dark hair and passionate violet eyes. She was being warmly greeted by the staff. The shop owner recognized Aileen and asked about her research work. It seemed it had been a long time since the workaholic professor had stepped out of the lab. Aileen could only give an awkward laugh. She explained that it's the nature of professors to be buried in endless theory and experiments. Suddenly, Aileen grew dramatic. She complained that someone had bought up all the moonstones, nearly ruining her cherished thesis. In her heart, she cursed the culprit with bitter anger. Fortunately, the Empire had recently requested a new study on a substance called HONSUK. It was the lifeline that would allow her research career to continue. Aileen was fired up, declaring she could now write a thesis even better than before. She silently thanked whoever had discovered Hansuk, unaware that the person stood very near her. When asked the purpose of her shopping today, Aileen revealed she needed a formal outfit to attend an upcoming wedding ceremony. It was the wedding of Rania Cryfart, the third daughter of the prestigious Cryfart family. The shopkeeper couldn't help but be impressed at the name of such an influential house. Seeing that, the owner offered to show Aileen some of the most formal evening gowns. Aileen nodded, happy to be guided by an expert. Breathing a sigh of relief, Aileen felt wonderful to finally have a day away from dry research to indulge herself a bit. She eagerly wandered the shop, impressed by the variety and splendor of the garments on display. BQE Boutique truly lived up to its reputation as a top atelier. But the joy was short-lived. Aileen's violet eyes widened in shock when she spotted a familiar figure standing in the main hall. "Why, Urian?" Aileen froze when she saw the man examining a deep red coat. She couldn't believe her bad luck to run into that notorious noble in such a fancy shop. Sensing someone watching him, Urian turned his head slightly. In an instant, Aileen slipped behind a folding screen, heart pounding as she shrank back, hoping the sly noble wouldn't notice her. Urian suddenly paused, his eyes narrowing with suspicion. He felt a presence watching him from the shadows, then wondered if he was just being overly sensitive. But it wasn't imagination. Aileen was hiding behind the screen, heart racing. She berated herself for acting on instinct and running away like a guilty criminal. Peeking at Urian through a gap, Aileen thought about his family background. Though from a cadet branch of the Cryofarts, his presence here clearly meant he was preparing attire for the upcoming wedding. She wondered whether he truly considered himself part of that family. What surprised Aileen most, however, was Urian's taste. He used to wear tight outfits that looked like walking sausages, yet today he was browsing things that seemed normal. Aileen's eyes bulged when she saw Urian pick up a particular outfit. Panic showed on her face. Wait, is he actually going to choose that? As for Yurian, he inspected the deep red coat with self-satisfaction. With zero fashion knowledge, he told himself the outfit looked suitably formal and would surely make him stand out. Witnessing this, Aileen bit her finger as sweat poured down her face. She realized that if Urian wore that to the wedding, he'd ruin the ceremony's solemn atmosphere with his fashion disaster. Aileen wrestled with herself. She considered leaving it, but other customers were beginning to notice her presence. Finally, with the dignity of a lady, she decided she couldn't stand by and watch a fashion calamity unfold. She stepped out from hiding and called in a serious tone, "Sir Urian." He turned, a bit surprised to see an acquaintance in this situation. Aileen approached directly and pointed at the deep red outfit in his hand with a skeptical look. She bluntly asked if he was really planning to buy that, leaving Urian momentarily dumbfounded. Urian immediately recovered his confidence and sneered that a professor who buries herself in research like her couldn't understand fashion. His familiar taunt angered Aileen, who thought his obnoxious personality truly hadn't changed over the years. Aileen launched into her lecture, suggesting Urian had grown so used to flashy clothes that he failed to grasp the design's true meaning. She pressed him on whether he knew what the outfit represented. Yurian began to feel flustered and replied, confused, "Huh." His earlier confidence evaporated under Aileen-Quote's unusual seriousness. She wondered whether he really didn't know or was just pretending. Aileen stepped closer, her voice dropping theatrically. She suggested that perhaps Urian harbored such deep hatred for the Cryofart family that he intended this as a statement. With blazing eyes, she asked bluntly, "Are you planning to use this outfit to signal a purge of the entire nobility?" The accusation was so extreme that the boutique's air turned stifling. Urian broke into a cold sweat, utterly stunned by the eccentric professor's inference. He'd simply thought it was red and classy, there was no genocidal plot. He shouted in utter confusion, "What the hell are you talking about?" All eyes fixed on the bizarre deep red outfit with a zipper running down the front. To Aileen, it was the apex of a fashion disaster, a weapon that could wreck any elegant gathering. Thus the fashion war between villain and professor officially erupted. Julian wiped a bead of sweat from his brow and replied that she had suddenly appeared and started saying weird things. He was just trying to pick something to wear to the wedding, calm on the outside, but beginning to suspect something on the inside. Aileen responded that she was talking about the symbol on the back, which made Julian puzzled. Repeat the symbol. Aileen moved to the coat and turned it around. On the back was a symbol of 3 swords piercing a throne. She began to explain about the Febrance royal line. It's the emblem knightly families display when executing an oath-breaking enemy. She hesitated and continued that today the emblem had lost its original meaning and become a fashion trend, but for a notorious figure like him to wear that symbol to a wedding. Julian's face darkened as he stroked his chin and replied, "I understand," though inside he was in turmoil. "I've never played Julian before, how would I know?" He tried to act cheerful, but inwardly he began to grumble. Flipping through all these clothes was exhausting, and Julian's instinctive eyes kept getting drawn to pinks and neons. Julian started weighing whether to ask Aileen for help. He said there was no other way. Aileen breathed a sigh of relief, glad he finally got the point. He put on a sly face and, smiling, lifted the atrocious neon vest, saying, "I'll buy the outfit I fancy." Eileen's eyes rolled back in shock at the sight of that outfit and asked, "That one?" Seeing her reaction, Julian smirked inwardly, knowing Aileen, if he kept choosing ridiculous clothes, she wouldn't be able to ignore it. Julian forced a fake, calm smile and replied, "Exactly, and the pants must match perfectly." Aileen, unable to stomach his taste, asked again, "You really intend to wear that to the wedding?" Her hand trembled with anger as she clenched it. "I can't just stand by any longer." She pointed at him and shouted, "In the name of House Donashan, I will find the perfect outfit for you." Julian chuckled inwardly, exactly as planned, but outwardly remained composed and said, "Thank you, truly the house of all artists." Then the two went to choose garments. Julian smugly thought how easy it was to read the other's mind, while Aileen, hair disheveled, judged, "Who knew your fashion sense was this bad? You wear academy uniforms all day long." In the end, Eileen finished by selecting Julian's outfit, and the wedding day arrived. A trembling guard took the invitation Julian handed over. He stammered when he saw Julian's appearance. The invitation was confirmed. He offered a confident smile, straightened his sleeve, and stepped inside, thinking to himself that he passed safely wearing the outfit Aileen chose. But I feel a bit uneasy. Perhaps it's Julian's emotions surfacing. The truth is, I didn't want to come either, but there's a reason I must. He pictured a medal and an orange stone, the Hansuk that the Cryofart family kept. Julian recalled from when he played the game that there were several ways to get HONSUK besides hunting demons. One involved talking to the CRYPHART patriarch to receive it. He stepped forward to open the large doors, thinking of Julian's father made his throat tighten. The grand doors opened and Julian stepped in. The musicians playing stopped. The guests also turned pale as they looked at him. Julian frowned slightly and gave a faint smile. Was it really necessary to stop the music? He folded his arms across his chest, his expression a mix of amusement and helplessness. Footsteps echoed steadily as he slowly walked to the center of the hall and spoke in a low voice. So you actually came, your eyes are still the same as before. He gave a small smile, the corner of his mouth lifting. It's no wonder, it would be strange if they were truly happy to see me. Before he finished, a voice rang out joyfully, Julian. A figure dashed forward, a white dress shimmering under the lights. The girl threw herself at him, making Julian startle and lean back. You came, I'm so glad you're here. Her ruby-red eyes glittered, and her smile seemed to light up the whole hall. She was Reincarnated. Julian was surprised, but tried to stay composed, pausing slightly when she grabbed his hand. Her voice rang out cheerfully. It's been so long, hard to run into you these days. She smiled and gave his hand a gentle tug, her shoulders trembling with excitement. Julian could only force a smile. He thought briefly that since taking over this body, this was the first time someone had treated Julian so genuinely. He exhaled softly and smiled faintly. Ah, you've been well, she answered with a radiant look, not noticing his awkwardness. Internally, Julian reflected that though she belonged to a cadet branch of the family, their bond still seemed truly sibling-like. The atmosphere in the main hall warmed with laughter. Reincarnated laughed as she took Aileen's hand, her face bright like a child who's been given a gift. Ah, Aileen, sorry, I'm just overly excited. Aileen smiled gently and replied, It's all right, Miss Reincarnated. Julian stepped closer, glancing over and thinking to himself, as I thought, Aileen's here too. Reincarnated turned and beamed. Oh right, you two know each other, don't you? Aileen answered. Yes, we were senior and junior at the academy. Julian raised an eyebrow, surprised inwardly. Senior and junior, I had no idea about that. Reincarnated looked at him mischievously and said with a smile, Anyway, you look good today, Julian, not like before, like a clown. Did you pick this outfit yourself? Aileen glanced over, speechless. Did she really say that with a smile? Julian shivered slightly, feeling as if someone was staring at him from behind. He glanced over and saw Aileen. Her face flushed red as she gave him a scolding glare. Come on, tell me, who picked that outfit for you? He smiled mildly and replied nonchalantly, Of course I picked it myself. After all, it's my sister's wedding today. The remark left Aileen frozen, her eyes wide. What? Reincarnated laughed brightly, Haha, that's so Julian. Hey Aileen, what's wrong? Your face is so red. Aileen forced a smile. Oh, it's nothing. Reincarnated linked both their hands and smiled radiantly in front of the hall. Anyway, thank you both for coming to celebrate with me. Today is my wedding. Julian nodded lightly and smiled. The atmosphere is nice, surprisingly pleasant. No sooner had he finished than a cold voice rang out from afar, cutting through the laughter in the hall. Sister Reincarnated. The atmosphere suddenly went silent. Julian narrowed his eyes toward the voice and Reincarnated flinched as she turned around. Reincarnated gave a small smile. Oh my Joshua. He stepped forward, his cold eyes sweeping across everyone. Reincarnated reached out warmly and took his hand. You must be busy with your studies, thank you for coming to celebrate with me. But Joshua remained silent, his gaze fixed on the hand she held. A moment later, a sharp clap sounded as he gripped her wrist tightly, making Reincarnated start. What do you think you're doing? His voice so cold it froze the air in the hall. Reincarnated widened her eyes in surprise. What's the matter with you, Joshua? Before she could say more, he barked, What makes you think you can be chatting with two cadet branch people at an important event like this? The hall immediately grew heavy. Everyone around turned to look. Reincarnated pulled her hand back, her tone a bit sharp though she tried to stay calm. I was just happy to see her again. It's been so long since you've seen your brother Julian. Why not say hello? Joshua sneered contemptuously, his face twisting with disdain. Ha, who would bother to call that thing a brother? The entire hall fell deadly silent, only heavy breaths audible. Julian tilted his head slightly and gave a cold smile. Yeah, just as I thought. Joshua didn't stop, he pointed straight at Julian, each word clipped with venom. Hey, branch kid, I don't know what you're doing sneaking in here, but don't think showing up makes you part of this family. Julian smirked, pulled out the invitation, and replied nonchalantly, I came because I was invited. Joshua, furious, held the invitation high in his hand. A ripping sound tore through the air, paper shreds fluttering down across the floor, leaving the whole hall stunned into silence. Joshua threw the remaining pieces to the ground, his voice low and grinding out each word. A member of the family, let me make one thing clear. He bowed slightly, breath heavy, eyes blazing with hatred. Get out of here. A long pause stretched on, then Julian let out a half-smile full of contempt. And what if I don't want to? Joshua ground his teeth, his hand clenching the sword hilt. Oh really? Then I'll make everyone here know. He pointed the blade at Julian and continued. The fate of any branch that dares oppose the main line. A brief introduction to Joshua Criffart, the notorious troublemaker of Bayer Academy. He always formed cliques and specialized in bullying commoner students. Not stopping there, Joshua also disrupted classes taught by lesser professors. In lectures, he laughed loudly, tossed papers, and interrupted lessons, leaving instructors trembling and speechless. His arrogance had crossed every line, but because of the Cryofart name, no one dared touch him. Joshua laughed loudly, drew his sword, the light reflecting off his proud face. "Come here, Imperial Mutt." The words sent shock through the entire hall. Julian stood motionless amid the crowd, eyes icy, his voice low. "Do you really not know fear, or are you simply stupid?" The atmosphere in the hall dropped suddenly, making it hard to breathe. On tiptoe, Julian darted forward. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of Joshua. Joshua's eyes widened as fear crept in. He realized the opponent before him was nothing like the victims he usually tormented. A bang echoed. Julian appeared directly before him, his hand clamping onto Joshua's sword midair. The metallic screech cut to the bone. Joshua stood agape, unable to believe what he saw. Julian tightened his grip, making the arm holding the sword tremble with each pulse. Sweat ran down Joshua's face as he trembled, staring at his opponent in awe and rising panic. How is he this strong? Julian still held his wrist, his grip crushing until bones cracked. "You grab your sister's wrist like that, even family members wouldn't dare." His voice was low and cold, each word a blade to Joshua's pride. Joshua recoiled in desperation, the sword clattering to the floor with a cold ring. The entire banquet hall fell silent. No one dared take a deep breath. Julian stepped closer and leaned into Joshua's ear, his voice small but resonant in the space. "You should be ashamed." His breath brushed Joshua, who shuddered, his face flushing with equal parts fury and fear. A voice called from behind, "Stop it, Julian." Herend emerged, pushing through the crowd, worry in his eyes as he looked at the two facing off. Julian turned his head slightly, the corner of his mouth lifting. "Herend." Julian's smile was cold as he glanced at the still cowering Joshua. "You expect me to stand by and watch him insult my sister?" Herend lowered his voice, trying to calm the situation. "I understand, but you can't make a scene here. Everyone's watching." Joshua tried to regain his courage, jerking his arm free from Julian's tight grip and shouting, "That's right, know your place, you insolent brat." Herend shouted, "Stop it, Joshua. You're the one who made Rania and Julian angry in the first place." Joshua froze, his eyes wide. He had nothing left to argue back. The tension eased. Julian lowered his hand and straightened his collar. Herend continued scolding his younger brother. "I came here today on behalf of Father, so don't act recklessly." Julian lightly touched his chin, eyes thoughtful. "Representing Father, huh?" A figure in black appeared and spoke in a low voice. "So the head of the Cryofart family isn't coming?" Julian frowned slightly as his thoughts raced. He let out a soft sigh. "Then it will be hard to secure Hansuk." Julian's expression darkened, a sharp gleam in his eyes in the hush. "If my purpose is gone, then—" He turned toward Rania. "Sis, are you okay?" His voice was calm and full of concern. "I'm sorry for causing this." Rania smiled gently, warmth in her eyes. "It's fine, Julian. What I did was for you." Julian thought to himself, in a place full of hypocrites, she's the only one so normal that her calmness becomes intimidating. Rania waved her hands softly. "It's all right, don't worry about it." Julian bowed his head slightly. "If you say so." Julian stepped back quietly. "Then I'll take my leave." His voice rang composed and decisive through the hall. People were surprised. "What, leaving so soon?" Julian gave a small, confident smile. "I know when to appear and when to disappear." He paused, eyes landing on a black-haired woman standing nearby. "One more thing." He walked over to Eileen and bowed slightly. "Miss Eileen, thank you." Eileen froze. Thank me." Julian smiled faintly. "I really like the outfit you chose for me." Light fell on him, making his courteous bearing even more perfect. Showing the discerning eye of a true Donashan, Eileen's face flushed with embarrassment at Julian's words. She fumbled, remembering something. What was that line? A thread of memory surfaced. It was that image again, Julian appearing with praise, as if the compliment contained a whole sky of stars. Indeed a Donashan, her magic was beautiful. At that time, a still innocent Eileen had quietly been moved by this man. Back in the present, recalling that memory made her clutch her head in flustered frustration. Rania looked over in surprise at her. Eileen screamed inwardly, "Why am I remembering this?" Rania tried to soothe her. "Eileen, calm down," while Julian had already turned and was leaving the room. As he was stepping out, a voice called after him from a distance, "Julian." Hearing someone call, he involuntarily turned around. He asked in surprise, "Sis Rania?" She had knelt, panting from chasing after him, and said, "You walk so fast, I almost didn't have time to give you this. It was a keepsake. Weren't you here at the wedding to see Father, right?" She produced a small box. Rania continued, saying she brought it to return this memento of his mother. Julian grew a bit curious. Rania's next words shook him more. She'd argued with their father many times over this item. Only then did he realize there was conflict with the family, but he simply replied, "Yeah, that's right." The image of their industrious mother emerged. This keepsake meant she had passed away. Rania smiled brightly. "I sneaked this along to return it to you." Hearing that, Julian silently thanked her. How did he end up with such a warm sister? Since it was awkward to refuse, he accepted it and said a brief thank you. He opened the box. What he saw inside surprised Julian. This was a stone that glittered with a blue light, snug in the box, a HONSUK no less. His sweat-dotted face reflected in the gem. It seemed crafted by magic. He couldn't sense any mana from it. Thoughts raced through his mind like electricity. His mother's memento is this? Julian, what kind of person are you? Is there some hidden meaning I don't know? How troublesome, so troublesome, I know nothing. Then he blurted out, I didn't expect it would be this easy to take it. Rania, puzzled, asked, what? Realizing he'd slipped, he immediately backpedaled. It's nothing, sis, I was just muttering. Thank you for returning my mother's keepsake. She answered in a way that puzzled Julian. I knew giving it to you was right. Seeing the seemingly happy look on Julian's face, she added, this is the first time I've seen that expression on you. He teased back, you missy, and she covered her mouth with a soft laugh, is that so? After a while of conversation, Julian finally left. Rania waved goodbye and reminded him, be careful going home and drop by sometimes. He gave a polite slight bow in reply, see you later, sis. In the end, he was the only one left there. Staring at the stone before him, he thought to himself, the Hansuk the Criffart family has kept all this time turns out to be Julian's mother's memento. A sharp pang struck his chest. Although regarded as the coldest man in the empire, for some reason a tear slipped down his cheek. He wondered inwardly, Julian, do you feel this too? A luxury carriage rolled along the dirt road, carrying Julian home. He even shed a single tear, wondering if it signaled that some of Julian's humanity still survived. The conflict between his true self and the villainous role he had to play deepened. However, he quickly brushed aside those weak thoughts and broke into a smug smile. After all, he had achieved his goal. That goal was to seize the Hansuk, a teardrop-shaped relic containing terrifying power. With a sinister grin, Julian admired the trophy he had won. Back at his manor, Julian found himself in a dilemma. What should he do with the Hansuk? Handing it to the Dawn Society or the Holy Sword faction both felt wrong, like taking a loss himself. At that moment of impasse, a sudden idea flashed through Julian's mind, causing one of his eyes to glow with a strange bluish light. He remembered that Julian himself also possessed a special ability. A virtual system notification appeared before him, ready to reveal a shocking secret. There it was, a unique trait called Vessel of the Demon King. This ability allowed him to absorb relics with an evil attribute to take in the lingering wills of demonic gods and grow stronger. However, it was a double-edged sword, for the trait would vanish once the Demon King truly reincarnated. Julian quickly connected the dots. The trait meant he could absorb the Hansuk itself. If he did, he could become the Demon King. A tempting prospect unfolded. As the supreme evil god, his chances of surviving in this harsh world would skyrocket to near certainty. Yet the vision of becoming the Demon King filled him with a shuddering horror. Julian dismissed the thought outright. He'd rather not do it. The soul of Lee Siwoo within him had nearly forgotten why he never wanted to play Julian, a hypocrite and nest of betrayal. The true man's instincts rejected this path. He had already struggled with an identity crisis due to another mysterious power called the Open Eyes. Today's tears made him feel he had lost more humanity than Julian ever did. Wake up, Lee Siwoo, he told himself. He no longer desperately craved power like before. For now, just hide the Hansuk. Acting on it, Julian placed the Hansuk into a large box, locked it carefully, and temporarily sealed away the dangerous artifact. He returned to his room, but the unease remained. Just having it nearby was enough to make him restless. He wondered if he should learn a locking spell, since sooner or later the Dawn Society would come looking. Julian sank into a chair, trying to relax. He thought, well, there's nothing I can do now. The manor was usually quiet, but today it felt unusually still. He just hoped no trouble would come for a while. But man plans and fate laughs. Just as he wished for peace, a flash of purple magical energy suddenly flared. Instantly, Julian's eyes snapped open. His whole body went on high alert. One of his skills, extraordinary intuition, activated, signaling danger. Julian sensed an unfamiliar stream of mana flowing through the air. He wondered, what is it? What's its purpose? Is it an enemy? Julian sprang to his feet, ready to confront the intruder. He could pinpoint their location by tracing the mana, but oddly the mana carried no murderous intent. He was careful not to use his own mana recklessly, since doing so would immediately reveal him to the intruder. Julian moved cautiously. The only thing that eased him was that he sensed no killing intent from the stranger. That was fortunate. Given Julian's past misdeeds, it wouldn't be surprising if an assassin showed up. He approached the source of the mana, his own room. And there he found the intruder, a beautiful woman with vivid aqua-blue hair, Eleanor, calmly sitting in his room and sipping tea. Eleanor seemed to sense Julian's presence. She turned with a feigned look of surprise. Oh, you're back. Julian froze, blurting out, Eleanor. She nonchalantly continued sipping tea and replied, I waited so long I had your servants bring tea to me. Elena added cheerfully, at least you can do that much for a guest, right? Hearing that, Julian didn't answer but fell into thought. How did she get in? Magic. Seeing the purple mana emanating from Elena, Julian guessed silently that she used enchantment magic to control the servants. Shaking off his thoughts, Julian sat down, exhaled, and asked, Bishop Elena, what brings you to my manor? Elena's reflection in the teacup answered, just a bit of friendly interaction between allies. Hearing that, Julian's face darkened with anger as he thought, you broke in just to socialize. Elena went on, of course, and I have another reason. I have something to ask you. Julian was slightly startled, so we're getting straight to the point. Setting the teacup down, Elena asked, recently you successfully subdued a demon during the slum mission, correct? Julian, seeing nothing odd, replied, that's right. After hearing his confirmation, Elena followed up, that demon took on a human form, didn't it? Looking into her eyes, Julian guessed, I see, you're testing how much I know about people turning demonic, then it's best to answer directly. He then answered confidently, yes, someone suddenly transformed into a demon. Elena found that intriguing. But Julian's next remark surprised Elena. However, the horn on that demon is different from the one Lord Tenorin showed us. As if not believing what she'd heard, Eleanor asked again, what? Julian kept his expression and replied, I mean it was a replica, modeled after the horn Tenorin crafted. Wasn't that what you wanted to know? On the other side, Elena asked gravely, so how much do you actually know about demon horns and the demonization phenomenon? Julian smiled faintly, not as much as you think. Elena stood, placing a hand over her chest, and said, all right, no more beating around the bush. It seems you know nearly everything. Julian smirked and held out his hand teasingly. So, has your curiosity been satisfied? He glanced back at Elena and added, then I don't need to test you anymore. Turning to leave, she said, you seem very well informed about the Dawn Society's affairs. Her next words carried a threat. I trust you know which decision would be wiser. Make sure our swords don't point at each other, she warned. I'm not easy to deal with either. The threat made Julian sweat with unease. After a while, Julian was left alone. He breathed a sigh and thought, so you're telling me, either absolute loyalty to the Dawn Society or get out of the way. And you show up just when I'm holding the Hansuk, Julian decided. This manor clearly isn't a safe place to keep the Hansuk if that's the case. Later, Harand appeared holding the box containing the Hansuk and asked Julian, are you going to hand it over to me? Julian replied, yes, Harand. Surprised, Harand answered, that's unexpected. I thought you'd bring up punishing Joshua instead. Julian didn't bother with Joshua and answered, whatever, he's not worth my effort. Holding the box, Harand asked in confusion, really? But what exactly are you handing me? Julian didn't hesitate and replied calmly, it's my mother's keepsake. Hearing this, Harand went pale with fear and stammered, what? He immediately rushed closer to question him. Mylna's keepsake, isn't that precious to you? Seeing him like that, Julian could only urge him to stay calm. Julian answered cheerfully, yes, but inwardly thought differently. Harand was probably the only person unlikely to act rashly with a Hansuk. He likely didn't know what it really was, and he wasn't the type to resurrect a demon god, so I can safely entrust it to him. Harand raised the box and asked once more to confirm, are you sure you want to give something this important to me? With that familiar smile and squint-eyed look, Julian replied, I can't keep it with me right now, so I'm entrusting it to you, Harand. Images of young Julian being held by his mother flashed through his mind, followed by Harand's stream of thoughts. You can't keep Lady Mylna's keepsake, Julian. Even notorious Julian turns meek as a lamb before Lady Mylna. She is the symbol of the last shred of humanity left in him. To have him hand over Lady Mylna's keepsake to someone else, isn't that a declaration that he'll live entirely as the Empire's hunting dog? A monster with no way back. Harand looked at Julian with a terrified expression. How could he be so cruel? Seeing that look, Julian realized he'd been misunderstood again. Handing the Hansuk to him should be fine, right? Scene switches to Joshua, sitting on the bed with an angry expression, clenching his teeth, the anger clear on his face. Close-up of Joshua's wrist, showing bruises. He is using a white cloth to press against the wound. A maid with short black hair enters the room, announcing she's here to change the cloth. Joshua looks up at her with a displeased gaze. Immediately, Joshua unleashes his fury on the maid. He yells loudly, startling her into fear. Joshua seethes with rage. He cannot accept that he, a direct heir, was injured by someone from a low branch of the family. The image of Julian with a smirking, provocative smile appears in Joshua's mind. Just thinking of that bastard is enough to drive him mad. Joshua clenches his fist, considering Julian an unbearable, arrogant fool. He recalls the moment Julian attacked. Everything happened too fast. Joshua couldn't even feel the strike, only the terrifying pressure radiating from Julian. Joshua admits he lost from that moment. He He doesn't understand how a petty man like Julian could stand out and receive favor from the higher ranks. In anger, Joshua swings and knocks over the basin on the floor, sending water splashing. The maid pales, terrified by her master's rage. She hurriedly drops to her knees, trembling as she begs for forgiveness. Joshua sits on the bed, coldly looking down at the maid kneeling at his feet, the whole room steeped in a heavy, frightening atmosphere. Joshua suddenly jumps to his feet, his anger not yet subsided. He turns around, his face showing obvious fury, ready to explode at any moment. Joshua grits his teeth, calling out a man named Alphys in a hoarse voice. Soon after, a tall man with black hair and a composed face appears. He is Alphys Mayand, Joshua's bodyguard and former deputy captain of the Azure Lions squad. Joshua waves his hand, dismissing the frightened maid. She hurriedly obeys, considering herself lucky to have escaped harm. With only the two of them left, Joshua calls Alphys over and points to his bruised wrist. Alphys calmly replies that he sees the wound, but that only makes Joshua angrier. He roars, questioning where Alphys was when it happened. When Alphys tries to explain he was following the Lord's orders, Joshua cuts him off, yelling that that's not what he wants to hear. Joshua emphasizes that Alphys's duty is to protect the Krypart direct line. He asks if anything could be more important than his safety. Joshua continues to berate Alphys, reminding him of his tainted past and that everything Alphys has is because of him. Alphys remains silent and thinks, "Here we go again," before apologizing. Joshua sneers that Alphys is useless anyway, probably would freeze to death from fright. He shows his annoyance plainly. Joshua angrily grabs the wet cloth from inside the bucket with force. Then he throws the cloth straight into Alphys's face. Alphys can only stand there and take it. Joshua growls that what he wants is an apology from Julian himself, not from trash like Alphys. After a moment of silence, Alphys speaks up, asking Joshua directly if he wants to take revenge on Julian. Alphys's unexpected question leaves Joshua stunned for a moment. Alphys firmly asserts he will help Joshua avenge him at any cost, regardless of the method. Joshua snaps, demanding Alphys tell him if there's a way. Alphys begins to analyze, admitting that Julian is very strong right now. He can channel mana into each of his movements with ease, and that amount of mana far exceeds that of ordinary knights. The Moonblade, charged with Julian's mana, is as terrifying as his personality. Alphys continues with admiration, saying it's a sword that can auto-regulate its aura, a weapon any knight would dream of. Joshua loses patience. He cannot stand Alphys seeming to praise his enemy and yells for him to get to the point. Alphys's expression changes as he makes a bold suggestion. What if we create an environment where he cannot use his aura? This proposal leaves Joshua stunned. Without letting Joshua fully react, Alphys pulls something from his coat. Alphys reveals it is a faulty resonant stone. Joshua is dumbfounded, not understanding why Alphys would possess such an item. Alphys explains that a normal resonant stone would suppress the demonic energy inside a demon to prevent it from accessing that energy. But this defective stone operates differently. It emits a strange purple energy. As the stone draws near, Joshua feels an invisible pressure weighing down on him, forcing him to buckle. Alphys explains that this faulty stone, instead of suppressing demonic energy, suppresses the mana within a person. Just erect a barrier from it and use it on Julian. Joshua immediately realizes the problem. He shouts at Alphys that if they use this, he himself would also be unable to use his aura inside the barrier. Alphys replies calmly that Joshua will not need his aura. He reveals he has something else, surprising Joshua even as he sits stunned on the floor. What Alphys reveals is a demon horn, radiating dark energy. Joshua is astonished to recognize it as a horn. Scene shifts elsewhere. Julian is leisurely tending an orchid pot under the sunlight. Julian smiles in contentment, thinking to himself that the recent peaceful life caring for orchids has made living in Julian's body not so bad. The peace is quickly broken. Razlot, Julian's assistant, rushes over in a panic to report that some members of the Dawn Society are planning an ambush. Julian thinks to himself he must immediately retract his previous words. Julian looks annoyed, his hand clenching the orchid leaf. He is irritated that Razlot's panic disturbed his poor orchid. Julian turns back and tells Razlot that next time he reports, he should not panic like that. He worries that at this rate people will discover his secret. Razlot obediently agrees. Regaining his composure, Julian asks about the ambush, specifically whether any bishops are involved. When Razlot answers no, Julian scoffs, finding their plan ridiculous. Razlot remains worried and suggests preparing some countermeasures, but Julian casually replies that since they have not acted yet, they should wait and see. Razlot cannot believe his ears. He is bewildered, not understanding how Julian can ignore a potential ambush like that. Julian notices the suspicion on Razlot Quota's face. He thinks perhaps this doubt comes from the broken orchid branch, and then he mumbles, "Same bed, different dreams." Julian decides to reassure Razlot. He asks if Razlot knows a little trick, leaving the assistant puzzled and confused. Holding the orchid pot, Julian explains a life hack for orchid lovers. The leaf of a healthy orchid won't wrinkle easily unless there's a problem with its roots. To illustrate, Julian pulls the orchid from the pot, exposing its roots. He grins smugly and says that, as he suspected, the roots are rotting, but luckily only the outer roots are affected. Julian further explains that the orchid has devised an excellent strategy itself. Those outer roots act as bait, preventing the rot from spreading to the whole plant. The insinuation of bait makes Razlot shiver as he tries to guess what Julian means. Julian drops the orchid topic and asks if Razlot has any other news. Razlot reports that the Secretariat is requesting personnel for the upcoming Victory Commemoration mission, a task he must also participate in as the Academy's swordsmanship instructor. Julian calculates that if it's the victory celebration, Saint Sword Haydn will surely attend. He doesn't want to meet him, because that sharp-eyed Saint Sword once questioned him about Hansa. Razlot asks if Julian will accept the victory assignment. Julian refuses, saying this time he wants something simpler and will take a task related to the Academy. Razlot is stunned. Julian, a man obsessed with success, refuses a prestigious mission. He suddenly realizes Julian is using himself as bait to lure the Dawn Society. Razlot's thoughts race. At the victory celebration, the Academy guards will be sent to the palace. If Julian stays at the Academy, the Dawn Society's spies will see it as the perfect opportunity to strike, and Julian, who already knows of the ambush, can easily sweep them away. Razlot finally understands everything. The strange story about bait earlier was a hint at this plan. Julian is turning himself into bait, making the enemy ambush part of his own stage. Razlot shudders to conclude that a bloodstorm is about to sweep the Academy. Meanwhile, Julian still smiles serenely, unaware that he has become a true strategist. At Veal Academy, an elderly professor smiled awkwardly, sweat pouring down his face. Contrasting the professor's worry, Julian, a prominent figure from Shut Eyes, appeared extremely self-satisfied with a mysterious smile. The professor hurried over to greet Julian. He hadn't expected Julian to come in person. He added that because the victory celebration was approaching, he assumed Julian would be too busy to attend. Realizing he might have said something inappropriate, the professor quickly corrected himself, feigning delight at Julian's presence. Meanwhile, Julian quietly enjoyed the man's fear. The professor believed the students were also eagerly awaiting Julian's special lecture. Hearing special lecture, Julian looked surprised and asked again. The professor stammered that it was a lecture for students about to take their practical exam. Don't tell me you weren't aware of this. Julian squinted, sweating slightly as he considered the matter. Julian laughed, reassuring the professor that he was only asking because he was looking forward to it. However, inwardly he never imagined he'd have to lecture students. Meanwhile, in lecture hall no one at Veal Academy, students were buzzing, waiting for the class to begin. A girl with ash-gray hair noticed her friend Rin had arrived. She said the guest lecturer hadn't shown up yet. Rin breathed a sigh of relief that she wasn't late. After all, she wasn't very interested in theoretical lectures. She felt a bit exhausted after overdoing her training. She'd practiced harder than usual, thinking she could rest during this lecture. The friend sitting next to her noticed Rin's fatigue. Rin admitted she was a little tired and said luckily today was just a guest lecture. She only needed to sit and listen. At the same time, the professor and Julian reached the lecture hall door. Students inside were gossiping that guest lecturers usually came from Shut Eyes, but this time it seemed to be a civilian. Moments later, the professor entered and asked everyone to pay attention. He announced the guest lecturer had arrived and requested everyone to welcome him. Julian's appearance caused an uproar in the hall. Students were surprised and whispered among themselves. A stunned student exclaimed, recognizing Julian as being from Shut Eyes. Rin was also surprised by this information. She looked flustered, seemingly not understanding what was happening. Rin looked up at the podium where Julian stood with the professor, and she was completely stunned. Julian stepped up and introduced himself as Julian Criffart from Shut Eyes, pleased to be the guest lecturer today. Rin was utterly shocked to recognize the person on the podium. She couldn't believe her eyes, wondering why that man was here. Amid the continuous murmurs, Julian told everyone not to be overly tense. He placed his hand on the table, announcing he was there to give a short lecture in his capacity as an examiner for the upcoming practical exam. With a sly smile, Julian declared that what he was about to teach today was nothing special. Julian's answer left the students bewildered. He looked at them and said, "It seems you are confused." Julian continued, posing a question to the class. "Why do you practice swordsmanship?" Seeing the hall fall silent, Julian smiled and said it was just a question to break the silence. Then he suddenly pointed at a student. "So, let me ask Miss Rin that question." Startled to be called, Rin flinched. Her friend beside her was equally surprised. Rin was about to ask why he singled her out to ask such a question, but she quickly covered her mouth with her hand, realizing she had almost responded disrespectfully. Rin quickly regained her composure. She told herself that since Julian was the lecturer she should show respect. She decided to turn the question back to him. thinking everyone would prefer to hear his answer rather than hers. Taken aback by the reversal, Julian looked amused. He laughed loudly and answered bluntly, "Of course, to gain fame and status." Julian's answer left Rin and her friends stunned. Rin's friend thought he should have said something nobler, like for the royal family. Without letting them recover, Julian asked Rin the same question again. This time, Rin replied calmly that it was to train mind and body to achieve one's goals, but inwardly she knew that the precise goal was revenge. Julian acknowledged it as a profound answer, and said the reason he posed the question wasn't merely to break the atmosphere. He explained that no matter how much swordsmanship he taught, it couldn't compare to the foundation the students had built themselves, and it would be impossible to help them make significant improvements in such a short time. So instead of talking about swordsmanship, Julian declared today he would speak about aura, as he gathered a stream of energy around his hand. The students, including Rin and her friend, buzzed in excitement. They couldn't believe Julian would teach about aura, an astonishing topic. Julian explained that everyone has mana channels, and using them to enhance the body or tools is how one uses aura. He emphasized that aura is a clear indicator of the skill gap between you and others. The students below could only marvel at his striking aura. After the demonstration, Julian smiled and asked whether everyone could see the color of his aura. Rin curled a wry smile. Now she understood what Julian meant by aura being a measure of skill difference. A student raised a hand and suggested Julian's aura color was gray, similar to the light of the moon. Another student wondered aloud whether it might be silver. Amid uncertain answers, a decisive voice rang out. It was Rin. She affirmed the aura's color was silver. Having identified the silver, she didn't stop there. Her eyes flashed with confidence as she continued, and she finished her answer decisively, pointing out a second color only she perceived, also a pale cobalt blue. Rin confidently explained that Julian was using two different auras simultaneously. She specified that he used the silver aura on the sword's sheath while using the pale cobalt aura in his hand. Julian smiled and confirmed her answer was completely correct. Rinne thought to herself that the ability to perceive others' auras is how one recognizes the skill gap between two people. She had noticed this since seeing Julian's traces at the forge. She had worked very hard to close the gap between them and was confident there wouldn't be much difference now. But at that moment, a thought flashed. Julian raised a finger to his lips, signaling silence with a mysterious smile, and said, "There's one more thing." Rinne was stunned, her eyes wide with horror. She couldn't speak, only stammered, "Impossible." Instantly, Julian unleashed a third enormous aura, enveloping him in a blaze of brilliant blue energy. Rin and all the students in the hall were utterly overwhelmed, unable to believe the tremendous power. At the end of the lecture, Julian released the third aura, a power none of the students in the class could perceive. He explained that the ability to emit an aura the opponent cannot sense is how one measures the gap in power. Hearing Julian's words, Rin clenched her teeth in anger. She realized the class difference between her and Julian could not be bridged. She bitterly admitted her own arrogance. The distance between them was indeed like night and day. When Julian left the lecture hall, the head of department was already waiting at the door and lavished praise on him. He admired that the lecture had been so successful. Julian coldly asked whether he had been standing outside the whole time. The head of department was slightly startled. He awkwardly admitted he had been a bit worried because Julian was the lecturer. Julian merely sneered at the department head's flattery. Julian also found it amusing. Who would have thought he would one day be teaching others? Seizing the moment, the head asked Julian to also oversee the upcoming practical exam. Julian was a little surprised by the request. After agreeing, Julian decided to return home. He walked with a satisfied smile. On the way, Julian realized this corridor had also appeared in the game. Because it appeared quite often, he felt strangely familiar with it. Suddenly, a strange memory flashed in his mind. It was the image of Julian wiping blood from a sword. That memory was about the Dark Knight, the fallen hero, the shooting star Hayden Reich, a character in the game. Julian held his head. Why did he suddenly recall that trailer scene? And who was the Dark Knight supposed to be? It was the scene where he killed the Holy Sword. Julian told himself that as long as he remained Julian, that would not happen. The scene shifted to Julian's manor. A hand was resting on the sofa. Joshua sat on the sofa, annoyed that Julian had not returned. He was impatiently waiting to carry out his plan. He glanced at a painting on the wall with a displeased look. Julian's taste in aesthetics clearly did not suit him at all. Then he glanced at another bizarre decorative statue and turned his face away in disdain. Joshua held his face in frustration. He would never understand Julian's sense of taste. He became annoyed when he saw the countless orchid pots displayed in the room, which startled him. At that moment, one of Joshua's subordinates, a young knight, entered and reported that he had set up the barrier as requested. The knight said that with an order, they could deploy the mana-blocking barrier immediately. Noticing his subordinates trembling, Joshua curled his lip and asked, "Are you afraid?" The young knight flinched, embarrassed by his master's unexpected question. Joshua lost patience and gritted his teeth, asking directly whether he was afraid of Julian, his eyes filled with anger and contempt at the cowardice. Joshua showed contempt. He could not understand why his subordinate was so fearful. He boasted that their forces in Julian's manor currently included 2 veteran two-horned demon hunters and 6 loyal soldiers of the Krapat family. There was also a high-ranking mage and a mana-blocking barrier, a force overwhelmingly sufficient to take down a single person. The frightened knight replied that if the person was Julian, then it would be different. He trembled, recalling Julian's overwhelming power, and believed that even such a force might not be enough to deal with him. Seeing this, Joshua only curled his lip in challenge and ordered him to continue speaking. The knight reported another odd detail, that the atmosphere in the manor felt very strange. Although it was late, there were no servants to be seen. Joshua waved it off, saying they probably returned early. His subordinate's worry angered Joshua. He clenched his hand on the armrest. Unable to control himself, Joshua unleashed a crushing punch to the knight's face. He shouted, cursing the subordinate as a coward. Joshua bellowed, questioning why he was so afraid and whether he was still worthy to be a Krapat family knight. Caught off guard by the blow, the knight could only bow his head and apologize to his young master. Joshua ordered his men not to fight, just to activate the barrier at the right moment. He muttered that the knights were truly cowardly, but once the barrier was activated, Julian would not even be able to use his aura properly. At the thought, Joshua broke into an evil, confident smile. He believed that once Julian's power was neutralized, he would easily overwhelm him. Just then, a soldier ran in to report someone approaching. Joshua triumphantly thought Julian had finally arrived and ordered everyone to take their positions. At the same time, outside Julian's manor, a mysterious group was also moving under the cover of night. They were hiding in the bushes, preparing for a raid. One of them suggested that Julian was probably getting ready for bed by now. The leader, William Highlands, a member of the Dawn Order, gritted his teeth and said he wanted to storm in and eliminate Julian immediately. The others agreed, loudly criticizing Julian's disregard for rules and that his appointment as bishop in the first place was absurd. Those gathered under the night were all members of the Dawn Order, and all shared an implacable hatred toward Julian. And tonight, under William Highland's lead, they would carry out their own version of justice, making Julian pay with his life. William Highlands bitterly declared that as a member of the Highlands family ruined by Julian, he had come to enact justice. Another member noticed William's hand shaking and teased that he looked nervous. William hurriedly cleared his throat to steady himself, telling himself he had nearly lost his composure. He drew his wand and ordered everyone to follow him as he advanced into the manor. William began to cast a spell that formed a silence barrier. The spell Enduring Silence was activated, creating a membrane that enveloped the group to conceal their presence. The others murmured in admiration. William was confident the barrier would block most sound and presence, keeping Julian from waking, and he ordered everyone to proceed. They were confident the plan would succeed. Prior investigation showed all the servants had left before sunset, meaning Julian was completely alone in the manor. However, as the group sneaked in, William's wand suddenly flickered. He abruptly stopped. A teammate anxiously asked what was wrong, Sir William. William sensed something amiss. He stammered that the mana flow here was very strange, as if someone had intentionally blocked it. Meanwhile, on Joshua's side, the knight reported in a panic that Julian was not alone. There were many other signs in the manor besides them. Joshua fell silent. The knight added that they were not servants but skilled warriors. Joshua began to realize his plan might have been detected. Joshua ground his teeth in anger, wondering if someone had leaked the information. Back with William, his members were also panicking. William realized in horror, could Julian have foreseen the ambush and even set up a prearranged barrier? Both Joshua and William simultaneously realized a horrifying truth. Julian had not only anticipated the attack but had also laid a deadly trap for both groups. The pink-haired subordinate trembled as he asked his young master Joshua about the next move. Joshua scowled, gritted his teeth in anger, and said the coward should be fired as soon as they returned. Joshua turned his back and wore a smug smile. He did not care even if it was a trap. With a face full of resolve and a hint of madness, Joshua declared that today would be the day he finished Julian off. Joshua said that thanks to the barrier, Julian had been weakened. Their plan was that while he killed Julian, the others would deal with the subordinates. Then he gestured and ordered that the plan continue as before, and that he would be the one to end Julian's disgrace. One of Joshua's subordinates reported that the target was in the corridor outside the reception room. Joshua smiled complacently, drew his weapon, and decided to strike preemptively before the opponent could act. Stepping into the corridor, Joshua's group collided with William's group. Joshua looked at William with contempt, considering them nothing but nameless vermin. William angrily shouted back at Joshua's taunt. Immediately, William unleashed a powerful bolt of lightning magic. He growled, asking if the opponent had no shame. A subordinate reported to Joshua that based on the magic used in the barrier, the opponent must be a rank 3 mage or higher. However, Joshua remained dismissive, thinking that after all he was just a mage trapped in a barrier. Joshua ordered his men to rush forward and take them down. William nimbly dodged the attack and countered with a sharp sword strike. Joshua was surprised to see his subordinate easily defeated. He looked around and wondered where Julian was. Suddenly, a scream of pain rang out. It seemed someone had been hit, causing Joshua to turn and exclaim in surprise, "What is this?" The body of a henchman was struck by a bolt of lightning that flew past in front of Joshua. He looked forward in horror, not understanding what was happening. A figure charred black from a lightning strike collapsed to the ground. Witnessing this, Joshua and his men were astonished. Joshua wondered why, even with the barrier activated, the mage still had such power. He angrily cursed the coward behind him and vowed to fire him. Meanwhile, William was also suffering the effects of the barrier. He clutched his chest and weakly asked his opponent how he felt. William coughed up a mouthful of blood. He muttered that he couldn't move properly because of the barrier's effect. Joshua gritted his teeth. He did not expect that the bastard could still struggle even while nearly collapsing from the barrier's effects. Joshua began to consider whether he should use his trump card right now. But then he brushed the thought aside, shaking his head and telling himself he couldn't waste his trump card meant for Julian on such a weakling. He decided to patiently wait for an opening. At that moment, William staggered, seemingly at his limit from the barrier's effects. Joshua realized his chance had come. Joshua broke into a triumphant smile. He shouted that this was the opening he had been looking for and then grabbed the orchid vase behind him. Taking advantage of William's weakness, Joshua threw the vase at him. Taken by surprise, William was astonished at the object being hurled toward him. Instantly, Joshua lunged forward and closed in on William. Cornered, William tried to use his lightning magic once more. However, Joshua was one step faster. He knocked William's staff away, stopping the attack. Having successfully overwhelmed his opponent, Joshua burst into a mad laugh. Joshua plunged a knife into William's shoulder. William let out a cry of pain, blood beginning to flow from the wound. Joshua pressed the sharp blade to William's throat, completely controlling him. Joshua mocked his opponent, saying that even a rank 3 mage could not move inside this barrier. With his eyes glowing purple with rage, Joshua growled, calling William nameless trash and asking how he dared block his way. He pressed the blade harder against William's neck, demanding how much Julian had paid him. Accused without cause, William could only blankly ask, "What?" Joshua continued to sneer, saying the price of 5,000 or 10,000 nar for his life was pitiful. Not giving him a chance to explain, Joshua delivered a crushing kick to William's face, making him scream in pain. William desperately raised his hands, trying to stop Joshua. He shouted in panic, insisting that he was not hired by Julian. Pinned to the ground by Joshua, William still tried to explain that he was telling the truth, that he had also come today to ambush Julian. This sudden confession seemed to make Joshua pause for a moment. He asked, "Really?" However, Joshua quickly returned to his cruelty. He said that whether it was true or not didn't matter. For daring to block him, William must die. Realizing Joshua's murderous intent, William's face filled with horror. He stammered pleas for mercy. Joshua raised his sword high, preparing to finish off his opponent. As Joshua was about to act, a mocking tusk sounded from behind. A pair of fine shoes slowly stepped into view, signaling the arrival of an uninvited figure. The one who appeared was none other than Julian. He calmly remarked that quite a few uninvited guests had come tonight. Joshua turned and was stunned by Julian's presence. Joshua could not believe his eyes, wondering when Julian had arrived and how he had sensed no presence at all. Julian, with a half smile and composed, was recognized by the mage on the ground, who cried out in terror, "Julian." Joshua stepped back, thinking to himself that Julian truly was a monster. However, instead of paying attention to those terrified, Julian noticed the broken orchid pot on the ground. He picked up a shard, regretfully saying it had been broken, an action that evoked the Li Siwu persona within Julian. Then Julian turned to Joshua's men and coldly said that they had barged in and caused a disturbance. Trying to reassure himself, Joshua shouted to his comrades not to be afraid, because inside the barrier they could still fight purely with swordsmanship. Julian bent down again and scooped a handful of soil from the broken pot. He looked at the soil in his hand and said regretfully that he rather liked that pot. Julian's odd behavior left Joshua completely bewildered and silent. He wondered if the strong aura he felt was real. At that moment, a massive blue magical aura burst from Julian's body, enveloping the entire corridor. He affirmed that the barrier was certainly active, implying that this power was still not his full strength. Julian gave a sinister smile, declaring that it seemed he needed to finish the lesson on etiquette he had skipped before. Joshua could only horrifiedly wonder how the aura could be so vast. Back earlier when Julian was on his way back to his mansion. But as he got closer, he sensed an unusual atmosphere enveloping the mansion. Julian realized not only had the external atmosphere changed, but the mana here was also unstable. He smiled, because what he had been waiting for had finally arrived. Julian was certain someone had come to ambush him. As warned earlier, there were many who harbored hatred toward this villain named Julian. He strolled forward calmly, since of course someone would want to settle that grudge. But Julian now was no longer weak as before. He was strong enough to perfect the moonlight sword. he wondered whether he should step out to confront them. Inside the mansion, a potted plant had been smashed to pieces. When Julian entered, a chaotic scene unfolded before him. Someone lay collapsed in a pool of blood. Julian was somewhat surprised. Had they fought among themselves without him intervening? Julian suddenly realized something. His statue had also been broken. He felt disturbed that they had truly ruined everything. Lee Siwoo, who was living in Julian's body, thought that if it were the real Julian, he would have shouted in rage, but he was not the real Julian. He did not want this life to change his emotions, but when he saw the potted plant, it was the orchid he cherished. An intense emotion surged. Julian screamed in pain, "Angelica." He knelt down, unable to believe the sight before him. Memories flooded back. It was the first plant he watered after becoming Julian, and the first he had named. The pain turned to anger. He gritted his teeth, calling Angelica's name. Rage erupted. Julian vowed to avenge Angelica. His true self, Lee Siwoo, seemed to agree with this. Julian unleashed his power. Ready for a slaughter, he activated the Moonlight Sword. To honor Angelica's death, he would kill all who dared harm her. But suddenly Lee Siwoo's reason returned. He wondered why he was this furious over a single orchid. He wondered if this was another change from becoming Julian. Until now, he had only played Julian, trying not to let the character affect him. Trying to calm himself, Julian told himself not to be swept away by emotion. It was just a small orchid. Yet Angelica's image returned to his mind. Julian's memories returned to the days he cared for Angelica. He watered the plant every day, took it to the window to receive sunlight, wiped its leaves before going to sleep, and even gave it some nutrients as a special gift. Yet they dared do that to Angelica. The more he thought, the angrier Julian became. At this rate, he would truly kill them. The scene shifted to reality. Now Julian stood facing Joshua and William. Julian tried to regain composure. He decided to change the subject. He said he hadn't hired anyone. Julian asked the two assassins what they would do now. Joshua and William remained wary. Julian taunted, asking if they had any other plans now that the nighttime ambush had failed. Joshua could only remain silent. Julian silently assessed the situation. He could easily deal with Joshua. But the problem was that mage. He didn't know what kind of magic he used, so he wouldn't be easy to deal with. Alone, Julian could easily overpower any one of them, but if both attacked at once, it would be troublesome. Julian told the two assassins bluntly that they should know they couldn't defeat him even if they cooperated. And Julian never left an enemy who bared fangs at him. He believed they were aware of that. But out of mercy, Julian decided to give both a chance. He ordered the two assassins to fight each other. Both froze. Julian declared that whoever one he would spare. Joshua was furious, thinking Julian was mocking them. He shouted, even if they snuck into Julian's mansion, were they just insignificant shrimp in his eyes? But inwardly, Joshua thought differently. With this stupid mage and the power of the horn, maybe he could crush Julian. Suddenly, the mage showed strange signs. He trembled and cried out in pain. Joshua asked in surprise if he was okay. William screamed wildly. Joshua panicked, demanded the mage calm down and cooperate to fight Julian together. William yelled frantically. He knew Joshua planned to stab him in the back to be the sole survivor. Meanwhile, Julian just stood there with a cryptic smile, amused watching the internecine farce he had arranged. Blinded by fear, William screamed that he would kill Joshua to live. Joshua called William an idiot and reminded him that someone like Julian, the grinning executioner, would never spare the victor. But William didn't heed a word and cast a fireball spell at Joshua. Over here, Joshua tried to brace himself and fight back. Then he regained the initiative, leapt up and swung a strike at William. He swung his sword, aiming straight for William. The sharp blade pierced through William's body. Blood spurted. William collapsed in shock. Joshua panted. He had really attacked without fear. He had taken down the mage, but now it was his turn to be killed by Julian. Joshua trembled. He knew that the grinning executioner never spared anyone who showed hostility toward him. Death was near, and now it was right before his eyes. After the battle ended, Julian looked down at Joshua, who lay gasping on the ground, and sneered that he must have had a bloody and painful fight. Cornered, Joshua desperately searched for a way out of this perilous situation. In that life-or-death moment, he suddenly remembered the demonic horn Alpha had given him. It was an item said to grant the innate power of demons. Joshua thought that if he used it, he could kill Julian or at least escape. About to take the horn out, Joshua panicked when he realized his pants had been burned with a hole by earlier magic. A voice suddenly rang out, causing Joshua to turn in shock. This is a demonic horn. William, as if struck by an idea, spoke up. Wait. He had nothing left to lose. He thought he had no hope left. Clutching the horn to his chest, William's will to live rose more fiercely than ever. He screamed in despair. Knowing he was about to commit an unforgivable sin, William shouted for the archbishop to forgive his mistake, then swallow the horn whole. Immediately, a dark energy enveloped William. He screamed in excruciating pain as the transformation began. A loud noise rang out as the transformation completed. Joshua nearby was horrified at the sight before him. In his mind, Joshua recalled Alpha's face and let out a roar of hatred, cursing the one who had deceived him. Joshua now understood. Alpha said he would gain demonic power, not that he would become an actual demon. Meanwhile, Julian turned to ask Joshua, who was trembling with fear, whether it was he who had brought that horn. Joshua stammered that it was brought by a knight named Alphas. Julian curled his lips in a smile. He had figured it out. Alphas Mayhand, a bishop of Dawn who especially hated Julian, was behind it. He didn't know what Alpha's relationship with Joshua was, but there was certainly a plot unfolding. The demon William had become growled, but Julian noted that fortunately the horn seemed to be a fake. Julian calmly observed that the demon's form closely resembled the demon he had dealt with in the slums. He linked this to the demonic anomaly Illinois had asked about, and noticed its power was weaker than horns forged from sacred relics. Undervalued, the demon William let out an enraged roar, displaying its strength. Witnessing the horrific scene, Joshua screamed in terror. He hurriedly turned to Julian, the only one who could save him now. Joshua desperately begged Julian to kill that demon, admitting he was wrong. In response to the plea, Julian merely crossed his arms and smiled meaningfully. Joshua screamed in despair that as a member of the Krypart family, Julian should protect him. Julian's cold refusal was like a death sentence, and as the last hope was extinguished, Joshua realized in horror that the demon William had assumed a ready stance. Seconds later, it leaped forward. The demon William, without hesitation, delivered a killing blow to Joshua. In Joshua's painful, terrified scream after that blow, a strike to the chest caused blood to spurt out. Julian stood watching and taunted, "If you don't try harder, you might really die." Afterwards, clutching his wound before Julian, he stammered, "Sir." Joshua's face showed extreme horror. He begged in tears, calling Julian big brother and begging for his life. Julian only thought to himself, what a quick turncoat. At that moment, the demon suddenly growled, making Joshua flinch. But the demon paid him no attention and walked straight past him. Julian stood calmly. He sensed the demon's killing intent shifting toward him. He curled his lips in a cunning smile, driven by instinct. All he wanted now was to send this demon to hell. Julian thought to himself, Julian really is a fool, someone who hates demons so much. Ends up becoming someone who longs for demonic power. Julian spoke as he stepped closer, facing the demon directly. The demon William roared and charged, but Julian nimbly dodged the attack by a hair. He let out a single chuckle of pleasure at his opponent's ferocity. Unfazed, Julian slashed in a swift arc, cleaving the demon in two. He mocked it as a bug crawling toward him. He let out a mad pained howl. Immediately, the demon's whole body collapsed to the floor. He followed up with another sword strike. The demon could only scream in agony. Julian was slightly surprised by what he saw next. The wounds on the demon began to heal themselves. Julian realized this was a demon with regenerative abilities. He reasoned that demonization often transfers the abilities the person had. Julian quickly analyzed, perhaps William's intense will to survive was amplified, turning him into a demon with regenerative powers. Seeing this formidable ability, for a moment even Joshua wondered how to kill something like that. But for Julian, this was not frightening at all. On the contrary, for Julian the situation was somewhat intriguing. Julian continued to ponder. He remembered William had been a mage capable of using high-level magic. Julian further analyzed, a high-level mage when demonized only has regeneration. There must be more to it. To Julian, the situation was truly fascinating. And that was when he decided to use his trump card. Julian's eyes flashed as he activated a special ability, the skill Insight. With Insight, Julian understood that however good regeneration was, destroying the demon core, the equivalent of a human heart, would solve everything. The Insight skill began scanning the demon's entire body, analyzing its structure. In no time, a concentrated energy source was detected. The demon's fatal weakness was revealed. Julian curled his lips in a triumphant smile. The demon core sat right on its head, a position far too exposed. He laughed loudly, thinking this was no different from the demon begging for death. The demon William stood up once more. It began checking its arms. The wounds seemed fully healed, which made Julian exclaim at how quickly it recovered. The demon stood firm, growling defiantly, its body completely restored as if it had never been wounded. Julian's sword flashed with electric light. He took a stance, ready for a real fight. "Come on, fight me again." In response to the challenge, the demon William let out an earth-shattering roar, signaling the final battle was about to begin. Julian was no less. He shouted with excited, frenzied expression, "Charge." Julian drew his sword. A blue light enveloped it, ready for battle. The demon William bellowed a hoarse cry, its rage seeming to shake the surrounding space. Without hesitation, Julian surged forward, his sword flashing a ghostly blue light as he slashed straight at the enemy. Julian swung his sword with terrifying speed, leaving a razor-sharp streak of light in the air. Julian's slash was so fast that the demon William couldn't react and could only take the full blow. A deep cut appeared, taking off the demon's arm, blood spraying everywhere, proving Julian's tremendous power. After the strike, Julian smiled smugly, seeming to be in full control of the fight. He murmured in a disdainful tone, "A pointless struggle." Provoked, the demon William crazily charged at Julian, determined to finish the one who had wounded it. Julian casually raised his sword to block the demon's attack. its strength unable to faze him. Julian looked at the demon with cold eyes, wondering if it dared attack a demon hunter like him. Julian lightly parried, and his razor-sharp blade took off the demon's other arm. With its arms gone, the demon William roared in rage, but it could do nothing to Julian. Julian kept a smug smile on his face, seemingly enjoying the battle. For a moment, Julian unleashed a thunderous slash aimed straight at the demon William. Julian's eyes flashed with intense focus. He had found the opponent's opening. "There's an opening!" Julian exclaimed, and immediately seized the chance to deliver the decisive blow. He quickly closed the distance, giving the demon no chance to counter or flee. Julian leapt up and swung his sword down from above, a powerful and graceful attack. This time, Julian struck faster and harder than before, seemingly intent on ending the fight. Julian's sword pierced through the demon's head, a lethal blow that ended the battle. The strike drove straight into the mana core, causing it to shatter. After achieving his goal, he slowly landed and stepped back. The demon William trembled in agonizing pain as Julian's sword sank deep into its head. The demon could only emit its final low growls. After slaying the demon, Julian stood back and watched, the dust from the battle still lingering. He turned and walked away, coldly saying, "Die trash." Julian stepped forward and placed his hand on his sword. Then he declared dramatically, "I am Julian, demon hunter, hee," as a powerful slash ripped the monster's body apart. However, immediately after, Lee Siwoo's inner thought appeared. He scolded himself. "I told myself I wouldn't say lines like that anymore." At that moment, Joshua was trembling in fear. Joshua stammered, "I am possible," unable to believe what had just happened. Julian turned back, his cold gaze fixed on Joshua. Seeing Joshua kneeling on the ground, Julian merely asked. Julian leaned down, wearing a sinister smile and thinking, "He's scared already." He continued, "Considering you ambushed me in the middle of the night, a severe punishment would be entirely justified." But Julian had another plan. He knew that one day Joshua would hold great power within the Krypart family. Therefore, Julian thought it would be very clever to chain Joshua early to make him easier to control later. Julian grabbed Joshua by the collar and said, "Now then." He helped Joshua up and said suggestively, "Well done, you finally survived." Joshua was still panicked, stammering in reply, why yeah, is that so?" The scene shifts to Julian's lavish office. He sits pensively at his desk holding the purple crystal and thinks, "An artificial horn, huh?" Julian continues thinking, "I didn't expect to see another replica from the slums right here in the capital." Julian recalls that in the original story, the Dawn Council's influence spread to the capital, and these replicas caused all kinds of trouble. Julian realizes a worrying fact: this is happening too quickly. According to the original, this wouldn't occur until Lin Ronbell graduated from the academy. Julian remembers that Linne was the one nursing a desire to avenge those who created these replicas. And then he remembers the one who stopped the development of those artificial horns was the Black Knight. The Black Knight, a mysterious figure operating in the capital, always hiding his true identity behind a black mask. In the original, the Black Knight secretly suppressed the Dawn Council with overwhelming power, his image submerged in a sea of flames. His true identity is the Sword Saint Hayden Reich, the protagonist of the original story, living a double life. Julian reasons that if the Black Knight had appeared, those artificial horns could not have surfaced so quickly. At least there would have been rumors spreading. So why is the capital so quiet? Julian wonders. Could it be that Bishop Pintle has not appeared yet? Julian recalls that the Black Knight only became famous after stopping Bishop Pintle and reclaiming a soul stone. From his position, Julian always regarded the Black Knight as a covert ally in preventing the Demon King's revival and dismantling the Dawn Council. Yet that ally has taken no action. Julian dismisses the negative thought. No, impossible. Sword Saint Hayden Reich would never ignore a threat to the people. This belief of his goes beyond the story. It comes from his personal trust in Hayden Reich because he is the protagonist, a true hero. Julian returns to reality. He looks at the fragment of artificial horn on the desk and thinks, "Anyway, what matters now is." With a determined expression, Julian concludes, "It seems a demonstration is needed." He decides to take action himself to control the situation. After the break-in, Julian's mansion lay in chaos. The maids and butler stood stunned at the scene. A maid cried in horror. What on earth happened here? The sight was horrifying. Shards and blood scattered across the floor. An eerie silence enveloped the mansion, leaving only the servants' fear. The servants began to whisper among themselves. They recalled that when they first arrived, the mansion was already a mess, and the bloodstains were terrifyingly abundant. Amid that scene, Julian appeared with a calm expression. A servant asked in surprise whether he had really slept through last night in such a chaotic mansion. The astonished servants whispered to one another, unable to believe Julian had single-handedly dealt with more than 10 intruders. But Julian thought to himself, "Do they think I don't fear those intruders?" In truth, the only reason Julian could remain calm was due to the senses of this Julian body, and survival instinct telling him to play the role perfectly. He closed his eyes, reassuring himself the reason he could act as if nothing had happened amid this chaos was because he was performing a part. Julian turned and walked away, leaving the trembling servants behind. he knew that soon the rumor about this would spread quickly across the capital. He clenched his hand. All he could do now was ensure he looked like the so-called smiling executioner, nothing more. Julian looked down at the remains of the intruders and hesitated for a moment. A servant asked, how should we deal with this? He quickly recovered his cold expression, gesturing to the butler. If it's unnecessary, don't ask me, handle it yourselves. The maid handed him the dead orchid. Julian glanced at it and realized it was Angelica. He ordered the maid, bury it carefully in the yard, a lamenting command. As Julian predicted, the rumor that he had repelled the intruders in an instant spread. People called him the smiling executioner, the one who killed every thug who broke into his mansion. Especially among gossip-loving nobles, the story spread at lightning speed, from person to person. And then, to suit their tastes, the rumor was gradually embellished, becoming increasingly distorted from the truth. Meanwhile, in Odwin Balladeer's room, she spoke with Julian. She said, Sir Julian, because of you the palace is in an uproar. Odwin Balladeer asked Julian sternly, I heard you wiped out an entire squad of knights. The rumor had been greatly exaggerated. Hearing that, Julian laughed heartily, repeating mockingly, wiped out an entire squad of knights. He denied the rumor deftly. Even I couldn't do something like that in a single day, could I? Odwin seemed to agree. Julian shrugged, speaking with satisfaction. Yes, I simply dealt with the shameless ruffians who broke into my mansion. Odwin remained suspicious, considering Julian's actions far from normal, but Julian replied sarcastically, Isn't it? To me it's just daily life. But inwardly he mocked himself. Yes, daily life my foot. Isn't this a utterly failed existence? Seeing Julian still proud, Odwin made a proposal. She suggested Julian temporarily suspend duties and rest after the incident, and the teaching post at Veal Academy could be assigned to another member. However, Julian immediately refused. He insisted he was not weak enough to take leave over a minor incident. In his mind, another reason arose. If it were the real Julian, he would never take time off for such a trivial matter. Julian thought to himself that if the academy duties were given to someone else, he might be called to participate in the victory anniversary. In any case, he did not want to face the holy sword. Seeing Julian had decided, Odwin reluctantly accepted. She said, Well, it's your body, you know it best, then I will contact the academy. Julian smiled in thanks and bowed. Thank you, I will take my leave. He placed his hand on the doorknob, ending the conversation and preparing for his next plan. After leaving, Julian pondered the remaining matters, so it's just dealing with the issue of the replicas. He thought of the replica horn Joshua had obtained and the bishop who had tried to attack him. Julian was certain both matters were deeply connected to the Dawn Society, so he could not let the society's bishops, those behind and monitoring the situation, evade responsibility. He told himself, to be honest, I want to let things pass in silence, but the world seemed to be whispering to him that he shouldn't do that. A determined smile appeared on his lips. It was time to act. The scene shifted to Genmel Convent. Julian was on his way to see the archbishop when he suddenly saw a familiar face, Bishop Eleanor. A person in white approached to greet Eleanor. Eleanor replied in surprise, Oh, isn't that Bishop Baden? What brings you to Genmel Convent? Baden, in an elegant appearance, cheerfully answered, What other reason could there be? I have come to pay respects to Archbishop Tenelin. Eleanor immediately recognized him. It was Baden Donashen, a direct descendant of the Donashen house, one of the Empire's 4 great houses specializing in magic, and touted as the next clan leader. Moreover, Baden pursued an extreme pureblood ideology to fulfill his family's long-standing desire for the Philosopher's Stone, or elixir of immortality. He believed absolute power was supreme. Eleanor remarked, Well, what can be done? I believe I was the one who had the prior appointment with the archbishop. Baden politely said, Haha, then there's no choice. I will wait outside the audience chamber. Meanwhile, Eleanor thought inwardly, I came to Genmel Convent to report to the archbishop about the replica horns circulating in the slums and the capital, and yet I run into Baden. She walked on, calculating, those replicas are inferior to the horn the archbishop made himself. They are low-grade and full of impurities, yet they remain items that can be used for enchantment. Eleanor continued analyzing, but you can't create such replicas without an original to base them on. Of course, this is the work of the Dawn Society bishops, and Baden is one of the prime suspects. She considered the link. The horn the archbishop made, in essence, is similar to Baden's elixir of immortality, if Baden truly created the replicas. Then, to complete the true elixir of immortality, he is experimenting on ordinary people, regardless of the Dawn Society's intentions. Images of demons formed in Eleanor's mind. Eleanor stood outside the archbishop's chamber. She shook her head. That's what I want to believe, but I cannot be certain without evidence. She paused, thinking, what worries me is even if I report this, would Tenelin truly grieve the replica horn incident and punish those responsible? A malicious image of Archbishop Tenelin arose in her head. Alina even imagined the worst-case scenario. What if he ordered the production of replicas to eliminate the holy sword Haydenreich whom he hates, to hasten the Empire's collapse? Moreover, once Alina's audience ended, it would be Baden's turn to see him. She worried, I don't know what Tenelin will say to him after hearing my report. That could ruin all plans. As Alina entered the room and politely greeted the Archbishop, she seemed to have reached a difficult decision. Perhaps I have no choice but to postpone the replica horn issue. Inside, Archbishop Tenelin, wearing a mask, welcomed Bishop Alina. Yes, Bishop Alina, are you well? Alina bowed her head respectfully and replied, yes, by your grace. But at that moment, the audience chamber door suddenly burst open. Julian stood there blocking the light, causing Alina to turn around in astonishment. Both Alina and the Archbishop were stunned by the unexpected appearance. Alina stammered, J. Julian. A guard rushed forward trying to stop him. Bishop Julian, there is another bishop already in the audience chamber. Julian said nothing. He pressed his sword to the guard's throat with a cold stare, making him so frightened he could only utter, H. Hick. Archbishop Tenelin, though obscured by his mask, remained composed and asked, Bishop Julian, what is the meaning of this? Julian smiled smugly, completely ignoring the panicked guard. He had succeeded in creating the chaos he wanted. He casually let a small dark object fall from his hand. The object fell to the floor right in front of Archbishop Tenelin. The Archbishop looked down and asked, what is that? Julian stared straight at Tenelin with a knife-sharp gaze and spoke, Your Excellency the Archbishop. With a strained smile, Julian delivered the decisive blow. Are you aware that low-quality replicas of the horn, which could only have been made by your own hand, are circulating in the capital? Alina stood frozen behind them. She only let out a sound of shock. Julian stood there triumphant, a half-smile showing he had full control of the situation and had put Tenelin on the defensive. Alina, still bewildered, stammered, thinking, that is what I was about to say. Julian thought to himself he had gone too far. Even if he were an ordinary member of the church, drawing a weapon in the sanctum was a direct challenge to the Archbishop's authority. But it was already done. Julian could not ignore the situation. The Archbishop spoke, a poor replica of the horn. This is the first time I've heard of it. Just then Baden rushed in, shouting, Archbishop, what's going on with this disturbance? Seeing Julian, Baden cut in to ask, Bishop Julian. Baden angrily demanded, what is the meaning of this, and what about the replica of the horn? Baden spoke threateningly to Julian in a dangerous tone. As a bishop, restrain actions and words that cause chaos in the congregation. He continued to question Julian. I know the Archbishop favors you, but bursting into the sanctum and drawing a sword is the behavior of a thug, isn't it? Looking at the man, Julian silently judged that despite the creeping signs of corruption, Bishop Baden still kept his composure, truly the head of a household. But then Julian only slightly curled his lips into a smile. Julian's smile made Bishop Baden uneasy. He asked, do you find something amusing? Julian replied nonchalantly. How ridiculous. Julian pointed directly at Baden, saying that it was he, Bishop Baden, who had pretended innocence while sowing unrest in the Dawn Society with replicas of the horn. Julian's accusation startled Bishop Baden, sweat beginning to flow. Baden hurriedly denied it. What are you saying? I know nothing. He and his two subordinates looked extremely flustered. Julian continued, taunting that which noble wouldn't know about the Baden family's long-held ambitions. Bishop Baden clicked his tongue, no longer pretending. Julian went on, saying desire was a strong motive, a force that invigorated the organization called the Dawn Society. However, Julian raised his hand in warning, if that greed exposes our grand plan. Bishop Baden continued to play dumb. He asked, Bishop Julian, I don't understand. How do my family's ambitions relate to these replicas of the horn? Julian asserted firmly that they were deeply connected. In a flash, images of powerful artifacts appeared, the alchemist's stone, elixirs, and the demon horn. Bishop Baden sneered, oh, it seems you've researched my family well. This time Julian flew into anger. He could not contain himself. He snapped, are you mocking me? Baden continued his sarcastic tone loudly. On the contrary, I didn't expect to be given so much attention. Julian clicked his tongue. The other's continual denials were annoying. Lee Siwoo cried out in despair. He thought to himself, I'm really trying to save those people. A vision formed in his mind. If these horn replicas keep being mass-produced, the Holy Sword or the court will soon notice. Worse, the true nature of the Dawn Society would be exposed. And then everyone will know I belong to the Dawn Society. A knight in the vision shouted Julian's name. The knight's voice echoed in Julian's head. I arrest you for conspiring with the Dawn Society. Julian sunk into thought. The worst scenario appeared. He would immediately go from the Empire's lapdog to its enemy. Bishop Baden, unaware of Julian's thoughts, continued to sermonize. And one more thing, you may not know this because you recently became a bishop. Julian snapped awake, cut Baden off. You still talking? I was just distracted for a moment. Julian's attitude angered Baden. Then Baden placed his hand on Julian's shoulder. Baden continued to provoke, if you say that, my position will become, His words poured fuel on the fire. Unable to bear it any longer, Julian swung his arm and pushed Baden away. A terrifying red aura began to pour from Julian, his anger reaching its peak. Julian's eyes turned blazing red, the skill awakening eyes activated. He said in a menacing tone, "You seem not to understand the situation, but right now I'm holding myself back a lot." The red aura enveloped Julian's feet. A tremendous pressure radiated throughout the room. The other members of the Dawn Society, those in purple cloaks, recoiled in terror at Julian's power. Julian's pressure was so strong it sent Bishop Baden and his followers flying. Elena recalled that horrific past, and was that Julian with his eyes open that day. She cried out in panic, "Julian, calm down, this is the sanctum." Julian turned his head and tried to control the surging power, veins bulging at his temples. The momentum gradually dissipated. Julian thought to himself, oh dear, I've lost control of my emotions," and opened my eyes again. Tenelin smiled, his face full of admiration. "Indeed, impressive, overwhelming all the bishops and clerics here with nothing but the pressure of your aura." Archbishop Tenelin sat on the throne, looking at Julian with a covetous gaze. "Worthy of being the Sword Saint's disciple, I desire you greatly." Tenelin commanded. Bishop Baden. Under Julian's pressure, Baden knelt. Trembling, he replied, "Why, yes, your grace." Tenelin asked Baden directly, "Are you really producing replicas of the horn that I made? Tell the truth." Baden bowed his head and confessed, "Yes, that's correct." Tenelin showed displeasure. "That is not good, acting on your own without informing me." However, Tenelin immediately changed his tone. "But I'm not particularly bothered." Bishop Baden looked up, relieved. Archbishop Tenelin laughed madly. "Compared to the horns I made, they are merely inferior replicas anyway. If even such replicas can stand against the court, that's a good thing." Julian still tried to question, "But your grace, he experimented on commoners to improve the replicas. Are you really okay with that?" Archbishop Tenelin smirked. "What's the problem? Citizens who obey the Empire's laws are complicit in the Empire's ideology." Tenelin continued his argument. "If using them helps strengthen the Dawn Society, what's the issue?" These words stunned Elena. She realized, in the end I was wrong. She was completely disillusioned. Sophistry, contradiction, utterly selfish. This is not the Dawn Society I believed in. Julian, still trying to control his anger, voiced his concern. "I'm afraid the operation will be exposed because of these experiments. The more artificial demons appear, the more attention we attract." Bishop Baden, emboldened by the Archbishop's indulgence, mocked Julian. "Coming from the Empire's dog, that sounds credible." Baden continued to taunt. "The laughing executioner cares about the death of a commoner. Really? I thought you'd regard them as no more than orchids. How surprising." At the word orchid, Julian's hand began to tremble. Elena noticed and thought, "Are you shaking, Julian? Even the great Julian is affected by provocation, or is it guilt?" Julian gritted his teeth, an image of a potted orchid appearing in his mind. "Damn, mentioning orchids makes me think of Angelica." Archbishop Tenelin waved his hand and ordered, "Enough, this disturbance ends here." Tenelin leaned back in his chair, saying, "I'm tired, everyone leave now." At his command, Bishop Baden bowed his head in obedience and left with Julian. "Yes." As they walked, Baden ground his teeth, cursing Julian silently. "Julian, that damned bastard." Sitting in the carriage, Baden reassured himself. Luckily, the Archbishop was merciful, but future experiments replicating the horn must be handled carefully. Baden told himself that using the demon horn to make elixirs could wait. Hasty actions always ruin things. He looked out the window with calculating eyes. It's time to take decisive measures. "So, can you withstand pursuit from the Krypart family?" Somewhere, a hooded mysterious figure appeared, his blue eyes glowing in the dark. A name was mentioned, Alphas Mayhand. Baden sat in the carriage and asked Alphas Mayhand whether he could withstand the Krypart family's relentless pursuit. Alphas insisted it wasn't a big deal because they were only Joshua's lackeys, and there was a clear hierarchy among knights. Baden looked at Alphas and asked back whether he still owed him a life debt. Alphas recalled nearly dying on the execution square, and that debt would stay with him until his dying breath. Hearing that, Baden curled his lips into a faint, satisfied smile. Right after, he ordered Alphas to bring Urian's head back at all costs. In his office at the Closed Eye building, Urian muttered that the plan to manufacture artificial demon horns was stalling. He felt pleased with himself for having broken Baden's will, believing Baden wouldn't dare act rashly if he valued his life. Razlot timidly knocked and entered, asking if Urian had any orders. Urian praised his report on the Dawn Society's ambush, and told him to report immediately if anything happened. Before he left, Urian told Razlot to take something. He produced a mysterious letter that made Razlot curious. It turned out to be an admission letter to the prestigious Bayer Academy. Urian had kept his promise to help the children from Razlot's orphanage enter the academy if Razlot performed well as a spy. Razlot trembled as he held the letter, stammering to ask if it was a forgery. Urian said even the 4 great houses would struggle to obtain such a letter, and it had been handed to him by Vice Principal Alam Chorny himself. Razlat was bewildered, unable to believe he had received such a great favor. Urian affirmed that with this letter the children could sit for the entrance exam, and Razlat choked up and bowed in gratitude. Urian ordered Razlat to leave if there was nothing else. Razlat thought to himself that his boss was no good but truly terrifying. Lin Ronbel stood opposite him and pressed to know what exactly Urian was implying. Urian laughed loudly and feigned apology for having accidentally called her ordinary. Lin would not accept it. She reminded him that she had scored highest in the recent aura control exam. She demanded he retract his words now that she had reached the prestigious Lemire rank. Urian replied casually that by academy standards she was skilled, but to him she was still mediocre. Lin was furious and insisted he give a convincing reason. He pointed out that her performance had not changed since the slums. She froze and demanded Urian explain that remark more clearly. Urian admitted that Lin's aura quality far surpassed her peers, but he asked how long she could maintain that state. He asserted that a swordsman who couldn't sustain stable aura was third-rate. No matter the quality, it was useless in prolonged combat. Urian raised a hand pulsing with aura as an example, and asked what she could do with such an unstable power. He exposed her weakness, clumsy aura distribution and a lack of consistency. Urian recalled how she had hesitated before the demon in the slums, causing Lin to begin trembling as the pain was touched. He smiled coldly and concluded that this was why she would forever remain ordinary. Lin glared at Urian as dark memories began to surface in her mind. It was the memory of Lin Ronbel at 16. At that small age, she had to witness a horrifying scene inside her own home. She heard the strangers mention the name Durain with contemptuous tones. A man standing in the doorway looked at her and asked if she thought she had meddled in this matter too deeply. Lin was so terrified that sweat poured down her face, which had gone deathly pale. Before her, her father was bound and kneeling at the soldier's feet. She cried out for her father in choked sobs amid the cold darkness. The murderer with a scarred neck looked down with scorn, saying he had never liked her family from the start. Little Lin stood there, her face smeared with blood, hearing bitter insults hurled at her loved ones. His gaze was icy and untroubled by the child's pain. The girl froze at the doorway, stunned by the horrific scene unfolding before her. With a face stained in blood, her father seemed to recognize her, and he subtly signaled to his child, "Run." The girl hid behind the door, her whole body trembling. The assassin sneered with smug satisfaction, showing no regret. As he swung his sword, he shouted that her family should never have left the Dawn Society. Lin covered her face and sobbed uncontrollably. The pain was too great for a 16-year-old. Her legs gave way amid the room heavy with the breath of death. A heartrending scream echoed through the manor, marking the shattering of a family. A scene of mourning spread after the massacre, the surviving cries rising in anguish. Standing amid the funeral, Lin's eyes were dry, filled only with burning hatred and a thirst for power. She etched into her heart the face of the man with the scarred neck, the mortal enemy she had to kill. She sought out the sword saint to beg him to teach her swordsmanship. With determined eyes, she pleaded with him to help her grow strong enough to exact revenge. For a year straight, Lin trained obsessively under the sword saint's guidance before entering the academy. At the academy, classmates' praise of Lin as a genius only added to her heavy pressure. She gripped the hilt tight, telling herself she had to become a true genius to live up to expectations. Back in the present, Urian stared at her with cold, unforgiving eyes. He repeated his cruel remark, "You are nothing more than an ordinary person." Lin appeared saddened, but in truth she had long anticipated this. She stood silently by the window, vowing inwardly that she must do something to change her situation. Her hand trembled slightly as a pale blue glow began to emanate, flickering and unstable. Lin watched the aura flame intently. She knew she was still too immature at controlling it. She had meant to ask Master Julian, but he had been so busy lately he barely had time to breathe. She told herself she could handle this on her own. Even without direct guidance, she believed she would find her own path. Remembering her father's advice that if the heart desires something, one must make it clear. If intuition is wrong, correct it, she pressed on. Lin set off decisively, the intent to speak with Julian once more burning in her mind. She resolved to fix her poor aura control within a month so he would have to reassess her. As she walked, she overheard the maids whispering that a Krifart guard had just killed one of his own comrades. They were gossiping about the man who served Joshua, a former deputy captain of the Azure Guild. Apparently, anything tied to that Krifart house never had a peaceful day. Lin suddenly stopped, a strange murderous scent slammed into her nostrils. The smell of blood, she grimaced, unable to believe blood could be so strong right on the academy grounds. On alert, Lin scanned for the source of the metallic stench, her unease growing. She realized this path led to the annex building, an area usually restricted, yet its door stood unusually wide open. She slipped inside. Darkness swallowed her vision as she wondered what was happening within. Among the dusty bookshelves, a hooded figure stood motionless like a statue. He stood there radiating a cold pressure that made the air around him feel frozen. When the figure tilted his head, the dim light revealed a long, terrifying scar on his neck. Lin hid behind the door, her heart racing as she realized a tremendously powerful person was here. She was stunned, eyes wide as she took in his face. there was no mistaking it. Her gaze fixed on that scar, and a horrific memory surged up. How could she ever forget it? Her whole body trembled with rising rage. It was the name she and her master had uncovered while investigating her father's case. Alpha's Mayhand, her family's enemy, stood right before her. Her hatred over her father's murder made her want to rush out and make him pay, but grim reality held her back. Her master had warned her to flee and call reinforcements immediately if she ever encountered a sect member ranked Monsignor or above. Facing someone like that, victory was impossible. Reason told her to run, but her heart didn't want to miss this chance. Her legs felt frozen, trembling, and unable to move. What should she do? While Lin struggled, a cold voice rang out. Hey, tailing like that is far too obvious. He had seen her. Lin flinched as the shadow suddenly appeared right beside her. Alphas glanced at her uniform and sneered that she didn't look like a Criffart knight. Do you hold a grudge against me? Seeing Lin Quote's shocked face, he mockingly asked if she had already forgotten what happened at the Rondbell mansion. He raised a hand to his chin, beginning to dredge up memories of the name Rondbell. Ah, so you're Durain Rondbell's daughter, the child of that parasite. Alphas jeered upon recognizing her identity. He continued to taunt her, saying she should have pretended not to see or run to report it instead of standing there demanding vengeance. A dark power erupted around Alphas as he laughed savagely. What a pity, you only have one life, you know. Lin startled back a step but immediately regained her stance, ready for a life-or-death fight. A blue aura flared fiercely around her body. Alphas slightly raised an eyebrow, admitting that such aura at her age was impressive. He kept insulting her, recalling how she had cowered and only peered through the crack when her father was murdered, asking where her current confidence came from. Rage burst forth. Lin's eyes were now pure killing intent. Die. She shot forward like a streak of blue, unleashing a furious attack at her enemy. But Alphas kept a scornful smile. In his eyes, she was still nothing more than a child. Lin lunged like a moth to flame, but Alphas merely dodged with a slight sidestep, avoiding the glaring opening in her attack. He didn't forget to taunt her, saying she let emotion completely overpower reason in battle. Lin clicked her tongue in frustration. Her impatience was costing her precision. While trying to recover, her feet suddenly slipped on the floor. Lin staggered, her balance vanished at the most critical moment. She panicked as she realized she'd exposed a deadly opening to her foe. Alphas seized the chance and immediately drove a powerful knee into her stomach. Lin tried to twist back, but it was too late to mount any defense. A tremendous force hurled her outward, slamming her hard against the wall behind her. The impact rang loud and sharp in the building's silent space. Lin lay collapsed, her mind reeling from the swift, vicious strike. Alphas watched her figure, then suddenly paused. Something seemed off. He raised his hand to inspect it. Faint traces of aura still clung to his skin. A flash of astonishment lit his eyes. Apparently his sight had not mistaken her action. He smiled in approval. To aim for my hand in that split second. Truly impressive. Still, to Alphas her skill was far from his level. He strode forward. He forced her to her knees in a weakened stance, his voice cold. Let me teach you how to be obedient. Lin was utterly desperate, bitterness rising as death came before her revenge. She silently prayed someone would come to save her. Julian exhaled, his face thoughtful. Walking the corridor, he reflected on what he just told the students and found it not at all wrong, even if the word crime had slipped from his mouth. As for Lin, her swordsmanship had noticeably improved in posture and breath. But the key issue remained her aura. She possessed more mana channels than ordinary people, but if she continued to manipulate aura conventionally, her inner mana would soon be depleted. Her master should have helped her handle this, but he was likely busy, so she had to fumble through on her own. Julian decided to set the matter aside for now. A professor approached Julian to greet him, thanking him for his hard work supervising. He chatted cheerfully, saying that since Julian took over supervision, the number of student complaints had noticeably dropped. Julian replied nonchalantly that those students capable of complaining had already graduated and become full knights. The professor hesitated, asking if Julian had any trouble taking this assignment on the day of the victory anniversary. It seemed some in the royal family had started watching his actions. Julian smiled and asked back. The man wiped sweat from his brow, adding that people's silence might be due to Julian's relation with Sword Saint Haydenreich as his top disciple. The professor looked quite worried when mentioning Julian's private affairs. Julian cheerfully asserted that his conflict with his master had long been resolved, but inwardly he thought that was a complete lie. Seeing Julian so at ease, the professor finally relaxed. Julian, however, knew that meeting the Sword Saint again was an enormous risk. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked Julian about Lin Rondbell, the only one who had contested his evaluation results. He handed over the petition, saying that although Lin received the highest score, she still demanded Julian amend the remarks in her record. Julian reached for the paper, which slightly surprised the professor. Julian took the sheet and casually explained that since it was his assignment, he wanted to handle it personally. He gave a suave smile and said he'd go find Lin to talk it through with her, aiming to make the exam results flawless. After the professor left, Julian stared at the petition. He didn't really care, but if this made a fuss, the royal family would scrutinize him more easily. To avoid searching the vast academy, Julian decided to locate where Lin might be. He activated his mana tracking skill. An energy map appeared in his mind. He detected a strange mana flow near the academy's annex. Arriving there, Julian sensed another source of mana present. He had to admit it was impressive. Alpha stood there mocking Lin. He was surprised that at her age she could wield an aura far beyond a normal knight, yet he criticized her for poor physical strength. Lin was now smeared with blood. She clenched her teeth at the stranger's insults. She sank to her knees, bitter that even this man called her ordinary, the same as what Julian had said earlier. Alphas launched a devastating kick that sent Lin flying. He approached the girl sprawled on the ground, telling her to stay down and he'd give her release soon. The enemy stood before her while Lin could do nothing. Everything began to blur before Lin's eyes. She wondered if this was the end. Suddenly a voice asked if that was all her ability amounted to. In her despair, Lin thought she must be imagining Julian's voice. Julian sneered that this was a pitiful end. Lin wearily looked up. But when she saw the figure approaching, her eyes widened in shock. It wasn't an illusion, he was real. Julian entered with an arrogant air, asking whether Lin intended to disgrace him as a fellow student for letting herself be beaten like this. He glanced at Alphas and sarcastically asked what this outsider was doing loitering in the academy. The man didn't look like he belonged here at all. Alphas removed his hood and greeted Julian, asking if this was their first face-to-face since the monastery incident. He introduced himself as Alpha's Mayhand. Alphas gave a provocative smile, saying he'd longed to see Julian's face again. Julian gave a cold smile as recognition dawned. Alphas, the man who once escorted his brother, now bore a rather handsome scar on his face. Alphas casually spoke of the scar, claiming it came from fighting a level 4 mage who pursued him. He said he had fed that man's body to the dogs. Julian retorted sarcastically that this was why dangerous trophies like that horn shouldn't be given to anyone. Alphas scoffed that Julian's tongue was still sharp and provoked him to draw his sword and duel. Julian thought to himself that Joshua had mentioned receiving a horn from that man. It turned out Alphas served Bishop Baden, and the bishop truly wanted him dead. Julian stepped forward, his expression growing cold. He felt fortunate they met here, too early for the students to witness the impending tragedy. Julian's true nature, his craving for blood, began to stir. He forced himself to stay calm because someone here was wounded. Alphas observed Julian and thought to himself that the guy was becoming more sensitive because of that girl. He noticed the girl's swordplay resembled Julian's. Could they have both learned from the Sword Saint? Julian casually confirmed Lin was indeed his fellow disciple, although it was somewhat surprising. Alphas sneered with a loaded laugh at Julian's answer. In a flash, Alphas grabbed Lin and hurled her toward Julian. The sudden attack left Julian no time to react. Julian cursed inwardly at the unexpected turn. He knew that if a main character like Lin died, the world would be thrown into chaos. Alphas kept up the overwhelming assault. Julian realized that if Lin were killed, his meta-knowledge of the game's plot would be ruined. Although his instincts told him to ignore Lin to free his hands to fight, Julian couldn't do it. He moved quickly to protect her. Julian caught Lin, supporting her as she collapsed from exhaustion. Seeing that, Alphas burst into delighted laughter. He remarked that Julian Criffart had changed too much from before, no longer the cold man he once knew. Julian looked down at the girl in his arms, his expression darkened with tension. Alphas taunted that if it were the old Julian, instead of protecting her, he'd have plunged his blade through her to take the enemy's life. Julian placed his hand on the sword hilt and coldly replied that it's always easy to say such things. He calculated inwardly that if Lin died, the Sword Saint would surely not stand idle and would annihilate the Dawn Society. And if then his own ties to the organization were exposed, his career would be ruined. Just imagining that prospect made Julian break out in a cold sweat from the pressure. He set Lin aside and declared that the joke was over. Mana flared around Julian. He smiled dangerously, ready for a real fight with Alphas. In the palace library's hush, Julian and Alphas Mayhand faced each other in a tense duel. Alphas drew his sword with a provocative grin, nodding that Julian's killing intent hadn't changed. Julian took a defensive stance and coolly replied that it wasn't killing intent, he was merely annoyed. A heavy footfall struck the floor, signaling the true start of the battle. Alphas lunged like an arrow, sneering that Julian's reputation had faded since the past. Julian smirked slightly, admitting his opponent was fast but still within control. With a precise sword parry, Julian halted Alphas' attack without exerting any effort. The elite swordsman's skill activated the instant the two blades clashed in sparks. Alphas pressed on with razor-sharp strikes, but Julian remained as firm as a rock. Julian casually judged Alphas better than many swordsmen he'd met, though still not enough to trouble him. With nimble footwork, Julian easily dodged and wove through the opponent's blows. To Julian, every arc of Alphas' sword appeared as clear as if pre-programmed. Alphas panted, beginning to feel fear as his earnest attacks were effortlessly neutralized. Julian smiled arrogantly, saying Alphas was too conceited to think he could end this duel quickly. Julian launched a counterattack, The pressure from his sword strikes made the surrounding air thicken. The two figures wove through the library, creating blinding trails of light from the clash of metal. Julian remained composed, quietly watching for an opening in his opponent. He noticed Alphas reacted incredibly fast, making him wonder if the opponent was deliberately exposing a weakness to trap him. Alphas' eyes betrayed tension, facing a Julian so cold and unyielding. He swung his sword in desperation, a rising unease as if he himself were falling into a trap. Julian smiled faintly, as if every development in the fight was part of his calculation. A golden opportunity appeared. Julian knew a single thrust to the belly could end Alphas immediately. But his hand froze at a thought. If he drove the blade in now, he would officially become a murderer. Hesitation showed on Julian's face. He recalled that those he'd slain before were demons, not men. He realized his fatal mistake. Spiteful as Alphas was, he was still a flesh-and-blood human. Seizing the moment Julian was distracted, Alphas roared in fury and lunged with a direct strike. Julian recoiled in shock, but that fleeting hesitation cost him the initiative. A cold blade tore into Julian's shoulder, leaving a deep wound. He staggered back in pain, silently blaming his habit of inner monologue from the game for costing him in real life. Blood spurted as Julian staggered, the pain beginning to shred his mind. Dizziness from blood loss hit him. Julian fought to keep his trembling legs steady. Alphas didn't miss the chance. He charged like a beast, calling Julian a fool for letting his guard down. A powerful sweep sent Julian crashing onto the cold floor. Julian coughed up blood, but instead of fearing for his life, he lamented his favorite coat ruined. He blamed his own naivety. That needless hesitation had put him on the brink. Alphas stood gloating, delighted to have easily felled the man he had long hated. Julian bitterly realized Li Sihu's soul was unconsciously restraining this body's combat instinct. He clenched his fists, understanding that to survive in this brutal world, he could no longer keep his hands clean. Alphas continued to humiliate Julian by bringing up memories from Banfist Bridge, reveling as the situation reversed. Those words triggered no memories. Julian only found the man's presence truly annoying. To face the dangers ahead, Julian decided to cast off restraint and play the perfect villain. Alphas looked down from above with contempt and ordered Julian to crawl between his legs if he wanted to live. Smugly, Alphas declared that if Julian endured the humiliation and crawled, he'd forgive the Banfist Bridge incident and spare his life. Julian coldly replied that he had no memory of that bridge at all. He nonchalantly admitted he had amnesia, a secret he had never revealed to anyone. Alphas assumed Julian had gone mad with fear of death. While Julian understood, he spoke the secret to steal his own resolve. Alphas began to feel puzzled, not understanding why Julian chose this moment to confess that tale. At that instant, the special skill site Awakening activated, driving Julian's emotions to their peak. Julian's eyes flared a deadly red, emitting a terrifying killing intent that made the air seem to freeze. Alpha staggered, realizing the atmosphere around Julian had completely changed. There was no hint of hesitation anymore. Julian charged with wind-tearing speed, becoming a streak of black and red light that ripped through the library's darkness. A razor-sharp blade swung, accompanied by the sound of blood spraying through the air. Alphas could only gasp in shock at Julian's terrifying speed, but any attempt to dodge was already too late. Cold sweat streamed down Alphas' face as he realized death itself stood before him. Alphas' sword flew from his hand, and a severed portion of his arm spun suspended in the library. He stood stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the space where his arm had been taken. A brutal scream tore the air as the excruciating pain from the cut began to torment Alphas. Alphas' eyes widened in shock, unable to believe the situation had reversed so savagely. Julian curled his lips in a cruel smile. He realized that killing a human turned out not to be so difficult. Standing amid the blood-heavy air with the smile of a true villain, Julian coolly declared that it had been easier than he'd expected. Julian charged like a whirlwind, utterly overwhelming his opponent. Sweeping slashes filled the air, giving the enemy no space to breathe. Alphas could only stare helplessly at this horrifying speed. His sword was knocked away, clattering onto the floor. He panicked and groped for a weapon, but it was already too late. Julian delivered a finishing slash that tore through the air. Blood sprayed as the blade sank deep into Alphas' flesh. A powerful kick sent him sprawling, utterly drained of resistance. Julian looked down coldly, mocking the fool who dared turn his back to him. Alphas tried to crawl away in terror, muttering that even demons weren't this cruel. He gulped ragged breaths, his face contorted in horror. Julian casually stepped on the defeated man, posture full of arrogance. He reminded him that if anyone wanted to show off swordplay in front of him, they should ask for permission first. And of course, he had no intention of granting that right to a dying man. The gleaming blade was slowly drawn from its sheath. Julian plunged his blade straight into a deadly pressure point on the man's chest. He casually explained the location of the vital hollow, a crucial meridian that governs life. A deathly smile appeared as Julian declared that the man's death was only a matter of time. Alphas coughed up blood, his breath came in painful, ragged gasps. Even on the brink of death, he still cursed, claiming Julian merely relied on the Archbishop's favor. The golden hilt slammed down once more without mercy. He muttered that most high clergy disliked Julian anyway. His vision blurred. In his eyes, Julian was now nothing but a monster. He vowed he'd wait for Julian in hell before his body went still. The light in his eyes went out completely. Life had faded. Julian withdrew his sword, leaving a long trail of blood across the cold floor. He told himself the sight awakening skill had made defeating this opponent as easy as playing with a child. Suddenly, Julian jolted, having accidentally spoken his inner thought aloud. He realized Lynn Ronbell was lying nearby, her breath extremely weak. It seemed previous internal injuries had completely broken her down. Julian worriedly wondered whether Linne had heard the secret about the Dawn Society or about him faking amnesia. If she was still conscious, everything would become extremely complicated. Julian hesitated. He didn't want Lynn to die, but the risk right now was too great. Darkness covered his face as he approached the unconscious girl. A cold thought surfaced. If she truly knew the secret, everything would have to end differently. Julian began to regard her as a potential threat that needed to be eliminated. His hand tightened on the hilt, ready to strike, while his other hand stayed him. Then Julian froze, wondering what the hell he was doing. He realized he was pursuing a perfect performance, not letting himself be assimilated by the character's cruel nature. Rapid footsteps echoed throughout the library corridor. Those who rushed in were stunned by the horrific scene before them. They screamed in horror, asking Julian who he was to have caused this. Academy officials trembled as they saw Julian standing amid the wreckage, wondering if he was the Criffart heir. Julian slowly turned, wearing a mysterious and dangerous smile. He casually greeted the vice principal and announced that a small trouble had just occurred here. Meanwhile, in the infirmary, Lynn Ronbell slowly awoke from a long faint. She was shocked to find herself on the Academy's sickbed with her wounds bandaged. Memories of Alphas, the man who killed her father, and being saved by Julian suddenly flooded back. Lynn grit her teeth and clenched her fists, ashamed of her own weakness. She tormented herself that all her attempts at vengeance were meaningless since she hadn't achieved anything. At that moment, Julian appeared by the bed and coldly asked if she had regained consciousness. Lynn forced herself up and thanked Julian for saving her life when she was on the brink. Julian looked at her calmly, a faint smile on his lips. He bluntly stated he didn't see it as a debt, only a bit of pity for a weak classmate. Lynn bowed her head in acknowledgement. For more than anyone, she understood her harsh reality. Unexpectedly, Julian pulled out the protest petition she had written and asked her to reconsider it seriously. He mocked her as presumptuous for filing the petition without admitting she completely lacked the ability to command the spotlight. Lynn stood dazed, trying to resist, but her words choked under Julian's sharpness. Without waiting for her answer, Julian coldly tore the petition apart in front of the young woman. Lynn realized she had been too arrogant with the title genius, acting only to satisfy cheap pride. She covered her face in remorse, wondering what meaningless things she'd wasted her life on. Unexpectedly, Julian revealed that she possessed far more mana meridians than a normal person. Lynn looked up in astonishment, unable to believe her ears at that observation. He began instructing her how to accumulate mana not only in the Great Acupoint, but also by utilizing other meridians. The young woman silently wondered why someone who knew only power and luxury like Julian would offer such sincere advice. Julian capped it with, "We're classmates," but Lynn thought he was indirectly warning her not to tarnish the reputation of the Holy Sword. He asked if she had any other questions, and Linne tremblingly asked about the assassin's fate. Julian's brief answer, "He's dead," left Lynn completely stunned. Julian snorted, saying the scene had been brutal, and it was good she had fainted instead of witnessing it. Lynn suddenly revealed she still vaguely remembered the conversation between him and that Alphas. The atmosphere instantly grew suffocating. Julian began to sweat profusely at this alarming information. He feared inwardly that after that incident, the name Julian he was impersonating would effectively be dead if the secret leaked. Lynn recalled his words about losing everything and thought Julian might also have lost loved ones to the Dawn Society. Julian tried to salvage the situation by asking if she believed it was all just a misunderstanding. Lynn looked him straight in the eye and called him a liar, leaving Julian momentarily speechless. Before leaving, Julian demanded she absolutely tell no one about this. Alone in her room, Lynn pondered Julian's bitter yet ambiguous words about his concern. Her gaze hardened more than ever. Lynn vowed to redouble her efforts to achieve her goal of vengeance. Julian stepped out of the room, his silhouette showing deep thought after the tense conversation. He silently cursed inwardly when he learned Lynn still remembered the dialogue with Alphas. This time he was truly ruined if exposed. Razlot closed the report on Bishop Hayden with a respectful demeanor. He couldn't help but be stunned to see Julian calmly trimming the orchid pots as if nothing had happened. For such a major event, Razlot expected at least some reaction from a normal person, not this stillness. Julian kept his eyes on the leaves, quietly concluding there was nothing noteworthy at the moment. Razlot stood behind observing, thinking Julian should have delivered the finishing blow as soon as Alphas was neutralized. Julian suddenly mentioned that Bishop Pintle of the Dawn Society had decided decided to raid a caravan suspected of transporting soul stone. Julian pondered the name Pintle and the stones while Razlat excused himself to withdraw. As he turned to leave, Julian suddenly remembered something important. He asked whether that letter of introduction would be useful. Razlat replied it would, thanked Julian as he nodded in confirmation, then took his leave, internally realizing Julian had subtly reminded him to act as a loyal spy. Left alone, Julian collapsed onto the sofa with a pensive expression. He spread his arms, wondering why everything was unnaturally quiet. There should have been someone coming to settle matters with him by now. Julian thought perhaps Rin hadn't noticed anything unusual because she hadn't been fully conscious then. Baden's side was also unusually silent, even though he had previously sent alphas to kill him. Julian imagined Haydenreich, disguised as the Black Knight, would be the one to finish off Bishop Baden, so he needn't intervene. That was the secret identity Haydenreich used whenever he didn't want to reveal the Holy Sword persona. All he needed to do was prevent old Baden from doing anything rash until the name Black Knight became famous across the capital. Thinking of the reduced workload, Julian couldn't help but break into a wicked smile. But immediately after, he grabbed his head and sighed tiredly. This suffocating feeling was surely due to the memories from the trailer of the future he had seen. In that vision, the original Julian had killed Hayden in an extremely cruel way. He feared that Julian's instincts would overpower his own will. To avoid being consumed by that instinct, Julian told himself he needed to train much more. He decisively rose from the sofa. He warmed up his limbs a bit to loosen his posture before starting. At the Royal Third Training Ground, the knights were vigorously practicing. The metallic clashes of weapons rang dryly across the sunlit training yard. The wide training field was set with wooden dummies for practice. Julian's arrival caused people nearby to whisper and gossip. They couldn't believe someone like him would bother to train here. Julian walked in casually, telling everyone to focus on their own practice instead of staring at him. Standing before the weapon rack, he thought that although the Moonstone sword was good, relying on a single weapon wasn't wise. Julian stroked his chin, considering that this might be the right time to test a completely new type of weapon. He reached out, searching for something different among the pile of arms. Everyone was astonished when he chose a spear, since everyone knew Julian's specialty had always been swordsmanship. A figure suddenly approached from behind Julian. It was an apprentice knight with orange hair. He called out, inviting Julian to spar. Julian immediately recognized him as the one who had earlier shown fear at his appearance. He glanced at the unensigned armor and guessed the boy only wanted to use him as a stepping stone to impress the officials gathered around. Clearly, the boy was aiming at his weakness by picking a weapon that was unwieldy for him. Julian smiled and agreed, thinking that fighting a real person was less boring than stabbing a dummy. The crowd watching from afar assumed this weapon switch was just another display of Julian's excessive arrogance. Julian held the spear, admitting the feeling was indeed a bit awkward. The spear was twice as long as a normal sword, and its balance was completely different, making him uncomfortable. Even wielding an awkward weapon, Julian was confident he could not be defeated. The orange-haired apprentice knight shouted and lunged at Julian with all his might. Basic principles flashed through Julian's mind. The spear's strength was reach, use it to keep distance and neutralize the opponent. The orange-haired boy swung a mighty strike, but Julian quickly stepped back to dodge. As the opponent charged in fervor, Julian spun, spotting an opening. He slammed the spear tip into the ground right before the apprentice's toes, creating a strong shock. Julian curled a contemptuous smile, taunting that with such meager skill the boy shouldn't dream of joining any knightly order. The orange-haired boy went pale with fear, speechless under Julian's tremendous pressure. He was used to Julian humiliating opponents even in light sparring. Julian added a powerful push with the spear, causing the apprentice to stagger backward. Julian thought to himself that if the opponent closed in, the long, cumbersome spear would lose its advantage against a short sword. He focused intensely, determined not to give the apprentice any chance to get close. Julian's gaze turned icy. He wouldn't allow his pride to be wounded by a nobody. Julian's hands tightened on the spear shaft as he resolved to use greater force to finish the match. The clash of weapons rang out with a piercing clang as Julian stopped his opponent's strike. The orange-haired apprentice panicked, realizing the power in Julian's arms was unstoppable. He was completely overwhelmed. Julian's spear sliced through the air with blinding speed. Julian bared his teeth in excited delight, seemingly carried away by the fight. The orange-haired boy screamed in terror. A slash grazed the apprentice's chest, tearing his black tunic wide open as fresh blood began to seep out. The apprentice froze, clutching the wound on his chest with a face that could not believe what had happened. Julian coldly retorted, asking whether the boy had any right to challenge him with such meager skill. Julian's eyes looked like a predator hunting its prey, terrifying the apprentice into nothing but groans. Terrified, he turned tail and ran, babbling apologies for foolishly challenging the wrong person. Those around began to murmur, convinced Julian truly was an unstoppable monster. Julian watched calmly, reminding himself he wasn't insane enough to kill a sparring partner. He gave a slight smile, assuring everyone the wound was not inflicted on purpose. From afar, Harand rushed over calling Julian's name, advising him to stop since the victory was already clear. Julian turned and smiled kindly at Harand, explaining he wasn't the type to easily kill others as rumors claimed. Harand forced a smile, sweating as he couldn't decide whether to believe Julian's words or his own eyes. Julian sighed softly, realizing even one training session could wear him out. Julian encountered Harand in the palace. He greeted him, saying it had been a while since they'd met here. Harand jumped, hastily explaining he had come from Old Orn's secretary's office on orders. Julian fell silent, staring at him with probing eyes. Speaking of Orn Criffart, he was the former head and now chairman of the Elders' Council, someone who utterly despised Julian. Old Orn worshipped pure blood and was willing to act as the royal family's bloodhound. He was incensed to see Julian's fame outshine the four great houses. Julian smiled and told Harand not to worry. Whatever happened in Orn's office probably had nothing to do with him. Just as he was about to leave, Harand abruptly called him back to ask about Lady Malna's keepsake. Julian paused. It was the soul stone necklace he had secretly taken and asked Harand to hold. Harand looked quite anxious, repeatedly asking whether it was really safe for him to keep such an important item. Julian explained that although he wanted to retrieve it, he couldn't do so yet. If the Dawn Society sniffed that he had the Soul Stone, it would be a big problem. He asked Harand to keep it a while longer. Having said that, Julian bade farewell to try out a few other weapons. He didn't forget to ask Harand to send his regards to the housemaster. Harand was sweating profusely. He hesitantly suggested that they attend the family meeting together. He tried to persuade Julian that, after all, he was still a member of House Criffart. Julian smiled mockingly and reminded his cousin that he was only of a cadet branch. Seeing Harand fall silent, Julian added, asking whether that derogatory label wasn't one they themselves had placed on him. A sickly restlessness began to boil in Julian's chest. He wondered if this was rage rising from deep within his body's instincts. Harand lowered his head. He knew exactly how much Julian hated that family. He recalled that Lady Malna's funeral years ago had been held shabbily. They even barred Julian, then a child, from attending because they didn't want the nuisance of a child's cries. Harand hastened to clarify that he did not mean to force Julian to forget that painful past. Julian coldly brushed it off, acknowledging Harand's kindness but insisting he absolutely had no intention of attending that family meeting. From Siwoo's rational perspective, he knew making enemies with the clan now would bring no benefit. But Julian's instincts were different. They wouldn't accept a false harmony with a family rotten from within. Seeing Julian's decisive attitude, Harand didn't dare press further. He exhaled, his face showing obvious relief but also deep shame. Julian suddenly turned back and brought up Lady Malna's matter. Harand unexpectedly bowed deeply to apologize. He fully understood that such a belated apology could not make amends to Julian. Julian smiled faintly, saying it was past and he didn't mind. But inwardly he thought that in truth he had no memory of it at all. Harand added that Joshua would also be present at this family meeting. Since this was Joshua's first time attending as heir, the elders would surely focus all their attention on him. Herand feared they'd pressure Joshua to punish Julian for past troubles. Hearing that, Julian gave an enigmatic smile and asked if that was why Harand wanted him to go along. Look at that smug face of Joshua. He was the favored grandson, raised in the lavish indulgence of the housemaster and Old Orn. Now Joshua's reputation was soaring like a kite, both inside and outside the clan. Everyone believed it was only a matter of time before he would officially become the next successor. But Julian had already prepared a surprising gift for this cousin. He told Harand not to worry, there was nothing to fear about that matter. As he left, Julian sneered, saying that lately the sibling relationship between him and Joshua had made remarkable progress. Harand stood dumbfounded, watching him go, completely unable to understand what Julian was implying. Rapid footsteps echoed down the palace corridor. Joshua strode angrily, scowling as he cursed Julian as a bastard. He stopped before the meeting room door, trying to regain his usual composure. Inside, Old Orn had already noticed the presence of his favored grandson. All the most powerful elders of House Criffart were seated at the table, waiting for the drama to begin. Chairman Orn's voice was cold as he ordered everyone to settle so the meeting could officially begin. He glanced around with a stern expression, unable to hide his habitual displeasure. Joshua sat there, sweat beading on his forehead. He was extremely tense under the elders' pressure. He suddenly remembered the earlier warning. In this meeting, the name Julian would surely be dissected. Thinking of Julian made Joshua shudder. That cousin's gaze seemed to pierce through all his faults. Julian had bluntly threatened Joshua, saying the matter involving Alpha's Mayhand was not small enough to be ignored. Julian forced Joshua to reveal everything he knew about the Alpha's Mayhand case to the secretary's office. Not stopping there, Julian also demanded that Joshua take responsibility for arranging all the compensation for the damages from this scandal. And most importantly, Julian wanted Joshua to publicly support him him as an official member of the house at today's meeting. He was being cornered. Joshua ground his teeth in fury. If he hadn't been swept up by emotion and had kept his composure, things might not have gone so badly. He hated that he'd let Julian gain the upper hand. Recently, the Elders' Council and the entire Criffart house had been eyeing Julian with hostility. They were just waiting for an excuse to send him back to the Northern Front once more. Returning to the main agenda, Chairman Orn announced that today's meeting would focus on the Holy Sword's stance toward the house. Everyone knew the Holy Sword had a very close relationship with the Second Prince. This exerted considerable pressure on the balance of power. Chairman Orn argued that if the Holy Sword officially supported the Second Prince, the succession would almost certainly tip in his favor. However, the Third Prince Kaldrek's faction could not be taken lightly either, having secured the support of much of the military at the front. Then there was the Fourth Princess, backed by a powerful tower of magic. The political situation was becoming extremely complex. Old Orn emphasized that none of those groups could compare to the prestige of the Holy Sword. The only one qualified to be weighed against it was Julian. But everyone knew that Julian himself had little interest in this struggle for the throne. Old Orn sighed, calculating. Orn believed that if Julian continued to appear indifferent, the current situation might become even more troublesome and chaotic. Then he turned to ask Joshua's opinion. After all, this was the first time the young man had attended such an important meeting. Orn understood Joshua was probably trembling, but still wanted to hear him speak as an outstanding member of the house. Joshua took a deep breath and then stood up. He knew he had no way back. He recalled Julian's threat, "Don't even think about any stupid moves. If this reaches the secretary's office, you're finished." With a thoroughly fake smile, Joshua began his plan to use the stick to strike the stick. He murmured, "If that's the case." He spoke up, saying that since everyone was bringing up Julian's brother, he had a few words to add. Joshua loudly proposed that the house take this opportunity to officially recognize Julian as a legitimate member, rather than leaving him in the cadet branch as before. This proposal shocked everyone in the meeting room. One elder couldn't contain himself and shouted, asking Joshua if he knew what he was saying. But behind that smile was a vicious scheme. Joshua thought to himself that he would ruin Julian's reputation by praising him to death, turning him into a target for attack by all the other factions.